A pharmaceutical company needs to transfer sensitive research data between their on-premises data center and AWS. They require a private, high-bandwidth connection to maintain data privacy. Options: A. Use VPN with encryption for secure communication. B. Use AWS Direct Connect with MASEC encryption. C. Use VPN over public internet with VPC peering. D. Use AWS Global Accelerator for optimized transfer. Correct answer: B. Use AWS Direct Connect with MASEC encryption. Explanation: Direct Connect provides a private connection between on-premises and AWS. Adding MASEC encryption ensures data privacy and compliance. Why not other options? Option A. VPN introduces higher latency and bandwidth limitations. Option C. Public Internet VPNs are not private and may violate compliance. Option D. Global Accelerator optimizes public Internet routing, not private transfers. Question 2. An OTT platform stores thousands of movies and TV shows. They need cost-effective storage for infrequently accessed content with retrieval times under a few minutes. Options: A. Use S3 standard for all content. B. Use S3 intelligent tiering for automatic tiering. C. Use S3 Glacier flexible retrieval for infrequent content. D. Use S3 standard IA for infrequent access. Correct answer: D. Use S3 standard IA for infrequent access. Explanation: S3 standard IA is ideal for data accessed less frequently but requiring millisecond-level retrieval, balancing cost and performance. Why not other options? Option A. S3 standard is more expensive for infrequently accessed data. Option B. Intelligent tiering adds unnecessary monitoring overhead for predictable access patterns. Option C. Glacier flexible retrieval has longer retrieval times compared to standard IA. Question 3. An IoT company handles millions of device telemetry data per second. They need a NoSQL database that supports low-latency reads and writes with high availability. Options: A. Use DynamoDB with auto-scaling. B. Use RDS multi-AZ with RED replicas. C. Use Elasticache for Redis. D. Use Amazon S3 with a data catalog for querying. Correct answer: A. Use DynamoDB with auto-scaling. Explanation: DynamoDB is a fully managed NoSQL database designed for high-throughput, low-latency workloads. Auto-scaling adjusts capacity based on demand. Why not other options? Option B. RDS is designed for relational data and cannot handle high throughput like DynamoDB. Option C. Elasticache is a caching service, not a primary database. Option D. S3 is a storage service, unsuitable for low-latency database workloads. Question 4. A large organization uses multiple AWS accounts. They want to enforce security policies centrally and ensure consistent compliance across accounts. Options: A. Use IAM to manage cross-account roles. B. Use AWS config rules with service control policies, SCPs. C. Use CloudTrail to monitor compliance. D. Use S3 bucket policies for cross-account access. Correct answer: B. Use AWS config rules with service control policies, SCPs. Explanation: AWS config rules enforce compliance by monitoring resource configurations, and SCPs control permissions across accounts in an AWS organization setup. Why not other options? Option A. IAM cross-account roles do not enforce policies across all accounts. Option C. CloudTrail provides auditing but not proactive policy enforcement. Option D. S3 bucket policies manage access to S3, not account-wide policies. Question 5. A logistics company tracks vehicles in real time. They need to process streaming data and generate actionable insights with minimal latency. Options: A. Use Kinesis data streams with Lambda for processing. B. Use SQS with step functions for orchestration. C. Use EMR for batch processing. D. Use RDS with triggers for real-time insights. Correct answer. Use Kinesis data streams with Lambda for processing. Explanation. Kinesis data streams provides real-time data ingestion, and Lambda processes data in near real-time, making it suitable for actionable insights. Why not other options? Option B. SQS is not designed for high-throughput, real-time streaming data. Option C. EMR is suited for batch processing, not real-time data. Option D. RDS triggers are limited in handling high-throughput, real-time analytics. Question 6. A company has an on-premises environment and an AWS account. They need a cost-effective solution for backing up their on-premises application data to AWS and restoring it when needed. The backup frequency is daily, and retention is required for up to 30 days. Options. A. Use AWS Backup to back up data to S3 standard. B. Use Storage Gateway in File Gateway mode to sync on-premises data to S3 Glacier Instant Retrieval. C. Use S3 Transfer Acceleration to upload backups to S3 Standard IA. D. Use Data Sync to transfer data directly to S3 Glacier Deep Archive. Correct answer. B. Use Storage Gateway in File Gateway mode to sync on-premises data to S3 Glacier Instant Retrieval. Explanation. Storage Gateway in File Gateway mode is designed to integrate on-premises storage with AWS, providing seamless backup solutions. S3 Glacier Instant Retrieval is cost-effective for infrequent access with near-instant retrieval. Why not other options? Option A. AWS Backup doesn't natively support direct integration with on-premises environments. Option C. S3 Transfer Acceleration optimizes uploads but does not provide cost-effective long-term storage. Option D. S3 Glacier Deep Archive is cheaper but unsuitable for daily backup due to long retrieval times. Question 7. A retail company runs an e-commerce platform on RDS MySQL. They want to ensure high availability across multiple availability zones, AZs, and need automated failover. Options. A. Deploy a single RDS instance with a read replica in another AZ. B. Use RDS multi-AZ deployment. C. Use Aurora with multi-AZ deployment. D. Use RDS with manual snapshots for failover. Correct answer. B. Use RDS multi-AZ deployment. Explanation. RDS multi-AZ deployment automatically provisions a standby instance in another AZ for high availability and failover. Why not other options? Option A. Read replicas are for scaling reads, not for automated failover. Option C. Aurora multi-AZ is a good option but more costly and designed for Aurora clusters, not RDS MySQL. Option D. Manual snapshots do not provide automated failover. Question 8. A gaming company needs to capture and process high-throughput game telemetry data in real time to provide live leaderboards and analytics. Options. A. Use S3 with Athena to process data on a schedule. B. Use Kinesis data streams with Kinesis Data Analytics. C. Use DynamoDB streams with Lambda. D. Use EMR for batch processing. Correct answer. B. Use Kinesis data streams with Kinesis Data Analytics. Explanation. Kinesis data streams handles high-throughput real-time ingestion, and Kinesis Data Analytics processes the data in real time for analytics. Why not other options? Option A. S3 and Athena are suitable for batch processing, not real-time streaming. Option C. DynamoDB streams are limited in scope and unsuitable for complex real-time analytics. Option D. EMR is for batch processing, not real-time workloads. Question 9. A financial services company wants to build a scalable data lake to store structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data for analytics. Options. A. Use DynamoDB with Elasticsearch for querying. B. Use S3 with Lake Formation and Athena. C. Use Redshift Spectrum for storing and querying data. D. Use Glacier for storing data and data pipeline for querying. Correct answer, B. Use S3 with Lake Formation and Athena. Explanation: S3 is ideal for storing diverse data types, Lake Formation simplifies data lake management, and Athena allows serverless querying. Why not other options? Option A, DynamoDB is not suitable for unstructured data storage. Option C, Redshift Spectrum is for querying external data but not designed as a primary data lake. Option D, Glacier is for archival, not active analytics. Question 10. A streaming service needs to deploy its application globally for users across North America, Europe, and Asia. The application should deliver low-latency performance. Options: A. Use Elastic Load Balancer, ELB, across multiple regions. B. Use Route 53 with latency-based routing and deploy the application in multiple regions. C. Use Global Accelerator with a single region deployment. D. Use CloudFront with the application hosted in a single region. Correct answer, B. Use Route 53 with latency-based routing and deploy the application in multiple regions. Explanation: Route 53 latency-based routing ensures users are directed to the nearest region, reducing latency. Why not other options? Option A, ELB cannot route traffic across multiple regions. Option C, Global Accelerator reduces latency for single-region deployments but doesn't solve multi-region requirements. Option D, CloudFront improves content delivery but doesn't reduce application-level latency.
Question 1. A data science team needs to train machine learning models on large datasets periodically. They want to minimize costs and avoid managing infrastructure. Options: A. Use SageMaker with on-demand EC2 instances. B. Use SageMaker with spot instances for training jobs. C. Use EC2 auto-scaling with on-demand instances. D. Use EMR for training models. Correct answer: B. Use SageMaker with spot instances for training jobs. Explanation: SageMaker simplifies machine learning workflows, and spot instances reduce costs for fault-tolerant training jobs. Why not other options? Option A, on-demand instances are more expensive than spot instances for periodic workloads. Option C, EC2 autoscaling doesn't optimize for ML-specific workflows. Option D, EMR is not ideal for ML model training compared to SageMaker. Question 2. A company is building a mobile app that requires secure communication between the app and the backend API. The solution should scale with usage and provide authentication. Options: A. Use API Gateway with Cognito for user authentication. B. Use EC2 instances with IAM roles for authentication. C. Use Elastic Beanstalk with security groups. D. Use S3 pre-signed URLs for backend communication. Correct answer: A. Use API Gateway with Cognito for user authentication. Explanation: API Gateway manages scalable APIs, and Cognito handles user authentication with minimal effort. Why not other options? Option B, IAM roles are for AWS resource access, not user authentication. Option C, Elastic Beanstalk does not natively manage API authentication. Option D, S3 pre-signed URLs are for file access, not API communication. Question 3. A global e-commerce company needs a database with cross-region replication to ensure low latency and high availability for customers worldwide. Options: A. Use RDS Multi-AZ with RED replicas. B. Use DynamoDB global tables. C. Use Aurora with global database. D. Use S3 with replication and Athena for querying. Correct answer: C. Use Aurora with global database. Explanation: Aurora Global Database replicates data across regions with low latency, ensuring high availability for relational workloads. Why not other options? Option A, RDS Multi-AZ works within one region only. Option B, DynamoDB global tables are for NoSQL, not relational databases. Option D, S3 replication isn't suitable for transactional databases. Question 4. A financial institution runs a critical application in a primary region. They require a disaster recovery strategy to ensure that the application can fail over to another region within minutes. Cost is a factor, but they need minimal downtime. Options: A. Use multi-AZ RDS with RAID replicas in another region. B. Use EC2 instances with AMI copies and S3 cross-region replication. C. Use Route 53 with a failover routing policy and deploy the application in active-passive mode across two regions. D. Use Global Accelerator with an application load balancer in one region and snapshots of the infrastructure for recovery. Correct answer: C. Use Route 53 with a failover routing policy and deploy the application in active-passive mode across two regions. Explanation: Route 53 failover routing policy enables redirection to the secondary region in case of a failure. The active-passive mode minimizes costs by keeping resources in the secondary region on standby. Why not other options? Option A. Multi-AZ RDS provides redundancy within the same region, not cross-region. Option B. This solution would have high RTO, recovery time objective, since manual steps are involved in bringing up the EC2 instances. Option D. Global Accelerator doesn't support failover between regions automatically unless the resources are active in both regions. Question 5. An organization needs to host a public website using an S3 bucket. They want to ensure that only the necessary files are publicly accessible while securing the rest of the bucket content. Options: A. Enable bucket-wide public access. B. Use bucket policies to restrict public access to specific files. C. Enable block public access and share pre-signed URLs for all files. D. Use AWS WAF to secure the bucket. Correct answer: B. Use bucket policies to restrict public access to specific files. Explanation: Bucket policies allow fine-grained control over what objects in the bucket are publicly accessible, ensuring security. Why not other options? Option A. Bucket-wide public access is insecure and violates AWS best practices. Option C. Block public access would prevent public website hosting altogether. Option D. AWS WAF is for web traffic filtering, not securing S3 buckets. Question 6. A media company processes large video files uploaded by customers. They want a serverless solution to process these files, ensuring scalability and low operational overhead. Options: A. Use EC2 instances with autoscaling. B. Use Lambda functions triggered by S3 events. C. Use Elastic Beanstalk to deploy processing applications. D. Use Fargate with ECS to handle batch jobs. Correct answer: B. Use Lambda functions triggered by S3 events. Explanation: Lambda functions scale automatically and integrate seamlessly with S3 event notifications, making them ideal for serverless batch processing. Why not other options? Option A. EC2 requires infrastructure management, which increases operational overhead. Option C. Elastic Beanstalk is better suited for web applications, not batch processing. Option D. Fargate is costlier and not serverless, like Lambda. Question 7. A company is migrating a legacy application to AWS. The application is stateful and must maintain sessions during scaling. It also stores session data in memory. Options: A. Use auto-scaling with an elastic load balancer and DynamoDB for session data. B. Use auto-scaling with sticky sessions enabled on the application load balancer, ALB. C. Use ECS with session persistence enabled. D. Use auto-scaling with an ALB and ElastiCache for session data. Correct answer: D. Use auto-scaling with an ALB and ElastiCache for session data. Explanation: ElastiCache is designed for low latency, in-memory session management, allowing the application to scale without losing session data. Why not other options? Option A. DynamoDB introduces higher latency compared to in-memory caches for session storage. Option B. Sticky sessions on ALB reduce scalability as they tie users to specific instances. Option C. ECS does not provide native session persistence. Question 8. An IoT company needs to collect, process, and visualize real-time metrics from millions of IoT devices globally. Options: A. Use IoT Core with CloudWatch for metrics and DynamoDB for storage. B. Use Kinesis data streams for ingestion, Kinesis Data Firehose for storage in S3, and QuickSight for visualization. C. Use S3 with Athena for querying metrics and CloudWatch for visualization. D. Use IoT Core with RDS for storage and Redshift for visualization. Correct answer: B. Use Kinesis data streams for ingestion, Kinesis Data Firehose for storage in S3, and QuickSight for visualization. Explanation: Kinesis data streams is designed for real-time ingestion. Kinesis Firehose delivers data to S3, and QuickSight can visualize data in near real time. Why not other options? Option A. CloudWatch is not designed for long-term metric storage or visualization. Option C. S3 and Athena are for batch processing, not real-time analytics. Option D. RDS and Redshift are less suited for real-time metrics collection and visualization. Question 9. A healthcare company must store patient data in the same country it is collected due to compliance with data residency laws. They operate in the US, EU, and India. Options: A. Use S3 with cross-region replication for all data. B. Use separate S3 buckets in each region and control access with IAM. C. Use Global Accelerator to route requests to a single S3 bucket. D. Use Snowball Edge for local data storage and then upload to S3. Correct answer: B. Use separate S3 buckets in each region and control access with IAM. Explanation: Separate S3 buckets ensure data is stored in the appropriate region to comply with data residency laws. Why not other options? Option A. Cross-region replication could violate data residency requirements. Option C. Global Accelerator does not address data residency. Option D. Snowball Edge is for data transfer, not compliance management. Question 10. A company runs daily analytics on a 100 terabytes dataset stored in S3. They want a cost-effective, serverless solution for querying this data. Options: A. Use Athena to query the data directly from S3. B. Use Redshift with Redshift Spectrum. C. Use EMR with Hadoop for batch processing. D. Use Glue to crawl data and generate reports. Correct answer: A. Use Athena to query the data directly from S3. Explanation: Athena is serverless, cost-effective, and optimized for querying data stored in S3. Why not other options? Option B. Redshift Spectrum is more expensive than Athena for occasional queries. Option C. EMR is overkill for simple querying and requires cluster management. Option D. Glue is for ETL, not querying.
Question 1. A company runs a dynamic web application on EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The application is experiencing performance issues during high traffic spikes due to database read contention. They need a cost-effective solution to reduce the load on the database. Options: A. Enable auto-scaling for the database. B. Use Elasticache to cache frequently accessed database queries. C. Create read replicas for the database and distribute traffic using a Route 53 weighted routing policy. D. Migrate the database to a multi-AZ RDS instance. Correct answer: B. Use Elasticache to cache frequently accessed database queries. Explanation: Elasticache provides low latency, in-memory caching, significantly reducing database read load and improving performance. Why not other options? Option A. Auto-scaling is not available for RDS databases and doesn't address the read contention issue. Option C. Read replicas help distribute read traffic but may still result in higher costs compared to caching. Option D. Multi-AZ improves availability, not read performance. Question 2. A retail company needs to process daily sales data uploaded to an S3 bucket. The data should be transformed, stored in another S3 bucket, and queried for analytics. They want a fully serverless architecture. Options: A. Use Glue for ETL, store results in S3, and use Athena for querying. B. Use EMR for data processing and Redshift for querying. C. Use Lambda functions for transformation and DynamoDB for storage. D. Use data pipeline for transformation and store results in RDS. Correct answer, A. Use Glue for ETL, store results in S3, and use Athena for querying. Explanation: Glue provides serverless ETL capabilities, S3 stores the transformed data, and Athena allows cost-effective querying. Why not other options? Option B, EMR and Redshift involve infrastructure management and higher costs. Option C, DynamoDB is not optimized for analytical queries. Option D, data pipeline is not serverless and requires manual management. Question 3. A manufacturing company has on-premises applications that need to interact with AWS services. The on-premises data center connects to AWS over a VPN, but they want a more reliable and high-performance connection. Options: A. Use Direct Connect with a private virtual interface. B. Use a site-to-site VPN with accelerated routing. C. Use Global Accelerator to route traffic between on-premises and AWS. D. Use S3 transfer acceleration for faster uploads. Correct answer: use Direct Connect with a private virtual interface. Explanation: Direct Connect provides a dedicated, high-bandwidth, low-latency connection between on-premises data centers and AWS. Why not other options? Option B, VPNs do not offer the same level of reliability or performance as Direct Connect. Option C, Global Accelerator improves routing but is not a direct link for hybrid setups. Option D, S3 transfer acceleration is specific to S3 uploads. Question 4. A small business needs a disaster recovery solution for their production environment running in a single AWS region. The goal is to minimize costs while ensuring recovery within a few hours. Options: A. Use a multi-region active-active architecture. B. Use a pilot light architecture in a secondary region. C. Use a warm standby solution with scaled-down resources. D. Use S3 to store backups and recover on demand. Correct answer: B. Use a pilot light architecture in a secondary region. Explanation: the pilot light architecture keeps a minimal version of the application running in the secondary region, reducing costs while allowing faster recovery. Why not other options? Option A, multi-region active-active setups are expensive. Option C, warm standby is more costly than a pilot light solution. Option D, on-demand recovery has higher RTO, recovery time objective, and may not meet the recovery requirement. Question 5. A company needs to store large datasets, 100 TB plus, for analytics workloads. The data must be queried frequently, and the solution should be cost-effective and performant. Options: A. Store the data in S3 and use Athena for querying. B. Store the data in DynamoDB with on-demand capacity. C. Store the data in RDS with a read replica. D. Store the data in EFS and use a fleet of EC2 instances to query. Correct answer: A. Store the data in S3 and use Athena for querying. Explanation: S3 is cost-effective for large-scale storage, and Athena is optimized for querying data stored in S3 without requiring infrastructure. Why not other options? Option B, DynamoDB is not designed for large-scale analytical workloads. Option C, RDS is more expensive and not suitable for analytics on very large datasets. Option D, EFS with EC2 introduces significant management overhead and higher costs. Question 6. A company exposes its APIs to third-party developers. They need to ensure that only authenticated users can access the APIs and monitor usage. Options: A. Use API gateway with Lambda authorizers. B. Use EC2 instances with custom authentication logic. C. Use ELB with IAM for access control. D. Use S3 pre-signed URLs for API access. Correct answer: I. Use API gateway with Lambda authorizers. Explanation: API Gateway provides built-in support for securing APIs using Lambda authorizers to handle custom authentication and access control. Why not other options? Option B, managing authentication logic on EC2 increases complexity. Option C, ELB does not provide API-level access control. Option D, pre-signed URLs are not suited for securing APIs. Question 7. An e-commerce platform needs to store and access sensitive API keys and database credentials securely. Options: A. Store secrets in S3 with bucket encryption. B. Use parameter store with encryption enabled. C. Use Secrets Manager for storing and automatically rotating secrets. D. Store secrets in EC2 instance metadata. Correct answer: C. Use Secrets Manager for storing and automatically rotating secrets. Explanation: Secrets Manager is designed for secure storage and automatic rotation of sensitive information. Why not other options? Option A, S3 is not optimized for secret management. Option B, parameter store can store secrets but lacks automatic rotation features. Option D, EC2 instance metadata is not secure for sensitive data storage. Question 8. A media company runs a video streaming application in AWS. To ensure business continuity, they require a disaster recovery (DR) plan. The solution should balance cost and recovery time and allow the application to be operational in a secondary region within an hour in case of a failure. Options: A. Use an active-active multi-region architecture with Route 53 for routing. B. Use a pilot-light architecture with critical components in a secondary region. C. Implement a warm standby solution with scaled-down resources in a secondary region. D. Use S3 for backup storage and restore the application when needed. Correct answer: C. Implement a warm standby solution with scaled-down resources in a secondary region. Explanation: A warm standby solution maintains a scaled-down version of the application in a secondary region, enabling faster recovery compared to a pilot light while being cost-effective. Why not other options? Option A, active-active is very expensive and not suitable for balancing cost and recovery time. Option B, pilot light may not meet the 1-hour recovery requirement as it has fewer pre-deployed resources. Option D, S3 backups have a longer recovery time, making this option unsuitable. Question 9. A SaaS provider wants to design a multi-tenant application. Each tenant should have data isolation for security. The solution must scale based on tenant activity. Options: A. Use a single RDS instance and isolate tenant data using schemas. B. Use DynamoDB and create separate tables for each tenant. C. Use RDS with a separate instance for each tenant. D. Use S3 buckets with tenant-specific prefixes for data storage. Correct answer: B. Use DynamoDB and create separate tables for each tenant. Explanation: DynamoDB is a scalable NoSQL database that allows multi-tenant isolation using separate tables per tenant while maintaining low management overhead. Why not other options? Option A, using a single RDS instance with schemas may introduce performance bottlenecks and fail to provide strong isolation. Option C, running separate RDS instances for each tenant is costly and inefficient. Option D, S3 is not a database and is unsuitable for transactional operations. Question 10. A social media platform requires real-time analytics on user interactions, likes, comments, and shares. The solution should process data in real time and allow querying historical trends. Options: A. Use Kinesis data streams for ingestion, Kinesis data analytics for processing, and S3 for historical storage. B. Use SQS for ingestion, Lambda for processing, and RDS for storage. C. Use Kafka on EC2 for ingestion and Redshift for querying. D. Use DynamoDB streams for ingestion and DynamoDB for querying. Correct answer, A. Use Kinesis data streams for ingestion, Kinesis data analytics for processing, and S3 for historical storage. Explanation: this architecture is optimized for real-time ingestion, analytics, and cost-effective historical storage using S3. Why not other options? Option B, SQS is not designed for high-throughput real-time ingestion. Option C, managing Kafka on EC2 adds significant complexity. Option D, DynamoDB streams are not optimized for high-throughput analytics use cases.
Question 1. A retail company needs to allow its analytics team to access data stored in an S3 bucket owned by a different AWS account. The solution must comply with the principle of least privilege. Options: A. Share the bucket via bucket policies. B. Use AWS Resource Access Manager, RAM, to share the bucket. C. Create an IAM role in the data owner's account and allow the analytics team to assume the role. D. Use S3 pre-signed URLs for temporary access. Correct answer, C. Create an IAM role in the data owner's account and allow the analytics team to assume the role. Explanation: IAM roles provide secure cross-account access, while adhering to least privilege principles. Why not other options? Option A, bucket policies can become complex and error-prone for cross-account setups. Option B, RAM is not designed for S3 bucket sharing. Option D, pre-signed URLs are suitable only for short-term access, not ongoing team access. Question 2. A company is migrating its on-premises Oracle database to AWS. The database is 20 terabytes in size and must remain available during migration. The company also wants to reduce licensing costs. Options: A. Use RDS with Oracle BYOL. B. Use RDS for PostgreSQL with the Database Migration Service, DMS. C. Use Aurora PostgreSQL with the Snowball Edge for migration. D. Use EC2 instances with Oracle installed and replicate data manually. Correct answer, B. Use RDS for PostgreSQL with the Database Migration Service, DMS. Explanation: PostgreSQL reduces licensing costs, and DMS allows live migration with minimal downtime. Why not other options? Option A, RDS with Oracle BYOL does not reduce licensing costs. Option C, Aurora PostgreSQL does not directly support large dataset migrations via Snowball Edge. Option D, EC2 with manual replication is not cost-efficient or scalable. Question 3. A financial services company needs to encrypt sensitive data stored in S3. The encryption keys should be rotated automatically, and administrators should not have direct access to them. Options: A. Use S3 default server-side encryption with AWS managed keys, SSE S3. B. Use SSE with customer-provided keys, SSEC. C. Use SSE with KMS managed keys, SSE KMS. D. Encrypt the data manually before uploading it to S3. Correct answer, C. Use SSE with KMS managed keys, SSE KMS. Explanation: SSE KMS provides automatic key rotation and fine-grained access control. Why not other options? Option A, SSE S3 does not support automatic key rotation or advanced access control. Option B, SSEC requires the customer to manage keys, adding complexity. Option D, manual encryption increases operational overhead. Question 4. A financial firm needs to ensure that developers can deploy resources using AWS CloudFormation templates, but they should not have access to modify resources directly in the AWS Management Console. Options: A. Assign developers the Power User Access Managed policy. B. Create a custom IAM policy that allows CloudFormation actions only. C. Use Service Control Policies, SCPs, to restrict direct console access. D. Attach the Administrator Access policy and enable AWS CloudTrail logging. Correct answer, B. Create a custom IAM policy that allows CloudFormation actions only. Explanation: a custom IAM policy limiting access to CloudFormation actions ensures the principle of least privilege. Developers can deploy resources through templates without console access. Why not other options? Option A: power user access grants excessive permissions, violating least privilege. Option C: SCPs apply at the organizational level, not for individual users. Option D: administrator access is too broad, and logging does not restrict permissions. Question 5. An insurance company wants to ensure that no sensitive data stored in S3 can be accidentally made public. Options: A. Enable S3 versioning and MFA delete. B. Enable S3 object lock with compliance mode. C. Enable S3 block public access at the account level. D. Use AWS config to detect public access and delete the objects automatically. Correct answer: C. Enable S3 block public access at the account level. Explanation: S3 block public access prevents buckets or objects from being made public, even by accident. Why not other options? Option A: versioning and MFA delete protect against accidental deletions, not public access. Option B: object lock ensures immutability, but does not block public access. Option D: AWS config can detect public access, but cannot prevent it proactively. Question 6. A retail company needs to establish secure and high-speed connectivity between its on-premises data center and AWS. The workload includes real-time order processing. Options: A. Use AWS VPN with Direct Connect as a backup. B. Use Direct Connect for primary connectivity and a VPN for backup. C. Use a site-to-site VPN connection with EC2 as the client. D. Use VPC peering with a transit gateway. Correct answer: B. Use Direct Connect for primary connectivity and a VPN for backup. Explanation: Direct Connect offers high-speed and low-latency connectivity, while VPN provides redundancy for failover. Why not other options? Option A: VPN as primary connectivity is not ideal for high-speed workloads. Option C: EC2 as the client adds unnecessary complexity. Option D: VPC peering does not connect on-premises environments. Question 7. A global e-commerce platform wants low-latency access for users worldwide and cross-region redundancy for S3 data. Options: A. Use S3 cross-region replication (CRR) with CloudFront for distribution. B. Use S3 transfer acceleration to replicate data between regions. C. Store data in a single region and use CloudFront with S3. D. Use a global S3 bucket accessible in multiple regions. Correct answer: A. Use S3 cross-region replication (CRR) with CloudFront for distribution. Explanation: CRR ensures redundancy across regions, and CloudFront delivers low-latency access globally. Why not other options? Option B: transfer acceleration speeds uploads but does not replicate data. Option C: a single region risks latency and fails redundancy requirements. Option D: S3 does not support global buckets, data must be replicated. Question 8. A startup runs several EC2 instances for batch processing, but the instances run only 8 hours daily. The company wants to minimize costs. Options: A. Switch to reserved instances with a 1-year term. B. Use spot instances with a flexible start time for the batch jobs. C. Use dedicated hosts to maximize resource utilization. D. Migrate the batch processing workload to AWS Lambda. Correct answer: B. Use spot instances with a flexible start time for the batch jobs. Explanation: spot instances offer up to a 90% discount compared to on-demand instances, making them ideal for non-critical, interruptible workloads like batch processing. Why not other options? Option A: reserved instances are cost-effective for predictable, always-on workloads, but less so for intermittent tasks. Option C: dedicated hosts are costly and unnecessary for batch processing. Option D: Lambda may not suit large-scale batch processing due to execution time limits and concurrency limits. Question 9. A media company stores large volumes of video files that are infrequently accessed after the first 30 days. They want to minimize storage costs while maintaining accessibility. Options: A. Store files in S3 intelligent tiering. B. Store files in S3 standard for 30 days and transition to S3 Glacier. C. Store files in S3 standard for 30 days and transition to S3 Glacier Deep Archive. D. Store files in S3 standard IA for the first 30 days, then move to Glacier. Correct answer: A. Store files in S3 intelligent tiering. Explanation: Intelligent tiering automatically optimizes costs by moving data to the appropriate storage tier based on access patterns. Why not other options? Option B. Glacier has a retrieval delay, which may not meet accessibility requirements. Option C. Glacier Deep Archive is even slower for retrieval. Option D. Transitioning between tiers manually increases management overhead. Question 10. A company is running a highly available web application. The application is deployed in multiple AWS regions to serve global users. The backend consists of an RDS database in a single region. During a region-wide outage, the web application becomes unavailable. What changes should the company make to achieve a multi-region architecture? Options: A. Enable multi-AZ for the RDS instance. B. Use Amazon DynamoDB with global tables instead of RDS-C, set up cross-region read replicas for the RDS database. D. Use Elasticache to store all application data across regions. Correct answer: C. Set up cross-region read replicas for the RDS database. Explanation: Cross-region read replicas ensure that the database is replicated to other regions, providing availability even during a region-wide outage. Why not other options? Option A. Multi-AZ is within the same region, so it does not protect against region-wide outages. Option B. DynamoDB global tables could work, but switching from RDS to DynamoDB might require significant re-architecture of the application. Option D. Elasticache is a caching service, not a primary database, and cannot replace RDS. Question 1. A company runs a weekly batch job that processes large amounts of data for 6 hours. They want to minimize costs while ensuring the job completes without interruption. Options: A. Use on-demand EC2 instances. B. Use reserved EC2 instances. C. Use spot EC2 instances with a spot fleet. D. Use spot EC2 instances with a defined capacity on AWS batch. Correct answer: D. Use spot EC2 instances with a defined capacity on AWS batch. Explanation: AWS batch can manage spot instances with defined capacity to ensure job completion. It automatically retries failed jobs if instances are terminated. Why not other options? Option A. On-demand instances are costlier than spot instances for non-critical jobs. Option B. Reserved instances are cost-effective for long-term, predictable workloads, but not for weekly jobs. Option C. Spot fleet does not provide job orchestration, so managing retries would be manual. Question 2. A company is migrating a legacy application from an on-premises environment to AWS. The application relies on local file storage and uses a MySQL database. The migration must minimize changes to the application. Options: A. Use Amazon FSx for Windows File Server and Amazon Aurora. B. Use EFS for file storage and RDS MySQL for the database. C. Use S3 for file storage and DynamoDB for the database. D. Use EBS volumes for file storage and Aurora for the database. Correct answer: B. Use EFS for file storage and RDS MySQL for the database. Explanation: EFS provides scalable, NFS-based file storage that works well with legacy applications. RDS MySQL offers a managed service for MySQL without re-architecting. Why not other options? Option A. FSx is suitable for Windows applications, but the scenario does not specify Windows compatibility. Option C. S3 is object storage, not suitable for local file storage. DynamoDB requires application changes to support NoSQL. Option D. EBS is block storage, not shared file storage. A media company is hosting a stateless web application behind an application load balancer, ALB. The application sees unpredictable spikes in traffic. Which solution ensures scalability and minimizes costs? Options: A. Use EC2 auto-scaling with on-demand instances. B. Use EC2 auto-scaling with spot instances. C. Use AWS Lambda behind the ALB. D. Use ECS with Fargate and an ALB. Correct answer: D. Use ECS with Fargate and an ALB. Explanation: Fargate eliminates the need to manage EC2 instances and automatically scales based on traffic, making it cost-effective for unpredictable workloads. Why not other options? Option A. On-demand instances are scalable but more expensive than serverless options. Option B. Spot instances risk termination during high traffic spikes. Option C. Lambda does not natively support ALB. Lambda's concurrency limits may also become a bottleneck. Question 4. A company wants to analyze terabytes of structured data generated daily. They need a cost-effective data warehouse that scales seamlessly and integrates with BI tools. Options: A. Use RDS MySQL with read replicas for analytics. B. Use Amazon Redshift with RA3 node types. C. Use DynamoDB with an analytics pipeline. D. Use S3 and query the data using Amazon Athena. Correct answer: B. Use Amazon Redshift with RA3 node types. Explanation: Redshift is designed for data warehousing and supports BI integrations. RA3 nodes allow separation of storage and compute for cost optimization. Why not other options? Option A. RDS is not optimized for large-scale analytics. Option C. DynamoDB is a NoSQL database and not suited for complex analytical queries. Option D. Athena is cost-effective but has slower query performance compared to Redshift for large datasets. Question 5. A healthcare application needs to securely store and access database credentials in multiple regions for compliance. The solution must rotate credentials automatically. Options: A. Use parameter store with KMS encryption and manual rotation. B. Use secrets manager and enable multi-region replication. C. Store credentials in DynamoDB with KMS encryption. D. Use S3 with server-side encryption to store credentials. Correct answer: B. Use secrets manager and enable multi-region replication. Explanation: Secrets Manager supports secure storage, automatic rotation, and multi-region replication, which meets compliance and security requirements. Why not other options? Option A. Parameter store does not support automatic rotation of credentials. Option C. DynamoDB is not designed for secure secret storage. Option D. Storing sensitive data in S3, even with encryption, does not meet security best practices for secrets management. Question 6. A company needs to transfer petabytes of data from its on-premises environment to AWS within a week. Options: A. Use Direct Connect with a high-bandwidth connection. B. Use Snowball Edge devices. C. Use a site-to-site VPN connection. D. Use S3 transfer acceleration. Correct answer: B. Use Snowball Edge devices. Explanation: Snowball Edge is designed for large-scale data transfers, offering high throughput and secure transport. Why not other options? Option A. Direct Connect is not practical for transferring petabytes in a short time. Option C. VPN connections are too slow for large-scale transfers. Option D. Transfer acceleration speeds uploads to S3 but depends on internet bandwidth. Question 7. A company has an on-premises application that requires shared file storage with low latency access. They are migrating some workloads to AWS and want a solution that provides seamless integration between their on-premises environment and AWS. Which service best meets their requirements? Options: A. Amazon S3 with transfer acceleration. B. AWS Storage Gateway, File Gateway. C. Amazon EFS with Direct Connect. D. Amazon FSx for Lustre. Correct answer: B. AWS Storage Gateway, File Gateway. Explanation: AWS Storage Gateway, File Gateway, enables hybrid cloud workloads by providing on-premises applications access to shared file storage while integrating with S3 for cloud-based storage. It is optimized for hybrid environments with low latency access. Why not other options? Option A: S3 is an object storage service, not suitable for shared file storage, and transfer acceleration optimizes uploads, not low-latency file access. Option C: EFS requires workloads to be in AWS. Direct Connect can reduce latency, but it does not provide on-premises file storage access. Option D: FSx for Lustre is designed for high-performance computing, HPC, and not hybrid storage integration. Question 8. A company processes thousands of images daily, applying transformations to each image. The workload is highly variable, with peaks during business hours. The company wants a cost-effective, serverless architecture to handle this. Which architecture is most suitable? Options: A. Use EC2 instances with auto-scaling to process the images. B. Use an SQSQ to trigger an ECS Fargate service for processing. C. Use S3 event notifications to invoke AWS Lambda functions for processing. D. Use AWS Batch with Spot instances for image processing. Correct answer: C. Use S3 event notifications to invoke AWS Lambda functions for processing. Explanation: S3 event notifications trigger Lambda functions when new images are uploaded, ensuring a fully serverless and cost-effective solution for variable workloads. Why not other options? Option A: EC2 instances with auto-scaling introduce management overhead and higher costs for intermittent workloads. Option B: ECS Fargate reduces management overhead but is less cost-effective than Lambda for short-lived tasks. Option D: AWS Batch is suitable for batch processing but less optimal for event-driven architectures. Question 9. A financial company runs a mission-critical application on RDS MySQL. They need a disaster recovery solution with an RPO, recovery point objective, of under 5 minutes across regions. Options: A. Enable RDS multi-AZ for automatic failover. B. Use read replicas in another region and promote them in case of failure. C. Use RDS backups and restore them in another region when needed. D. Use AWS DMS, Database Migration Service, to replicate data to another region. Correct answer: B. Use read replicas in another region and promote them in case of failure. Explanation: cross-region read replicas allow near real-time replication of data, meeting the RPO requirement. In case of failure, the read replica can be promoted to a primary database. Why not other options? Option A: multi-AZ is confined to a single region and does not meet the disaster recovery requirement. Option C: backups cannot achieve the RPO of under 5 minutes as they involve significant downtime during restoration. Option D: AWS DMS is designed for migrations or data replication but not optimized for high availability and disaster recovery. Question 10. A retail company wants to build a data lake for storing structured and unstructured data. They plan to run analytics queries using tools like Amazon Athena. The data lake must support granular access controls for compliance. Options: A. Use S3 with bucket policies and Athena for querying. B. Use DynamoDB with IAM policies for access control. C. Use Redshift Spectrum with S3 for data storage. D. Use S3 with AWS Lake Formation for governance and access control. Correct answer: D. Use S3 with AWS Lake Formation for governance and access control. Explanation: AWS Lake Formation simplifies the process of setting up a secure data lake and provides fine-grained access controls, meeting compliance requirements. Why not other options? Option A: S3 bucket policies lack granular access controls for complex governance needs. Option B: DynamoDB is not a data lake solution and cannot store unstructured data. Option C: Redshift Spectrum enables querying of S3 data but does not provide governance features.
Question 1. An IoT company needs to securely onboard and manage millions of devices. The solution must scale elastically, support secure communication, and integrate with analytic services. Options: A. Use AWS IoT Core with IAM policies for each device. B. Use AWS IoT Core with device certificates and policies. C. Use an auto-scaling EC2 fleet to manage device connections. D. Use S3 for storing device data and Lambda for processing. Correct answer: B. Use AWS IoT Core with device certificates and policies. Explanation: AWS IoT Core supports secure communication using X.509 certificates, which can be uniquely assigned to each device. Policies can control device permissions at scale. Why not other options? Option A. IAM policies for each device are not scalable for managing millions of devices. Option C. EC2 is not designed for IoT communication and would require significant custom development. Option D. S3 and Lambda are suitable for processing IoT data but do not provide secure device onboarding. Question 2. A streaming platform delivers high-quality videos to a global audience. They need low-latency delivery and want to minimize data transfer costs. Options: A. Use S3 with transfer acceleration for video storage and delivery. B. Use CloudFront with S3 as the origin and enable regional edge caches. C. Use RDS for storing videos and CloudFront for delivery. D. Use EC2 instances to serve videos directly to users. Correct answer: B. Use CloudFront with S3 as the origin and enable regional edge caches. Explanation: CloudFront caches content at edge locations, reducing latency and data transfer costs. Regional edge caches further optimize caching for frequently accessed content. Why not other options? Option A. Transfer acceleration is not as cost-efficient as CloudFront for global content delivery. Option C. RDS is unsuitable for video storage due to cost and performance limitations. Option D. Serving videos directly from EC2 instances is expensive and inefficient for global delivery. Question 3. A company wants to migrate its on-premises application to AWS with minimal downtime. The database is critical and must remain available during migration. Options: A. Use AWS Database Migration Service, DMS, in full load mode. B. Use DMS in Change Data Capture, CDC, mode. C. Use AWS Snowball Edge to transfer the database. D. Use RDS with Multi-AZ to migrate the database. Correct answer: B. Use DMS in Change Data Capture, CDC, mode. Explanation: CDC mode allows continuous replication of changes from the source database, ensuring minimal downtime during migration. Why not other options? Option A. Full load mode does not support real-time replication and causes downtime during data synchronization. Option C. Snowball Edge is for offline data transfer and not suitable for live migrations. Option D. RDS Multi-AZ is for high availability, not for migration. Question 4. A company runs a customer-facing web application in a single AWS region using an application load balancer, ALB, and auto-scaling. To improve availability during regional outages, they want to make the application highly available across multiple regions. Which architecture should they implement? Options: A. Use Route 53 with a weighted routing policy to distribute traffic between two ALBs in different regions. B. Use Global Accelerator with endpoints in two regions, pointing to ALBs in each region. C. Enable cross-region replication for the ALB to make it available in another region. D. Use VPC peering to connect the regions and route traffic between ALBs. Correct answer: B. Use Global Accelerator with endpoints in two regions, pointing to ALBs in each region. Explanation: Global Accelerator improves performance and availability by directing traffic to the closest healthy regional endpoint using AWS Global Network Infrastructure. It handles health checks and automatically redirects traffic during regional failures. Why not other options? Option A, weighted routing in Route 53 does not provide automatic failover in case of region failure, it requires manual adjustments. Option C, ALBs do not support cross-region replication, ALBs are regional resources. Option D, VPC peering only enables network connectivity and does not provide automated traffic routing or failover. Question 5. A media company collects real-time streaming data from millions of users worldwide. They want to ingest, process, and analyze the data with minimal latency. The processed data should also be stored for long-term analysis. Which architecture best suits their needs? Options: A. Use Kinesis data streams for ingestion, Kinesis data analytics for processing, and store the results in S3. B. Use DynamoDB streams for ingestion, process the data with Lambda, and store the results in RDS. C. Use an EC2 fleet with Kafka for ingestion, Spark on EMR for processing, and store the results in Redshift. D. Use SNS for ingestion, process the data with Lambda, and store the results in DynamoDB. Correct answer: A. Use Kinesis data streams for ingestion, Kinesis data analytics for processing, and store the results in S3. Explanation: Kinesis data stream supports high-throughput data ingestion. Kinesis data analytics enables real-time processing with SQL-like queries. Storing results in S3 provides cost-effective storage and integration with analytics tools like Athena. Why not other options? Option B, DynamoDB streams is for database change tracking, not high-volume data ingestion. RDS is less scalable than S3 for storage. Option C, Kafka on EC2 and Spark on EMR introduce management overhead compared to fully managed Kinesis. Option D, SNS is a notification service, not suitable for data ingestion. DynamoDB is not optimized for storing analytics data. Question 6. A company runs a big data analytics pipeline on Redshift. They process terabytes of data daily but want to reduce costs while maintaining query performance for less frequently accessed data. What should they do? Options: A. Migrate the entire workload to S3 and use Athena for querying. B. Use Redshift Spectrum to query S3 for less frequently accessed data. C. Enable Redshift auto-scaling to add nodes during high usage. D. Use DynamoDB for less frequently accessed data and integrate it with Redshift. Correct answer: B. Use Redshift Spectrum to query S3 for less frequently accessed data. Explanation: Redshift Spectrum enables querying data stored in S3 without moving it into Redshift. This reduces storage costs while maintaining query performance for infrequently accessed data. Why not other options? Option A, Athena is cost-effective but not suitable for high-performance queries across large datasets. Option C, auto-scaling is not available for Redshift, and resizing the cluster adds complexity. Option D, DynamoDB is not designed for analytics workloads and cannot integrate directly with Redshift for such use cases. Question 7. A company wants to send real-time notifications to its users when they upload a file to S3. The notifications should include metadata about the file. Which solution meets these requirements? Options: A. Configure S3 to trigger a Lambda function, which sends notifications via SNS. B. Use SQS to pull S3 for new file uploads and send notifications. C. Enable S3 event notifications to publish directly to an SNS topic. D. Use CloudWatch events to monitor S3 and send notifications via SES. Correct answer: A. Configure S3 to trigger a Lambda function, which sends notifications via SNS. Explanation: S3 event notifications can trigger Lambda functions, which can process metadata and publish messages to an SNS topic for real-time notifications. Why not other options? Option B, SQS cannot pull S3 directly, S3 event notifications do not integrate with SQS in this way. Option C, S3 event notifications cannot process metadata directly, Lambda is needed for processing. Option D, CloudWatch Events is not designed for file upload monitoring in S3. Question 8. A global e-commerce company wants to replicate data from an RDS PostgreSQL instance in one region to another region to improve read performance for users. Which solution should they use? Options: A. Enable RDS multi-AZ for the PostgreSQL instance. B. Set up a read replica in the target region. C. Use AWS DMS to replicate the database in real time. D. Use Aurora Global Database for cross-region replication. Correct answer: B. Set up a read replica in the target region. Explanation: RDS read replicas can be created in a different region to improve read performance for global users. Data replication is asynchronous. Why not other options? Option A, multi-AZ provides high availability within the same region, not cross-region replication. Option C, AWS DMS is suitable for migrations, not for improving read performance. Option D, Aurora Global Database is specific to Aurora, not PostgreSQL. Question 9. A financial company needs to store sensitive data in S3. They want to restrict access to a specific application running on EC2 instances. The solution must follow the principle of least privilege. What should they do? Options: A. Attach an IAM role with appropriate permissions to the EC2 instances. B. Use an S3 bucket policy to restrict access based on IP addresses. C. Encrypt the S3 bucket with a custom key and share the key with the application. D. Use an ACL to restrict access to the bucket. Correct answer: A. Attach an IAM role with appropriate permissions to the EC2 instances. Explanation: IAM roles grant temporary credentials to applications running on EC2 instances, following the principle of least privilege. Why not other options? Option B, restricting by IP does not ensure application-level security and can allow unintended access. Option C, sharing encryption keys manually introduces security risks and is not best practice. Option D, ACLs provide coarse-grained access control compared to IAM roles and bucket policies. Question 10. A startup wants to build a serverless backend for its mobile app. The backend should expose APIs, integrate with a DynamoDB database, and scale automatically based on demand. Which architecture should they use? Options: A. API gateway with Lambda functions and DynamoDB as the database. B. Elastic Beanstalk with an auto-scaling group and DynamoDB. C. API gateway with an EC2 backend and RDS. D. ECS with Fargate tasks and DynamoDB. Correct answer: A. API gateway with Lambda functions and DynamoDB as the database. Explanation: API gateway and Lambda provide a fully serverless solution, and DynamoDB scales automatically to handle variable workloads. Why not other options? Option B, Elastic Beanstalk introduces management overhead compared to Lambda. Option C, EC2 and RDS are not serverless and require significant scaling management. Option D, Fargate introduces more cost and complexity than Lambda for this use case.
Question 1. A company has an on-premises data center and wants to extend its storage capacity using AWS. They need low-latency access to frequently used data and a cost-effective way to store archived data. What is the best solution? Options: A. Use AWS Storage Gateway in cached volume mode with S3 as the backing store. B. Use AWS Direct Connect to sync on-premises storage with S3 Glacier. C. Use EBS volumes mounted to an EC2 instance connected to the on-premises network. D. Use an S3 bucket with transfer acceleration enabled. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Storage Gateway in cached volume mode with S3 as the backing store. Explanation: AWS Storage Gateway in cached volume mode provides low-latency access to frequently used data while storing the entire dataset in S3 for scalability and cost efficiency. Why not other options? Option B: Direct Connect is a network service, not a storage solution. S3 Glacier is suitable for archiving but not for low-latency access. Option C: EBS volumes are designed for high-performance EC2 instances and not ideal for hybrid storage solutions. Option D: S3 transfer acceleration improves upload speeds but does not provide low-latency hybrid storage. Question 2. A company is working with third-party developers who need temporary access to an S3 bucket for uploading data. The solution must ensure security and adhere to the principle of least privilege. What should you do? Options: A. Create IAM users for the developers and assign them permissions to the S3 bucket. B. Use pre-signed URLs for the developers to upload objects to the S3 bucket. C. Create an S3 bucket policy that allows access from the developers' IP addresses. D. Enable public access to the S3 bucket and restrict access using object ACLs. Correct answer: B. Use pre-signed URLs for the developers to upload objects to the S3 bucket. Explanation: Pre-signed URLs allow temporary, limited access to specific objects in S3, ensuring the principle of least privilege. Why not other options? Option A. Creating IAM users increases administrative overhead and may lead to security risks if credentials are mishandled. Option C. IP-based restrictions are less secure and do not limit access to specific objects or timeframes. Option D. Public access violates AWS security best practices and risks exposing sensitive data. Question 3. A company runs a critical workload on an RDS MySQL database in a single region. They need to implement a disaster recovery solution to replicate data to another region while minimizing costs. What should they do? Options: A. Enable multi-AZ for the RDS instance. B. Create a read replica in another region. C. Use AWS DMS to replicate the database to another region. D. Use Aurora Global Database for cross-region replication. Correct answer: B. Create a read replica in another region. Explanation: Read replicas provide cross-region data replication for RDS at a lower cost than multi-AZ or Aurora Global Database. Why not other options? Option A. Multi-AZ is for high availability within the same region, not cross-region disaster recovery. Option C. DMS is suitable for migrations and ETL workflows, but read replicas are more efficient for ongoing replication. Option D. Aurora Global Database is not applicable for RDS MySQL and is more expensive. Question 4. A company wants to build a serverless solution to process images uploaded to S3. The solution should resize the images and store the results in another S3 bucket. What is the best architecture? Options: A. Use S3 event notifications to trigger a Lambda function for image processing. B. Use an EC2 instance with a scheduled task to monitor and process new files in S3. C. Use AWS Glue for processing and storing resized images. D. Use CloudFormation to deploy an auto-scaling group for EC2 instances to process images. Correct answer: A. Use S3 event notifications to trigger a Lambda function for image processing. Explanation: Lambda is ideal for serverless, event-driven workflows. S3 event notifications can trigger Lambda to process files as they are uploaded. Why not other options? Option B. EC2 requires ongoing management and is not serverless. Option C. AWS Glue is designed for ETL, not real-time image processing. Option D. Auto-scaling groups introduce unnecessary complexity and cost for this use case. Question 5. A global e-commerce company needs to serve static website content to users worldwide with low latency. They also require DDoS protection and secure HTTPS access. What architecture should they use? Options: A. Host the static content in an S3 bucket with a bucket policy. B. Use S3 with CloudFront, AWS WAF, and ACM for HTTPS. C. Use EC2 with an auto-scaling group and elastic load balancer. D. Use RDS with S3 for hosting static content and Route 53 for DNS. Correct answer, B. Use S3 with CloudFront, AWS WAF, and ACM for HTTPS. Explanation: CloudFront provides low-latency content delivery globally. AWS WAF protects against DDoS, and ACM simplifies HTTPS setup. Why not other options? Option A. S3 bucket policies alone do not provide low-latency content delivery or HTTPS. Option C. EC2 introduces higher costs and management overhead compared to S3 and CloudFront. Option D. RDS is for databases, not static content hosting. Question 6. A company collects clickstream data from a website and wants to process the data in real time to generate insights. They need a scalable, serverless solution. What should they do? Options: A. Use Kinesis data streams to ingest the data, Kinesis data analytics to process it, and store results in S3. B. Use SNS to collect data, process it with Lambda, and store results in DynamoDB. C. Use an EC2 instance running Apache Kafka to ingest and process the data. D. Use SQS to collect data and process it with an auto-scaling group of EC2 instances. Correct answer: A. Use Kinesis data streams to ingest the data, Kinesis data analytics to process it, and store results in S3. Explanation: Kinesis is purpose-built for real-time streaming data ingestion and processing. S3 provides scalable and cost-effective storage. Why not other options? Option B. SNS is for notifications, not high-throughput streaming data. Option C. Kafka on EC2 introduces management overhead compared to managed Kinesis. Option D. SQS is designed for message queuing, not real-time streaming. Question 7. A company is hosting a multi-tier web application on AWS. The application has a public-facing web layer and a private application layer. They want to ensure high availability and automatic failover for both layers. What should they do? Options: A. Deploy the web layer on EC2 instances with an elastic load balancer, ELB, and the application layer on EC2 instances in a single availability zone. B. Use auto-scaling groups with an application load balancer, ALB, for the web layer and deploy the application layer in multiple availability zones behind a network load balancer, NLB. C. Use an auto-scaling group for the web layer and a single EC2 instance for the application layer in a single availability zone. D. Deploy both layers on EC2 instances in a single availability zone with an ELB for the web layer. Correct answer: B. Use auto-scaling groups with an application load balancer, ALB, for the web layer and deploy the application layer in multiple availability zones behind a network load balancer, NLB. Explanation: the web layer requires an ALB for routing HTTP/HTTPS traffic, and auto-scaling ensures high availability. The application layer should use an NLB for lower-level TCP traffic and be deployed in multiple AZs to provide redundancy and failover. Why not other options? Option A. Using a single AZ for the application layer eliminates failover capabilities and risks downtime. Option C. A single instance for the application layer is not highly available and cannot handle failover. Option D. Deploying in a single AZ fails to meet high availability and fault-tolerant requirements. Question 8. A company has critical data in an S3 bucket in the S East 1 region. To comply with disaster recovery requirements, they want to replicate the data to the AP Southeast 1 region. What should they do? Options: A. Enable S3 versioning and manually copy data to the AP Southeast 1 region. B. Enable cross-region replication, CRR, on the S3 bucket and configure the destination bucket in AP Southeast 1. C. Use S3 transfer acceleration to replicate the data to the destination region. D. Use AWS Snowball to transfer data between regions. Correct answer: B. Enable cross-region replication, CRR, on the S3 bucket and configure the destination bucket in AP Southeast 1. Explanation: CRR automatically and asynchronously replicates S3 objects to a bucket in another region, meeting disaster recovery requirements. Why not other options? Option A: manual copying is error-prone and not scalable. Option C: S3 transfer acceleration improves upload speed but does not replicate data across regions. Option D: Snowball is designed for physical data transfer and is not suitable for ongoing replication. Question 9. A company is running a stateful web application on AWS and is experiencing scaling issues. Each EC2 instance needs to maintain session state, which is critical for the application's functionality. What is the best solution? Options: A. Use auto-scaling with EC2 instances and elastic load balancer with sticky sessions enabled. B. Use auto-scaling with EC2 instances and store session state in EBS volumes. C. Use auto-scaling with EC2 instances and store session state in Amazon ElastiCache. D. Use an auto-scaling group and replicate session state between instances using a shared file system. Correct answer: C. Use auto-scaling with EC2 instances and store session state in Amazon ElastiCache. Explanation: Amazon ElastiCache provides a managed, in-memory caching service, Redis or Memcached, that stores session data independently of EC2 instances, allowing horizontal scaling. Why not other options? Option A: sticky sessions can limit load balancing efficiency and create scaling bottlenecks. Option B: EBS volumes are tied to specific EC2 instances, which does not support seamless scaling. Option D: a shared file system introduces complexity and latency issues. Question 10. A retail company collects large volumes of transactional data daily and wants to analyze the data to generate sales reports. The solution must support complex queries and scale automatically. What service should they use? Options: A. Amazon RDS with MySQL. B. Amazon DynamoDB with Streams. C. Amazon Redshift. D. Amazon Aurora with Global Database. Correct answer: C. Amazon Redshift. Explanation: Redshift is a fully managed data warehouse designed for OLAP, online analytical processing, use cases like sales reporting, and supports complex queries on large datasets. Why not other options? Option A: RDS is better suited for OLTP, online transaction processing, and cannot handle data warehouse scale queries efficiently. Option B: DynamoDB is a NoSQL database optimized for key-value access, not analytics. Option D: Aurora is optimized for transactional workloads and not designed for large-scale analytics.
Question 1. A company needs to run large-scale batch jobs that process millions of records every night. They want a cost-effective solution that can handle varying workloads. What should they do? Options: A. Use EC2 spot instances with auto-scaling. B. Use on-demand EC2 instances with auto-scaling. C. Use AWS Lambda with S3. D. Use Amazon EMR with spot instances. Correct answer: D. Use Amazon EMR with spot instances. Explanation: Amazon EMR is a managed big data platform optimized for batch processing. Using spot instances reduces costs significantly for jobs that are fault-tolerant. Why not other options? Option A: spot instances alone do not provide the big data processing capabilities required for large-scale batch jobs. Option B: on-demand instances are more expensive than spot instances for fault-tolerant workloads. Option C: Lambda is limited by execution time and memory, making it unsuitable for large-scale batch processing. Question 2. A company uses multiple AWS accounts for its environments, e.g. dev, test, prod. They want to securely manage database credentials across accounts. What is the best approach? Options: A. Use AWS Secrets Manager in each account and replicate secrets manually. B. Use AWS Systems Manager Parameter Store with cross-account IAM roles. C. Store secrets in S3 with server-side encryption and bucket policies. D. Use AWS KMS to encrypt secrets and store them in DynamoDB. Correct answer, B. Use AWS Systems Manager Parameter Store with cross-account IAM roles. Explanation: Systems Manager Parameter Store allows secure storage and access to parameters. Cross-account roles enable centralized secret management. Why not other options? Option A. Manually replicating secrets increases complexity and risk of inconsistency. Option C. Storing secrets in S3 is not recommended due to potential exposure risks. Option D. KMS encrypts data but does not provide secret management features like automatic rotation. Question 3. A company runs a PostgreSQL database on Amazon RDS in a single availability zone, AZ. They need high availability and automatic failover while ensuring minimal downtime during maintenance and updates. Which solution should they choose? Options: A. Enable Amazon RDS multi-AZ deployment. B. Set up a read replica in another AZ and promote it manually during failure. C. Deploy an Amazon EC2 instance running PostgreSQL and configure multi-AZ replication. D. Use Amazon Aurora with read replicas. Correct answer, A. Enable Amazon RDS multi-AZ deployment. Explanation: Multi-AZ provides automatic failover to a standby instance in another AZ in case of failure, ensuring high availability with minimal downtime. Why not other options? Option B. Read replicas do not provide automatic failover, manual promotion leads to downtime. Option C. Managing PostgreSQL manually on EC2 increases operational overhead and does not support automatic failover. Option D. Aurora is a great option, but if the company is using standard Amazon RDS PostgreSQL, migrating is unnecessary. Question 4. A financial institution needs a secure and low-latency connection between its on-premises data center and AWS VPC. The data transfer must be private and should not use the public internet. Which option should they choose? Options: A. Use AWS Direct Connect. B. Use an AWS site-to-site VPN. C. Use AWS Transit Gateway with a VPN. D. Use VPC peering. Correct answer: use AWS Direct Connect. Explanation: AWS Direct Connect provides a private, dedicated network connection to AWS, offering lower latency and higher security than VPN. Why not other options? Option B. VPN traffic still travels over the public internet, which is less secure and has higher latency. Option C. Transit Gateway improves routing but still relies on VPN, which has internet-based limitations. Option D. VPC peering connects AWS VPCs but does not provide hybrid connectivity to on-premises environments. Question 5. A high-traffic web application has unpredictable traffic spikes. The company wants a cost-effective scaling solution that minimizes expenses while ensuring availability. What is the best option? Options: A. Use on-demand EC2 instances with auto-scaling. B. Use EC2 spot instances with an auto-scaling group. C. Use a combination of on-demand and spot instances with auto-scaling. D. Use reserved instances with auto-scaling. Correct answer: C. Use a combination of on-demand and spot instances with auto-scaling. Explanation: on-demand instances provide stable capacity. Spot instances help handle temporary spikes at a low cost. Auto-scaling automatically adjusts capacity based on traffic demand. Why not other options? Option A. On-demand instances alone are more expensive than using spot instances for variable traffic. Option B. Spot instances can be interrupted, so relying only on them is risky for high availability applications. Option D. Reserved instances are good for predictable workloads but not ideal for fluctuating traffic. Question 6. A company needs to store sensitive financial records in Amazon S3 while ensuring encryption at rest and controlling access to the data. Which approach should they take? Options: A. enable S3 default encryption using AWS Managed Keys, SSE, S3. B. Use AWS Key Management Service, KMS, with SSE KMS. C. Use client-side encryption and upload encrypted files to S3. D. Encrypt the data manually before uploading to S3. Correct answer, B. Use AWS Key Management Service, KMS, with SSE KMS. Explanation: SSE KMS provides fine-grained access control using AWS KMS keys, enabling auditability in centralized key management. Why not other options? Option A, SSE S3 encrypts data but does not provide customer control over keys. Option C, client-side encryption requires managing encryption keys manually, increasing complexity. Option D, manually encrypting data before uploading lacks automatic AWS key rotation and integration. Question 7. A company wants to process large log files stored in S3 every 10 minutes and requires a serverless solution that can scale based on incoming data volume. Which solution should they use? Options: A. Use AWS Lambda with an S3 trigger. B. Use an EC2 instance with a cron job. C. Use Amazon EMR to process log files. D. Use an AWS batch job scheduled every 10 minutes. Correct answer, A. Use AWS Lambda with an S3 trigger. Explanation: Lambda is serverless, processes events in real time, and scales automatically when new log files are added. Why not other options? Option B, an EC2 instance introduces manual scaling, higher costs, and maintenance overhead. Option C, EMR is suited for big data processing, but it is overkill for log file processing. Option D, AWS Batch is designed for batch jobs, but Lambda is more efficient for event-driven workloads. Question 8. A company hosts its website on EC2 instances in a single AWS region. They need a cost-effective disaster recovery, DR, strategy that minimizes downtime and data loss. Which approach should they take? Options: A. Implement a backup and restore strategy using Amazon S3 for backups. B. Use an active-active architecture across multiple AWS regions. C. Deploy instances in a second AWS region and replicate data periodically. D. Use AWS Global Accelerator for faster failover between regions. Correct answer, C. Deploy instances in a second AWS region and replicate data periodically. Explanation: This follows the pilot-light DR strategy, which keeps a minimal footprint in the secondary region and can scale up quickly in case of failure. Why not other options? Option A, backup and restore has longer recovery times and is not ideal for minimizing downtime. Option B, active-active architectures are costly and not required unless the application is mission-critical. Option D, AWS Global Accelerator improves performance but does not provide disaster recovery. Question 9. A company provides a public API that external clients use to access its services. They want to control who can access the API while ensuring security and cost efficiency. Which solution should they use? Options: A. Use an API gateway with IAM authentication. B. Deploy an EC2-based API server with basic authentication. C. Use API gateway with an Amazon Cognito authorizer. D. Store API keys in a DynamoDB table and validate them manually. Correct answer, C. Use API gateway with an Amazon Cognito authorizer. Explanation: Cognito provides token-based authentication with user pools, reducing the need to manage authentication manually. Why not other options? Option A, IAM authentication is not ideal for external users. Option B, managing authentication manually on EC2 is inefficient and insecure. Option D, manually handling API keys increases security risks and requires additional infrastructure. Question 10. A media company stores critical video files in an Amazon S3 bucket. They want to protect against accidental deletion while ensuring that files remain accessible. Which solution best meets their requirements? Options: A. Enable S3 versioning and MFA delete. B. Use S3 intelligent tiering. C. Enable S3 lifecycle policies to archive objects. D. Store the data in Amazon EBS snapshots. Correct answer: A. Enable S3 versioning and MFA delete. Explanation: S3 versioning keeps multiple versions of files, preventing accidental deletion. MFA delete ensures that deletions require multi-factor authentication, adding an extra layer of security. Why not other options? Option B. S3 intelligent tiering optimizes cost, not accidental deletion prevention. Option C. Lifecycle policies move objects but do not prevent deletion. Option D. EBS snapshots are for block storage, not object storage like S3.
Question 1. A startup wants to stream high-quality video content to a global audience. They need low latency, cost efficiency, and high availability. Which AWS service should they use? Options: A. Amazon CloudFront with S3 as the origin. B. Use an EC2 instance to host the videos. C. Store videos in EBS and stream via an application load balancer. D. Use Amazon RDS to store and serve video content. Correct answer: A. Amazon CloudFront with S3 as the origin. Explanation: CloudFront (CDN) caches content globally, reducing latency and offloading traffic from the origin, S3. S3 provides scalable, cost-effective storage. Why not other options? Option B. EC2 incurs higher costs and does not scale as efficiently as S3 plus CloudFront. Option C. EBS is for block storage, not optimized for streaming large video files. Option D. RDS is a database, not a media storage and streaming solution. Question 2. A company manages multiple AWS accounts using AWS organizations. They want a centralized way to provide secure access to employees across all accounts. Which AWS service should they use? Options: A. AWS IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO. B. IAM roles with cross-account access. C. AWS Direct Connect. D. AWS Cognito User Pools. Correct answer: A. AWS IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO. Explanation: AWS IAM Identity Center, SSO, allows centralized identity management and single sign-on across multiple AWS accounts. Why not other options? Option B. IAM roles provide cross-account access but require manual role switching. Option C. Direct Connect is for hybrid networking, not access management. Option D. Cognito is for customer authentication, not managing AWS user access. Question 3. A global e-commerce platform experiences high latency for users accessing from different regions. They need a low-latency, high-performance solution. Which AWS service should they use? Options: A. Amazon CloudFront with Global Accelerator. B. AWS Transit Gateway. C. VPC peering between all global regions. D. Route 53 with weighted routing. Correct answer: A. Amazon CloudFront with Global Accelerator. Explanation: CloudFront caches content at edge locations globally, reducing latency. AWS Global Accelerator improves network routing for dynamic content. Why not other options? Option B. Transit Gateway improves VPC connectivity, not global user experience. Option C. VPC peering does not reduce internet-based latency. Option D. Route 53 weighted routing directs traffic but does not cache content. Question 4. A company is deploying a machine learning model that requires scalability and low operational overhead. Which AWS service should they choose? Options: A. Amazon SageMaker hosting. B. Deploy on EC2 instances with auto-scaling. C. Store the model in Amazon S3 and use AWS Lambda. D. Host on an Amazon RDS instance. Correct answer, A. Amazon SageMaker Hosting. Explanation: SageMaker Hosting provides managed model deployment, automatic scaling, and low operational overhead. Why not other options? Option B, EC2 requires manual scaling and increases complexity. Option C, Lambda is not ideal for large ML models requiring GPU acceleration. Option D, RDS is a database, not suitable for model hosting. Question 5. A company collects huge amounts of log data from multiple sources and needs a scalable, cost-effective solution to analyze logs in real time. Which AWS service is the best choice? Options: A. Amazon Kinesis data streams with Lambda. B. Store logs in Amazon RDS and run queries. C. Process logs using EC2 instances with cron jobs. D. Use AWS Glue to process logs in batch mode. Correct answer: A. Amazon Kinesis data streams with Lambda. Explanation: Kinesis data streams allow real-time data ingestion and processing. Lambda scales automatically for processing without infrastructure management. Why not other options? Option B, RDS is not designed for log analytics at scale. Option C, EC2-based processing is costly and does not scale automatically. Option D, AWS Glue is for batch processing, not real-time analysis. Question 6. A startup built a serverless API using AWS Lambda and API Gateway but is experiencing unexpectedly high costs. Which optimization strategy should they implement? Options: A. Use Lambda provisioned concurrency to optimize cold starts. B. Enable API Gateway caching and configure Lambda concurrency limits. C. Switch to an EC2 instance and use Nginx reverse proxy. D. Store API responses in Amazon S3 instead of Lambda. Correct answer: B. Enable API Gateway caching and configure Lambda concurrency limits. Explanation: API Gateway caching reduces unnecessary Lambda invocations, lowering costs. Concurrency limits help manage Lambda scalability costs. Why not other options? Option A, provisioned concurrency improves performance, not cost optimization. Option C, EC2 adds manual scaling overhead and higher costs. Option D, storing API responses in S3 is not ideal for dynamic responses. Question 7. A financial company uses Amazon RDS for MySQL to store customer transactions. They need a highly available solution with automatic failover and low maintenance overhead. Which setup should they choose? Options: A. Deploy RDS multi-AZ with read replicas. B. Use RDS read replicas in another region. C. Set up an EC2 instance with MySQL and enable replication. D. Use Amazon Aurora with global database. Correct answer: A. Deploy RDS multi-AZ with read replicas. Explanation: RDS multi-AZ provides automatic failover to a standby instance in case of failure. Read replicas can help offload read traffic but do not provide failover. Why not other options? Option B, cross-region read replicas improve performance, not failover. Option C, EC2 MySQL requires manual failover, increasing operational overhead. Option D, Aurora Global Database is ideal for multi-region, but RDS multi-AZ is simpler and cost-effective for a single region. Question 8. A company has multiple EC2 instances running in production. They need a cost-effective, automated backup solution. Which solution should they use? Options: A. Use AWS Backup to automate snapshots. B. Manually create EBS snapshots before deployments. C. Use S3 lifecycle policies to back up data. D. Replicate EBS volumes to another region manually. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Backup to automate snapshots. Explanation: AWS Backup automates backup scheduling, retention, and lifecycle management for EC2, RDS, EFS, and more. Why not other options? Option B, manual snapshots do not scale and require manual intervention. Option C, S3 lifecycle policies manage object storage, not EBS backups. Option D, manual replication is time-consuming and not automated. Question 9. A media streaming service faces frequent DDoS attacks affecting availability. Which AWS service provides the best protection? Options: A. AWS Shield Advanced. B. AWS WAF only. C. Route 53 with latency-based routing. D. CloudFront with default caching. Correct answer: A. AWS Shield Advanced. Explanation: AWS Shield Advanced provides real-time DDoS protection, automated attack detection, and mitigation. Why not other options? Option B. WAF helps against malicious requests, not high-volume DDoS. Option C. Route 53 latency routing helps performance, not DDoS mitigation. Option D. CloudFront helps distribute traffic but does not actively mitigate DDoS. Question 10. A company has multiple AWS accounts and wants to allow developers to access specific resources in another account securely. Which method should they use? Options: A. IAM roles with cross-account access. B. Create IAM users in each account. C. Use AWS Direct Connect. D. Share access keys manually. Correct answer: A. IAM roles with cross-account access. Explanation: IAM roles allow temporary access without needing to create IAM users in every account. Why not other options? Option B. IAM users in each account create management overhead. Option C. AWS Direct Connect is for networking, not access control. Option D. Sharing access keys is a security risk and violates AWS best practices.
Question 1. A gaming company collects real-time player event logs and needs a scalable, low-maintenance way to process them. Which AWS service should they choose? Options: A. AWS Lambda with Kinesis data streams. B. EC2 instances with cron jobs. C. Amazon RDS with read replicas. D. AWS Glue. Correct answer: A. AWS Lambda with Kinesis data streams. Explanation: Kinesis data streams capture real-time data, and Lambda processes it serverlessly without managing infrastructure. Why not other options? Option B. EC2 is not serverless and requires manual scaling. Option C. RDS is for structured database storage, not real-time streaming. Option D. AWS Glue is batch-based, not for real-time data streaming. Question 2. A global ride-sharing app needs to serve users worldwide with low-latency API requests. Which AWS solution is best? Options: A. AWS Global Accelerator. B. VPC peering across all AWS regions. C. EC2 Auto Scaling with Elastic Load Balancer. D. Amazon Route 53 with failover routing. Correct answer: A. AWS Global Accelerator. Explanation: AWS Global Accelerator directs users to the nearest AWS region, reducing latency. Why not other options? Option B. VPC peering improves internal networking, not API latency. Option C. EC2 auto scaling is useful, but does not optimize global latency. Option D. Route 53 helps failover, but does not accelerate traffic. Question 3. A data analytics team needs to store petabytes of data and perform ad hoc queries without managing servers. Which AWS solution is best? Options: A. Amazon S3 with Athena. B. Amazon RDS with read replicas. C. Amazon DynamoDB with global tables. D. Amazon Redshift. Correct answer: A. Amazon S3 with Athena. Explanation: S3 stores large datasets cheaply, and Athena runs serverless SQL queries. Why not other options? Option B. RDS is for structured relational data, not a data lake. Option C. DynamoDB is NoSQL, not optimized for ad hoc queries. Option D, Redshift is powerful but costs more than serverless Athena. Question 4. A healthcare provider must ensure their application has a disaster recovery plan with a failover time of under 5 minutes. Which AWS strategy is best? Options: A. Pilot Lite with AWS Backup. B. Multi-region Active-Active with Route 53. C. Cold Standby with manual DNS updates. D. Store backups in S3 Glacier. Correct answer: B. Multi-region Active-Active with Route 53. Explanation: Multi-region Active-Active ensures both regions handle traffic simultaneously, enabling failover within minutes. Why not other options? Option A, Pilot Lite takes longer than 5 minutes to recover. Option C, Cold Standby requires manual intervention. Option D, S3 Glacier is for long-term backups, not real-time failover. Question 5. A media company hosts videos on Amazon S3. They want EC2 instances to access these files securely without using long-term credentials. Which method should they use? Options: A. Store AWS access keys in the EC2 instance and use them to access S3. B. Use IAM roles with instance profiles to grant access. C. Manually attach an IAM policy to each S3 object. D. Use an S3 pre-signed URL for each access request. Correct answer: B. Use IAM roles with instance profiles to grant access. Explanation: IAM roles provide temporary credentials that automatically rotate, avoiding security risks. Why not other options? Option A, hard-coded credentials are a major security risk. Option C, attaching IAM policies to each S3 object is inefficient and hard to manage. Option D, pre-signed URLs are best for temporary, one-time access, not for continuous EC2, S3 access. Question 6. A healthcare company needs to archive terabytes of patient records that are rarely accessed but must be stored for 10+ years. Which AWS solution is the most cost-effective? Options: A. Store data in Amazon S3 Standard. B. Store data in Amazon EBS Snapshots. C. Store data in Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. D. Store data in an Amazon RDS database. Correct answer: C. Store data in Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. Explanation: S3 Glacier Deep Archive is the cheapest long-term storage option, ideal for compliance retention. Why not other options? Option A, S3 Standard is expensive for infrequent access. Option B, EBS snapshots are meant for backups, not archival. Option D, RDS is for structured transactional data, not archival storage. Question 7. A retail company wants to host a highly scalable and highly available e-commerce website. Which solution is the best? Options: A. Deploy the website on a single EC2 instance with an elastic IP. B. Host the website using EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB, with auto-scaling. C. Store the website in Amazon S3 and use CloudFront. D. Use Amazon RDS as a web hosting solution. Correct answer: B. Host the website using EC2 instances behind an ALB with auto-scaling. Explanation: EC2 plus ALB plus auto-scaling ensures high availability, load balancing, and scalability. Why not other options? Option A, a single EC2 instance is a single point of failure. Option C, S3 plus CloudFront is great for static sites, but not dynamic web applications. Option D, RDS is a database service, not a web hosting solution. Question 8. A financial services company requires a disaster recovery plan with automatic failover and a recovery time of under 5 minutes. Which AWS solution meets this requirement? Options: A multi-AZ RDS deployment. B. Read replicas across different regions. C. S3 cross-region replication, CRR. D. EC2 snapshots stored in S3. Correct answer, multi-AZ RDS deployment. Explanation, multi-AZ RDS provides automatic failover in case of failure, meeting the 5-minute RTO requirement. Why not other options? Option B, read replicas do not provide automatic failover. Option C, S3 CRR is for object storage, not databases. Option D, EC2 snapshots require manual restoration, increasing downtime. Question 9. A large enterprise wants to securely connect its on-premises data center to AWS without using the public internet. Which AWS service should they use? Options: A. AWS Direct Connect. B. AWS Site-to-Site VPN. C. NAT Gateway. D. VPC peering. Correct answer, A. AWS Direct Connect. Explanation, AWS Direct Connect provides a dedicated, private connection with lower latency than a VPN. Why not other options? Option B, AWS VPN is cheaper but uses the public internet. Option C, NAT Gateway is for outbound internet traffic, not private connections. Option D, VPC peering connects AWS VPCs, not on-premises networks. Question 10. A media company hosts high-traffic video content on Amazon S3. They want to reduce costs while maintaining low-latency access. Which solution is best? Options: A. Move objects to S3 Glacier. B. Enable S3 intelligent tiering. C. Enable S3 transfer acceleration. D. Use Amazon CloudFront. Correct answer, D. Use Amazon CloudFront. Explanation, CloudFront caches content globally, reducing S3 requests and cutting costs. Why not other options? Option A, Glacier is for cold storage, not high-traffic access. Option B, intelligent tiering optimizes costs, but does not improve access speed. Option C, S3 transfer acceleration improves upload speeds, not download speeds.
Question 1. A company runs EC2 instances inside a private subnet. They need these instances to access the internet for software updates. Which solution should they implement? Options: A. Attach a public IP to the instances. B. Deploy a NAT gateway in the public subnet. C. Use Elastic Load Balancer, ELB, for outbound traffic. D. Use AWS Direct Connect. Correct answer, B. Deploy a NAT gateway in the public subnet. Explanation: NAT gateway enables private subnet instances to access the internet securely without exposing them. Why not other options? Option A, assigning public IPs violates security best practices. Option C, ELB is for inbound traffic, not outbound access. Option D, Direct Connect is for on-premises connections, not public internet access. Question 2. A global e-commerce company needs to run a highly available, multi-region database that can support low-latency reads across different continents while ensuring automatic failover in case of a disaster. Which solution is the best? Options: A. Use Amazon RDS with multi-AZ and deploy read replicas in multiple AWS regions. B. Use Amazon Aurora Global Database with read replicas across multiple regions. C. Use Amazon DynamoDB with global tables to replicate data. D. Use Amazon S3 with cross-region replication to store database files. Correct answer, B. Use Amazon Aurora Global Database with read replicas across multiple regions. Explanation: Amazon Aurora Global Database is optimized for multi-region replication with a latency of less than 1 second and automatic failover in case of failure. Provides high availability and performance for global applications. Why not other options? Option A, RDS multi-AZ provides failover but does not support cross-region replication automatically. Read replicas can be used, but failover is not automated across regions. Option C. DynamoDB global tables are great for NoSQL use cases, but this is not suitable for relational workloads. Option D. S3CRR replicates objects, not relational database transactions, and does not support failover. Question 3. A news website experiences sudden, unpredictable spikes in traffic. The company wants an elastic and cost-effective solution to handle surges while keeping costs low during normal traffic periods. Which solution is best? Options: A. Deploy multiple EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer. B. Use Amazon Lambda with an API gateway to serve the website. C. Deploy a single powerful EC2 instance and scale it vertically. D. Use AWS Direct Connect to increase network bandwidth. Correct answer: A. Deploy multiple EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer. Explanation: auto-scaling dynamically adds or removes EC2 instances based on traffic. Application load balancer, ALB, distributes traffic across instances. Ensures high availability and cost efficiency. Why not other options? Option B. AWS Lambda is ideal for serverless workloads, but not for full websites that require persistent connections. Option C. Scaling vertically, adding CPU/RAM, limits elasticity, and creates a single point of failure. Option D. Direct Connect is for private on-premises connectivity, not for handling traffic spikes. Question 4. A financial institution needs a highly secure and low-latency connection between its on-premises data center and AWS. Which solution should they use? Options: A. Use AWS site-to-site VPN. B. Use AWS Direct Connect with a private virtual interface. C. Use VPC peering between on-premises and AWS. D. Use an EC2 instance as a VPN server. Correct answer: B. Use AWS Direct Connect with a private virtual interface. Explanation: AWS Direct Connect provides a dedicated, private, and low-latency connection to AWS, ideal for secure financial transactions. A private virtual interface ensures that data does not traverse the public internet. Why not other options? Option A. Site-to-site VPN is cheaper but relies on the public internet, causing higher latency and security risks. Option C. VPC peering is only for AWS VPCs, not for on-premises connectivity. Option D. Running a VPN on EC2 is not scalable or secure for an enterprise financial use case. Question 5. A large SaaS company runs a mission-critical web application. They need a disaster recovery strategy that ensures minimal downtime, RTO less than 15 minutes, and near-zero data loss, RPO 1 minute. Which approach should they implement? Options: A. Use Amazon S3 cross-region replication for storing backups. B. Deploy an active-active multi-region architecture using Route 53 latency-based routing. C. Use EC2 auto-scaling with an ELB in a single AWS region. D. Take EBS snapshots every 24 hours and restore during failure. Correct answer: B. Deploy an active-active multi-region architecture using Route 53 latency-based routing. Explanation: active-active architecture ensures traffic is always routed to a working region. Route 53 latency-based routing directs users to the nearest available region. Ensures RTO less than 15 minutes and RPO 1 minute with database replication. Why not other options? Option A. S3CRR is good for backups, but not real-time failover. Option C. A single AWS region creates a single point of failure. Option D. EBS snapshots require manual restoration, increasing downtime. Question 6. A video streaming company needs an automated, cost-effective, serverless solution to process thousands of videos daily. Which architecture is the best choice? Options: A. Use an auto-scaling group of EC2 instances with an ELB. B. Use AWS Lambda triggered by an S3 event to process videos and store results in S3. C. Deploy a large EC2 instance with a cron job to process video files. D. Use an Amazon RDS database to store and process video files. Correct answer, B. Use AWS Lambda triggered by an S3 event to process videos and store results in S3. Explanation: AWS Lambda is serverless and scales automatically. S3 event triggers Lambda, reducing costs. Fully managed, pay-per-use pricing. Why not other options? Option A, auto-scaling EC2 instances increase operational complexity and costs. Option C, a single EC2 instance does not scale and becomes a bottleneck. Option D, RDS is a relational database, not suitable for processing video files. Question 7. A company has multiple developers working on AWS Lambda functions that need to access Amazon DynamoDB. The security team prohibits storing IAM access keys in the application code. Which is the best way to provide secure access to DynamoDB? Options: A. Attach an IAM role with the required permissions to the Lambda function. B. Store IAM access keys in AWS Systems Manager parameter store and retrieve them when needed. C. Create an IAM user and share access keys among developers. D. Use AWS Secrets Manager to store and rotate IAM access keys. Correct answer, A. Attach an IAM role with the required permissions to the Lambda function. Explanation: IAM roles provide temporary security credentials that Lambda can assume, eliminating the need for storing IAM keys. AWS automatically rotates credentials for IAM roles, reducing security risks. Why not other options? Option B, storing IAM keys in Systems Manager still requires storing secrets manually, violating security best practices. Option C, sharing IAM user access keys increases security risk and goes against least privilege principles. Option D, AWS Secrets Manager is used for database credentials or API keys, not IAM keys. Question 8. A banking application requires a disaster recovery (DR) plan for its Amazon RDS database with the lowest possible recovery point objective (RPO) and recovery time objective (RTO). Which is the best approach? Options: A. Configure RDS multi-AZ with automatic failover. B. Enable RDS read replicas in a different AWS region. C. Take RDS snapshots every 6 hours and restore when needed. D. Use AWS Backup to schedule backups daily. Correct answer, A. Configure RDS multi-AZ with automatic failover. Explanation: multi-AZ RDS provides automatic failover with near zero data loss, RPO 0, and quick recovery, RTO 1 minute. Data is continuously replicated to a standby instance in a different availability zone. Why not other options? Option B, read replicas do not automatically failover. You must promote them manually. Option C, RDS snapshots require manual restoration, leading to high RTO. Option D, AWS Backup is useful for long-term backups, but not for real-time doctor. Question 9. A machine learning team needs high-throughput, low-latency storage to process petabytes of training data. The data needs to be shared across hundreds of EC2 instances. Which AWS service should they use? Options: A. Use Amazon S3 with S3 standard storage class. B. Use Amazon EBS with an IO2 block express volume. C. Use Amazon FSx for Lustre. D. Use Amazon RDS to store training data. Correct answer: C. Use Amazon FSx for Lustre. Explanation: FSx for Lustre is designed for high-performance computing and ML workloads. Supports fast parallel file access with low latency, high-throughput performance. Integrates directly with S3 for seamless processing. Why not other options? Option A, S3 is not suitable for low-latency, high-throughput workloads. Option B, EBS is not a shared storage solution and cannot be accessed by multiple EC2 instances. Option D, RDS is for structured relational databases, not unstructured ML training data. Question 10. A SaaS startup is hosting an application for multiple customers. They need cost efficiency while ensuring data isolation for each customer. Which architecture should they use? Options: A. Deploy one EC2 instance per customer in separate AWS accounts. B. Use Amazon ECS with Fargate and separate DynamoDB tables per tenant. C. Use a single large RDS database with customer IDs for data partitioning. D. Deploy an Amazon Redshift cluster for storing customer data. Correct answer: B. Use Amazon ECS with Fargate and separate DynamoDB tables per tenant. Explanation: Fargate eliminates the need for managing EC2 instances, reducing costs. DynamoDB provides tenant isolation while scaling automatically. Why not other options? Option A. Deploying one EC2 per customer is too expensive and hard to manage. Option C. A single large RDS instance can create performance bottlenecks. Option D. Redshift is for analytics, not transactional SaaS workloads. Question 1. A company needs a dedicated, high-bandwidth, low-latency connection between their on-premises data center and AWS VPC. Which AWS service should they use? Options: A. AWS Direct Connect. B. AWS Site-to-Site VPN. C. VPC peering. D. Amazon Route 53. Correct answer: A. AWS Direct Connect. Explanation: Direct Connect provides a private, high-performance, low-latency link between on-premises and AWS. More reliable and faster than VPN. Supports higher bandwidth, 1 gigabit per second, 10 gigabits per second, or more. Why not other options? Option B. VPN is over the public internet, leading to higher latency and lower bandwidth. Option C. VPC peering is for inter-VPC communication, not for on-prem to AWS. Option D. Route 53 is a DNS service, not a connectivity solution. Question 2. A global enterprise has 2 AWS deployments: primary region, US East 1. Backup region, US West 2. If the primary region fails, traffic should automatically shift to the backup region. Which Route 53 routing policy should be used? Options: A. Latency-based routing. B. Geolocation routing. C. Failover routing. D. Weighted routing. Correct answer: C. Failover routing. Explanation: Failover routing redirects traffic only if the primary region fails. Health checks detect failures and switch traffic to the backup region. Why not other options? Option A. Latency-based routing sends users to the closest region but does not provide failover. Option B. Geolocation routing directs users based on location, not on system failures. Option D. Weighted routing distributes traffic based on percentages, not failover detection. Question 3. A company needs some EC2 instances to access the internet, but they should not be directly exposed to public traffic. Which is the best approach? Options: A. Attach elastic IPs to all EC2 instances. B. Place EC2 instances in private subnets and use a NAT gateway. C. Deploy EC2 instances in public subnets and use security groups for protection. D. Use an internet gateway on private subnets. Correct answer: B. Place EC2 instances in private subnets and use a NAT gateway. Explanation: NAT gateway allows outbound internet access for private instances while keeping them inaccessible from the public internet. Ensures better security than exposing EC2 instances directly. Why not other options? Option A. Exposing elastic IPs to the public internet increases security risks. Option C. Placing EC2 in public subnets exposes them directly, which is not secure. Option D. An internet gateway does not work for private subnets. Question 4. A company has a containerized application running in Amazon ECS. The application needs SSL termination and should distribute requests based on URL paths. Which AWS load balancer should be used? Options: A. Classic Load Balancer, CLB. B. Network Load Balancer, NLB. C. Application Load Balancer, ALB. D. Gateway Load Balancer, GWLB. Correct answer, C. Application Load Balancer, ALB. Explanation: ALB supports SSL termination, path-based routing, and works seamlessly with ECS. Ideal for HTTP/HTTPS traffic. Why not other options? Option A, CLB does not support path-based routing. Option B, NLB is for ultra-low latency TCP/UDP traffic, not for web apps. Option D, GWLB is for security appliances, not for application traffic. Question 5. A global e-commerce company operates in 2 AWS regions to ensure high availability and disaster recovery. The company has an RDS PostgreSQL database in US East 1 and needs an automated failover solution in US West 2. The company wants to minimize data loss, RPO close to 0 seconds, and failover time, RTO under 1 minute. The system should ensure that read traffic is served from the nearest region to reduce latency. Which solution meets these requirements? Options: A. Use Amazon RDS Multi-AZ with synchronous replication between US East 1 and US West 2. B. Use Amazon RDS read replicas in US West 2 with Route 53 latency-based routing. C. Use Amazon RDS global database with automatic failover and Route 53 failover routing. D. Use Amazon Aurora global database with a secondary region and automated failover. Correct answer: D. Use Amazon Aurora global database with a secondary region and automated failover. Explanation: Aurora Global Database is designed for low-latency global applications with cross-region replication in under 1 second. Supports automated failover in under 1 minute, meeting RTO requirement. Provides near real-time replication, meeting RPO requirement. Why not other options? Option A, RDS Multi-AZ only works within a single region. Option B, read replicas do not provide automated failover and lag can be significant. Option C, RDS Global Database supports cross-region replication but failover is manual, making it slower than Aurora. Question 6. A company has multiple AWS accounts and wants to provide secure, temporary access to its developers without creating IAM users in each account. Developers should log in using their corporate credentials, Active Directory. Permissions should be assigned dynamically based on user roles. The company wants a single place to manage access across all accounts. Which solution should be used? Options: A. Configure IAM roles in each AWS account and distribute IAM user credentials manually. B. Use AWS IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO, integrated with Active Directory. C. Use IAM cross-account roles and require developers to assume roles manually. D. Deploy AWS Cognito with SAML-based authentication. Correct answer: B. Use AWS IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO, integrated with Active Directory. Explanation: AWS IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO, allows centralized access management across multiple AWS accounts. Supports Active Directory integration for corporate credentials. Users get temporary session-based access without needing IAM users in every account. Why not other options? Option A, managing IAM users manually across multiple accounts is not scalable. Option C, cross-account roles require manual role assumption, which is less user-friendly. Option D, Cognito is for customer authentication, not internal AWS account access. Question 7. A video processing platform runs on AWS Lambda and Amazon S3. Large video files are uploaded to S3, triggering Lambda functions to process them. The system should scale automatically based on demand. The company wants to minimize costs and improve performance when processing large files. Which approach should be used? Options: A. Use Lambda directly for processing each video file. B. Use AWS step functions to orchestrate Lambda processing for better scalability. C. Use EC2 instances with auto-scaling instead of Lambda for better performance. D. Use AWS batch with EC2 spot instances for cost-effective batch processing. Correct answer, D. Use AWS Batch with EC2 Spot instances for cost-effective batch processing. Explanation: AWS Batch is optimized for batch processing workloads and autoscales based on demand. Using EC2 Spot instances reduces costs significantly compared to running Lambda for large workloads. AWS Batch can handle long-running jobs, which Lambda cannot, max 15 minutes per execution. Why not other options? Option A, Lambda is costly for large video processing tasks and has execution time limits. Option B, step functions are useful for workflow orchestration but don't reduce cost for processing. Option C, EC2 autoscaling is more expensive than AWS Batch with Spot instances. Question 8. A financial company has an on-premises data center and needs secure, high-speed connectivity to AWS. The company runs business-critical applications on EC2 instances in a VPC. The on-prem data center must communicate securely with AWS with minimal latency. The company wants high availability and low-cost connectivity. Which networking solution is best? Options: A. Use AWS site-to-site VPN with EC2 instances in a public subnet. B. Use VPC peering between on-prem and AWS VPC. C. Use AWS Direct Connect with VPN backup for high availability. D. Use AWS Transit Gateway for connecting on-prem with AWS. Correct answer, C. Use AWS Direct Connect with VPN backup for high availability. Explanation: Direct Connect provides dedicated, low-latency, high-bandwidth connectivity. VPN backup ensures connectivity in case Direct Connect fails. Why not other options? Option A, VPN has higher latency and lower reliability than Direct Connect. Option B, VPC peering does not connect on-prem to AWS. Option D, Transit Gateway is for multi-VPC connectivity, not for hybrid cloud connections. Question 9. A company needs to store and analyze petabytes of structured and semi-structured data. Queries should return results within seconds. The system should scale dynamically and support standard SQL queries. The company wants to minimize operational overhead. Which AWS service is the best choice? Options: A. Use Amazon Redshift with RA3 nodes. B. Use Amazon RDS MySQL with read replicas. C. Use Amazon DynamoDB with on-demand capacity. D. Use Amazon S3 with Athena for ad hoc queries. Correct answer, A. Use Amazon Redshift with RA3 nodes. Explanation: Amazon Redshift is optimized for large-scale data warehousing with columnar storage and parallel processing. RA3 nodes allow separating storage from compute, reducing costs. Why not other options? Option B, RDS MySQL is not optimized for analytical queries. Option C, DynamoDB is for key-value NoSQL use cases, not for data warehousing. Option D, S3 plus Athena is great for ad hoc analysis, but not for high-performance analytics. Question 10. A startup is building a multi-tier web application that includes a React frontend hosted on AWS S3 with CloudFront, a Node.js API backend running on EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group, a MySQL database for storing transactional data. The company expects variable traffic patterns, with occasional high spikes. Which design provides the best balance between cost efficiency and scalability? Options: A. Use Elastic Load Balancer, ELB, with EC2 autoscaling and Amazon RDS MySQL in a multi-AZ setup. B. Replace EC2 with AWS Lambda and API Gateway, and use Aurora Serverless for the database. C. Use Amazon ECS with Fargate, an application load balancer, ALB, and DynamoDB. D. Use Amazon Lightsail to run the entire stack, including the database. Correct answer, B. Replace EC2 with AWS Lambda and API Gateway, and use Aurora Serverless for the database. Explanation: Lambda plus API Gateway eliminates the need for managing servers, autoscales seamlessly, and reduces costs when traffic is low. Aurora serverless scales automatically based on demand, reducing costs during idle periods. S3 Plus CloudFront provides low-cost, high-performance content delivery for the front end. Why not other options? Option A, EC2 auto-scaling works, but requires ongoing instance management and higher costs than serverless. Option C, ECS with Fargate is useful, but DynamoDB is not the best choice for a relational MySQL workload. Option D, Lightsail is not designed for high scalability and enterprise workloads. Question 1. A company is building a mobile app that needs to securely authenticate users and allow them to access AWS services without storing credentials in the app. What is the best solution? Options: A. Embed AWS IAM credentials in the mobile app code. B. Use Amazon Cognito for user authentication and authorization. C. Require users to enter AWS access keys manually in the app. D. Use an EC2 instance to store credentials and provide temporary tokens. Correct answer: B. Use Amazon Cognito for user authentication and authorization. Explanation: Amazon Cognito provides secure user authentication with federated identity support. Allows temporary IAM role assumption, eliminating the need to store credentials in the app. Why not other options? Option A. Hard-coding IAM credentials is a huge security risk. Option C. Asking users to manually enter AWS keys is not user-friendly or secure. Option D. Storing credentials on EC2 creates a single point of failure and is not scalable. Question 2. A healthcare analytics firm runs batch data processing jobs that execute once every night for 4 hours. They want to optimize compute costs. Which instance type should they use? Options: A. On-demand EC2 instances. B. Spot instances with automatic interruption handling. C. Reserved instances with a 3-year term. D. Savings plans for flexibility across instance families. Correct answer: C. Reserved instances with a 3-year term. Explanation: Reserved instances provide up to 72% cost savings for predictable workloads. Since the batch jobs run regularly every night, long-term commitment is cost-effective. Why not other options? Option A. On-demand is too expensive for predictable workloads. Option B. Spot instances are cheaper but can be interrupted, which is risky. Option D. Savings plans are great, but reserved instances provide better savings for consistent workloads. Question 3. A government agency needs to store petabytes of compliance logs for 10 years. The logs must be secure, immutable, and cost-effective but rarely accessed. Which AWS storage solution is the best fit? Options: A. Store logs in Amazon S3 standard with versioning enabled. B. Use Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive with object lock. C. Store logs in an Amazon EFS file system with lifecycle policies. D. Use an Amazon RDS database with backups enabled. Correct answer: B. Use Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive with object lock. Explanation: S3 Glacier Deep Archive is the lowest cost storage option for long-term retention. Object lock enables worm, write once read many, compliance, making data immutable. Why not other options? Option A. S3 standard is expensive for long-term storage and does not provide compliance guarantees. Option C. EFS is for frequently accessed files and is too costly for archiving. Option D. RDS is for structured data and not suited for storing logs. Question 4. An e-commerce company is expecting high traffic spikes during a flash sale. The infrastructure should automatically scale and distribute traffic effectively. What is the best architecture? Options: A. Deploy a single large EC2 instance with an elastic IP. B. Use an auto-scaling group, ASG, with EC2 instances and an application load balancer, ALB. C. Use an Amazon RDS read replica to handle high traffic. D. Use AWS Lambda instead of EC2 for hosting the website. Correct answer: B. Use an auto-scaling group, ASG, with EC2 instances and an application load balancer, ALB. Explanation: auto-scaling groups automatically increase or decrease instances based on demand. ALB ensures load distribution across multiple instances, preventing failures. Why not other options? Option A: a single instance cannot handle spikes and creates a single point of failure. Option C: RDS read replicas help scale databases, not web traffic. Option D: AWS Lambda is good for serverless applications, but not ideal for a full-fledged e-commerce site. Question 5. A global news website needs a multi-region, highly available database with automatic failover. Which AWS database service should be used? Options: A. Use Amazon RDS Multi-AZ for cross-region replication. B. Use Amazon DynamoDB Global Tables. C. Use Amazon Aurora Global Database. D. Deploy a self-managed MySQL cluster on EC2. Correct answer: C. Use Amazon Aurora Global Database. Explanation: Aurora Global Database allows low-latency cross-region replication with automatic failover. Provides faster replication, sub-second latency, compared to RDS Multi-AZ. Why not other options? Option A: RDS Multi-AZ only provides high availability in one region, not across multiple regions. Option B: DynamoDB Global Tables are great for NoSQL workloads, but not for relational databases. Option D: managing MySQL clusters manually is complex and not highly available by default. Question 6. A fintech company is building a public API that requires authentication, rate limiting, and security monitoring. Which AWS service is the best choice? Options: A. Deploy an EC2 instance running Jinx as an API gateway. B. Use Amazon API Gateway with AWS WAF and Cognito. C. Use an Elastic Load Balancer, ELB, in front of EC2 instances. D. Deploy AWS Lambda functions with IAM role-based authentication. Correct answer: B. Use Amazon API Gateway with AWS WAF and Cognito. Explanation: Amazon API Gateway provides rate limiting, authentication, and monitoring. AWS WAF protects against DDoS attacks. Amazon Cognito manages secure user authentication. Why not other options? Option A: Jinx on EC2 requires manual scaling and security management. Option C: ELB cannot handle API authentication and request throttling. Option D: AWS Lambda is great for backend logic, but does not act as an API gateway. Question 7. A company processes terabytes of log data daily and needs a cost-effective, scalable data pipeline. Which AWS service should they use? Options: A. Process logs with EC2 instances and store them in RDS. B. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams for real-time log processing. C. Store logs in EFS and analyze them with Athena. D. Use AWS Lambda and API Gateway for batch log processing. Correct answer: B. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams for real-time log processing. Explanation: Amazon Kinesis is designed for real-time data ingestion and processing. Scales automatically and integrates with AWS analytics tools. Why not other options? Option A: EC2 and RDS are not designed for high-throughput log processing. Option C: EFS is not optimized for analytics, and Athena works better with S3, not EFS. Option D: AWS Lambda is not suitable for high-volume real-time processing. Question 8. A gaming company needs to store and serve millions of static assets, images, videos, CSS, JS, for a high-traffic website. Which AWS service is the best choice? Options: A. Store assets in Amazon S3 with CloudFront CDN. B. Use an EBS volume mounted on EC2. C. Store files in Amazon RDS for easy retrieval. D. Deploy an NFS server on EC2 and use EFS. Correct answer: A. Store assets in Amazon S3 with CloudFront CDN. Explanation: S3 is highly scalable for static asset storage. CloudFront CDN caches files globally, reducing latency. Why not other options? Option B, EBS is tied to one EC2 instance, making it not scalable. Option C, RDS is not designed for storing static assets. Option D, EFS is more expensive and not optimized for static content delivery. Question 9. A company has two VPCs in the same AWS region and another VPC in a different AWS region. The company wants to establish low latency, private connectivity between these VPCs while keeping management overhead minimal. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. Use VPC peering between all three VPCs. B. Use AWS Transit Gateway for interregion connectivity and AWS VPN for interregion traffic. C. Use AWS Transit Gateway with interregion peering enabled. D. Use AWS Direct Connect to link the VPCs. Correct answer: C. Use AWS Transit Gateway with interregion peering enabled. Explanation: AWS Transit Gateway simplifies connectivity management between multiple VPCs. Interregion peering allows secure, private communication without the need for VPN tunnels. More scalable than VPC peering, which requires manual connection setup for each VPC pair. Why not other options? Option A, VPC peering becomes complex as more VPCs are added, end-to-end connections required. Option B, VPN adds latency and is not needed when Transit Gateway supports interregion peering. Option D, Direct Connect is for hybrid cloud scenarios, not for inter-VPC connections. Question 10. A company is hosting a publicly accessible web application in a VPC. The application must be highly available, secure, and protected against DDoS attacks. Which architecture should be used? Options: A. Deploy EC2 instances in a private subnet with a VPN connection. B. Deploy EC2 instances in a public subnet, attach an elastic IP, and enable DDoS protection. C. Use an application load balancer, ALB, in public subnets with EC2 instances in private subnets. D. Use Amazon CloudFront to serve traffic directly from S3. Correct answer: C. Use an application load balancer, ALB, in public subnets with EC2 instances in private subnets. Explanation: the ALB distributes traffic to EC2 instances in private subnets, enhancing security. AWS Shield Standard provides DDoS protection by default for ALB. Security groups and NACLs restrict access only through the ALB. Why not other options? Option A, VPN does not help for public access, and EC2 instances in a private subnet would not be accessible. Option B, exposing EC2 instances directly with elastic IPs is insecure. Option D, CloudFront works well with static content, but not for dynamic EC2-based applications. Question 1. A large enterprise has multiple AWS accounts managed via AWS organizations. Each account is used by different teams for separate workloads. The company wants centralized access control while enforcing least privilege. Developers should access resources across accounts without maintaining separate IAM users in each account. Which is the best approach? Options: A. Create IAM users in each AWS account and assign custom policies. B. Use IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO, with organizations and assign permissions centrally. C. Set up IAM roles with cross-account access and share credentials via Secrets Manager. D. Use AWS VPN to connect all accounts and allow access via on-prem Active Directory. Correct answer: B. Use IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO, with organizations and assign permissions centrally. Explanation: IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO, allows centralized authentication for multiple AWS accounts. Integrates with on-prem Active Directory and supports MFA for added security. Users don't need to create separate IAM credentials per account. Why not other options? Option A, managing IAM users separately in each account increases administrative overhead. Option C, cross-account IAM roles work, but managing secrets via Secrets Manager is unnecessary. Option D, AWS VPN is for networking, not identity and access management. Question 2. A hedge fund runs complex Monte Carlo simulations requiring high compute power. Jobs run for hours to days and require high-speed network communication. The solution should scale dynamically to meet computational demand. Cost optimization is a priority since simulations are not continuous. Which AWS service provides the best solution? Options: A. Use EC2 spot instances with autoscaling and elastic fabric adapter, EFA. B. Deploy simulations on AWS Lambda for autoscaling and cost savings. C. Use AWS Fargate with a managed containerized workload. D. Run instances on Amazon Lightsail to reduce costs. Correct answer: A. Use EC2 spot instances with autoscaling and elastic fabric adapter, EFA. Explanation: EC2 spot instances provide cost-effective compute power for batch workloads. Elastic fabric adapter, EFA, enables low latency, high bandwidth communication between compute nodes. Autoscaling ensures dynamic resource provisioning. Why not other options? Option B. Lambda has execution time limits, 15 minutes, and isn't designed for long-running jobs. Option C. Fargate is designed for microservices, not high-performance computing, HPC. Option D. Lightsail is for simple workloads, not high-compute financial modeling. Question 3. A global e-commerce company hosts its web application in East 1 and requires a disaster recovery (DR) plan. The company must minimize downtime in case of region failure. Cost efficiency is a concern, but quick failover is a priority. The backend runs on RDS, MySQL, and the frontend is hosted on EC2 with autoscaling. Which DR strategy is most suitable? Options: A. Backup and restore. Periodically back up RDS and restore it in a secondary region when needed. B. Pilot light, maintain a small instance in the secondary region and scale up during failover. C. Warm standby, keep a scaled-down version of the entire stack in another region. D. Multi-active deployment, deploy the application fully in multiple regions with active traffic distribution. Correct answer: C. Warm standby, keep a scaled-down version of the entire stack in another region. Explanation: warm standby minimizes downtime by keeping a partially active infrastructure in another region. RDS read replicas in another region allow near-instant failover to minimize data loss. Autoscaling launches additional instances only when failover is triggered. Why not other options? Option A. Backup and restore has long recovery times and data loss risk. Option B. Pilot light is useful, but RDS failover isn't instantaneous. Option D. Multi-active deployment is highly available, but very costly. Question 4. A banking company has an on-premises data center but wants to extend to AWS for scalability. AWS resources must securely communicate with on-premise workloads. High network reliability and low latency are required. Traffic cost optimization is essential. Which connectivity method is best? Options: A. Use AWS Direct Connect with VPN as backup. B. Use AWS Transit Gateway for all hybrid connectivity. C. Use site-to-site VPN only to establish connectivity. D. Use VPC peering to connect AWS and on-premises networks. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Direct Connect with VPN as backup. Explanation: Direct Connect provides a dedicated private link with low latency. VPN backup ensures failover connectivity if Direct Connect fails. Optimized for banking applications that require predictable performance. Why not other options? Option B. Transit Gateway is for VPC to VPC communication, not on-prem to AWS. Option C. Site-to-site VPN has higher latency and is less reliable. Option D. VPC peering is for AWS-only connectivity, not hybrid networking. Question 5. A marketing analytics company processes terabytes of data daily. Data is stored long-term and queried infrequently. The company wants to minimize storage and query costs. Analytics teams run ad hoc SQL queries. Which AWS services should be used? Options: A. Store data in Amazon S3, Parquet format, and query with Amazon Athena. B. Store data in Amazon RDS MySQL and use EC2 for running SQL queries. C. Use Amazon Redshift as the primary data warehouse. D. Store raw data in EBS volumes and query using self-managed PostgreSQL. Correct answer: A. Store data in Amazon S3, Parquet format, and query with Amazon Athena. Explanation: S3 provides highly cost-effective long-term storage. Parquet format optimizes query performance and reduces costs. Athena allows serverless querying, eliminating the need for expensive databases. Why not other options? Option B. RDS is expensive for big data storage. Option C. Redshift is suitable for structured data, but costlier than S3 plus Athena for ad hoc queries. Option D. EBS isn't designed for massive-scale data lakes. Question 6. A SaaS startup is building a multi-tenant web application that exposes REST APIs. Each customer, tenant, has a unique API key for authentication. APIs must scale automatically based on demand. Some tenants require additional security measures like OAuth or IAM-based access. The solution should be cost-effective and easy to manage. Which AWS service is the best choice for API management? Options: A. Deploy APIs on EC2 instances and manage authentication manually. B. Use AWS API Gateway with Lambda authorizers for authentication. C. Use Elastic Load Balancer, ALB, with auto-scaling groups for API management. D. Use Amazon S3 to store API responses and serve them with CloudFront. Correct answer: B. Use AWS API Gateway with Lambda authorizers for authentication. Explanation: API Gateway scales automatically to handle high loads. Lambda authorizers allow custom authentication, API key validation, OAuth, or IAM-based auth. Cost-effective because you only pay for API requests. Integrated with CloudWatch for monitoring API usage and security threats. Why not other options? Option A. Managing authentication manually on EC2 is complex, expensive, and doesn't auto-scale easily. Option C. ALB is great for load balancing web traffic but doesn't provide API authentication, rate limiting, or caching natively. Option D. S3 plus CloudFront is good for static content, but it cannot process API requests dynamically. Question 7. A financial firm must store customer data in multiple AWS regions for regulatory compliance. The data is infrequently accessed, but must be replicated across regions. Storage costs should be minimized while ensuring data integrity. Data must be encrypted at rest and in transit. Which AWS solution is the most cost-effective? Options: A. Store data in Amazon S3 standard and enable cross-region replication, CRR. B. Use Amazon EFS with AWS backup to replicate data across regions. C. Use Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive with lifecycle policies to replicate data. D. Store data in Amazon RDS with read replicas in another region. Correct answer: A. Store data in Amazon S3 standard and enable cross-region replication, CRR. Explanation: S3 CRR automatically replicates data across regions while maintaining encryption. Lower cost than EFS and RDS for bulk data storage. Allows lifecycle policies to transition data to Glacier for cost savings. Why not other options? Option B. EFS is expensive for infrequently accessed data and is not optimized for long-term compliance storage. Option C. Glacier Deep Archive is the cheapest storage, but it doesn't support CRR replication. Option D. RDS replication is for structured databases, not for bulk file storage. Question 8. A gaming company runs multiplayer game servers on AWS. Game state, session data, must persist across reboots. Traffic fluctuates during peak gaming hours. Auto-scaling must be supported while maintaining session persistence. Which is the best AWS solution? Options: A. Use EC2 auto-scaling with Amazon FSx for Windows File Server for shared storage. B. Use AWS Lambda to handle game state persistence. C. Use Amazon RDS with multi-AZ failover to store session state. D. Use Amazon S3 for game session persistence and CloudFront for faster access. Correct answer: A. Use EC2 auto-scaling with Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. Explanation: EC2 auto-scaling handles fluctuating traffic by adding/removing game servers dynamically. FSx provides shared storage for session state so that instances can access the same game data. Why not other options? Option B. Lambda is serverless and has a 15-minute execution limit, not ideal for game servers. Option C. RDS doesn't work well for storing transient session data, stateful game sessions need fast I/O. Option D. S3 isn't designed for high-speed session storage, latency would be high for real-time games. Question 9. A data science team deploys a machine learning model that requires GPU instances. The model is used occasionally for inference. It must scale on demand while keeping costs low. Which AWS solution is most cost-effective? Options: A. Use Amazon SageMaker endpoint with auto-scaling. B. Use EC2 P4 GPU instances with an ALB to distribute traffic. C. Use AWS Lambda for serverless inference. D. Use ECS with GPU-based Fargate tasks for inference. Correct answer: A. Use Amazon SageMaker endpoint with auto-scaling. Explanation: SageMaker automatically scales inference instances based on requests. You only pay for inference time, reducing idle GPU costs. Why not other options? Option B. Running EC2 GPU instances continuously is expensive. Option C. Lambda doesn't support GPU-based workloads. Option D. Fargate doesn't support GPU-based inference. Question 10. A retail company runs an e-commerce website on AWS. The database stores sensitive customer data. The website must prevent SQL injection attacks. Only authorized applications should access the database. Which AWS solution is best? Options: A. Use Amazon RDS with security groups and IAM authentication. B. Enable AWS WAF with SQL injection protection. C. Deploy an EC2-based firewall to filter SQL requests. D. Store data in Amazon S3 instead of RDS to avoid SQL injection risks. Correct answer: B. Enable AWS WAF with SQL injection protection. Explanation: AWS WAF filters malicious SQL queries before they reach the database. Protects web applications without modifying backend logic. Why not other options? Option A. IAM authentication is useful, but it doesn't stop SQL injection at the network layer. Option C. Using EC2 as a firewall is unnecessary and difficult to manage. Option D. S3 is not designed for transactional database storage. Question 1. A global e-commerce company wants to deploy a highly available web application across multiple AWS regions. The application serves customers from different continents. Traffic should be automatically routed to the nearest AWS region. Failover should happen seamlessly if one region goes down. The solution should be cost-effective while ensuring low-latency access. Which AWS service is the best choice? Options: A. Use Route 53 with latency-based routing and health checks. B. Deploy an elastic load balancer, ALB, with auto-scaling groups in each region. C. Use CloudFront with S3 for static content and DynamoDB global tables for dynamic data. D. Use AWS Global Accelerator to distribute traffic across multiple regions. Correct answer: D. Use AWS Global Accelerator to distribute traffic across multiple regions. Explanation: AWS Global Accelerator ensures low-latency routing using AWS Global Network Backbone. It automatically fails over to another region if a region becomes unavailable. Faster than Route 53 because it avoids DNS caching delays. Why not other options? Option A, Route 53 latency-based routing helps, but DNS caching can delay failover. Option B, ALB operates at a regional level, not across multiple regions. Option C, CloudFront is great for static content, but it doesn't handle dynamic application failover. Question 2. A large enterprise has on-premises data centers but wants to migrate some workloads to AWS. On-premises applications must securely connect to AWS resources. High bandwidth and low latency are required. Connection must be private, avoiding public internet exposure. Which AWS solution is the best choice? Options: A. Use AWS Direct Connect with a private VIF. B. Use VPN over the public internet for a secure tunnel. C. Use AWS Transit Gateway to link on-premises and AWS VPCs. D. Use CloudFront with an origin on-premises to serve data faster. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Direct Connect with a private VIF. Explanation: AWS Direct Connect provides a dedicated, high-speed private connection, 10 Gbps+. Avoids public internet latency and security risks. Best for enterprises needing consistent, high-performance connectivity. Why not other options? Option B, VPN is secure but runs over the internet, leading to higher latency and lower bandwidth. Option C, Transit Gateway helps connect VPCs but still requires Direct Connect or VPN for on-prem access. Option D, CloudFront helps with caching, not hybrid cloud connectivity. Question 3. A healthcare company needs to store petabytes of medical imaging data for analytics. Data is rarely accessed, but must be retained for 10+ years. Occasionally, researchers need to run analytics on the data. Storage costs must be minimized while allowing occasional data access. Which AWS solution is best? Options: A. Store data in Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive and use Athena for queries. B. Store data in Amazon Redshift for fast analytical queries. C. Store data in Amazon RDS with multi-AZ replication for high availability. D. Store data in EBS volumes attached to EC2 instances for quick access. Correct answer: A. Store data in Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive and use Athena for queries. Explanation: Glacier Deep Archive is the lowest cost option for long-term storage. Athena allows querying data directly from S3, avoiding the need for a separate database. Pay only when data is accessed instead of keeping expensive resources running. Why not other options? Option B, Redshift is expensive for rarely accessed data and better suited for structured data analytics. Option C, RDS is meant for transactional databases, not a data lake. Option D, EBS volumes are expensive and unnecessary for long-term storage. Question 4. A marketing analytics team needs to process large log files daily from multiple sources. The logs are stored in Amazon S3. ETL, extract, transform, load must be automated with minimal management overhead. The solution should be cost-effective and scalable. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. Use AWS Glue for serverless ETL processing. B. Use Amazon EMR with Spark to process the data. C. Use EC2 instances running Python scripts for batch processing. D. Use AWS Lambda to process logs in real time. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Glue for serverless ETL processing. Explanation: AWS Glue is fully managed, serverless, and built for ETL workloads. Supports schema discovery, job scheduling, and integrates well with S3 and Redshift. Cheaper than maintaining EC2 clusters for ETL. Why not other options? Option B, EMR is powerful, but requires managing Spark clusters, increasing cost and complexity. Option C, running EC2 instances is less scalable and requires manual management. Option D, Lambda has a 15-minute execution limit and is better for real-time processing rather than batch ETL. Question 5. A fintech startup needs to grant developers access to an RDS database without exposing credentials. Developers should only access specific tables based on roles. Database credentials should not be hard-coded in applications. The solution must comply with security best practices, least privilege. Which AWS solution is best? Options: A. Use IAM database authentication for RDS, with fine-grained access control. B. Store credentials in AWS Secrets Manager and share them with developers. C. Allow developers to SSH into the database and manually manage permissions. D. Use EC2 IAM roles to grant temporary database access. Correct answer: A. Use IAM database authentication for RDS, with fine-grained access control. Explanation: IAM-based authentication eliminates the need for passwords. IAM policies can restrict access to specific database tables based on user roles. More secure and compliant with AWS security best practices. Why not other options? Option B. Secrets Manager securely stores credentials, but developers would still need to manually retrieve and manage them. Option C. Allowing SSH access exposes the database to unnecessary risks. Option D. IAM roles work best for EC2 applications, not direct developer access to RDS. Question 6. A media streaming company wants to deploy a highly available and scalable web application. The application is deployed in multiple AWS regions. If one region goes down, traffic should automatically switch to another region. Low latency access is a priority. Minimizing cost while maintaining high availability is crucial. Which AWS solution is best? Options: A. Deploy the application in multiple availability zones with an application load balancer, ALB. B. Use AWS Route 53 with latency-based routing and health checks. C. Use AWS Global Accelerator for intelligent traffic routing across multiple regions. D. Deploy a multi-region active-passive setup using RDS cross-region replication. Correct answer: C. Use AWS Global Accelerator for intelligent traffic routing across multiple regions. Explanation: AWS Global Accelerator provides global failover and intelligent traffic routing, improving performance and availability. It uses the AWS Global Network, reducing latency. Faster failover than Route 53 because it avoids DNS caching delays. Why not other options? Option A. ALB only works within a single region, so it won't provide cross-region failover. Option B. Route 53 with latency-based routing helps, but DNS caching may slow down failover. Option D. RDS cross-region replication ensures database continuity, but it doesn't handle application traffic failover. Question 7. A financial company needs a disaster recovery (DR) strategy for its database. Recovery point objective (RPO) 5 minutes. Recovery time objective (RTO) 30 minutes. Data should be quickly restored in another AWS region in case of failure. Which solution meets these DR requirements at the lowest cost? Options: A. Use RDS multi-AZ for automatic failover. B. Use RDS read replicas in another AWS region for failover. C. Use RDS cross-region automated backups for disaster recovery. D. Use RDS global database for real-time replication across multiple regions. Correct answer: D. Use RDS global database for real-time replication across multiple regions. Explanation: RDS global database allows near real-time replication across multiple regions. It meets the 5-minute RPO and 30-minute RTO because the database in the secondary region is already running. Failover is fast and requires minimal data loss. Why not other options? Option A. Multi-AZ works only within a single region, not for cross-region. Option B. Read replicas don't support automatic failover, requiring manual promotion. Option C. Automated backups can restore data, but recovery takes longer than 30 minutes. Question 8. A data analytics company processes terabytes of structured and semi-structured data daily. The team needs to run complex analytical queries. The solution must be cost-effective, with minimal infrastructure management. Queries should run directly on S3 without needing a persistent database. Which AWS service is best for this use case? Options: A. Use Amazon Redshift for high-performance analytics. B. Use AWS Glue with an ETL pipeline and store results in RDS. Use Amazon Athena for serverless, pay-per-query analytics on S3. D. Use EC2 instances with an installed SQL database for querying data. Correct answer: C. Use Amazon Athena for serverless, pay-per-query analytics on S3. Explanation: Athena allows direct SQL queries on S3 without needing to maintain servers. Pay only when queries run, making it cost-efficient. No need for data ingestion into another database. Why not other options? Option A. Redshift is powerful but costly for ad hoc queries. Option B. Glue helps with ETL, but RDS isn't ideal for analytics. Option D. EC2 with SQL is high maintenance and not cost-efficient. Question 9. A healthcare company stores patient medical records in AWS. Data must be encrypted at rest and in transit. The company wants full control over encryption keys. Encryption should not impact application performance. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. Use AWS Key Management Service, KMS, with customer-managed keys. B. Use S3 default encryption and rely on AWS managed keys. C. Store encryption keys in AWS Secrets Manager and use them manually. D. Use client-side encryption and store keys in a local database. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Key Management Service, KMS, with customer-managed keys. Explanation: KMS provides full control over encryption keys while integrating with AWS services. It supports envelope encryption for minimal performance impact. Easier key rotation and compliance with security standards. Why not other options? Option B. AWS managed keys don't provide full control over encryption. Option C. Secrets Manager is for credential storage, not encryption key management. Option D. Client-side encryption is complex to manage and can impact performance. Question 10. A gaming company runs a stateless microservices-based backend. Traffic fluctuates significantly, especially during game launches. Services should auto-scale based on demand. The company wants minimal infrastructure management. Which AWS service is the best fit? Options: A. Use Amazon EC2 auto-scaling with ALB. B. Deploy the application on AWS Lambda with API Gateway. C. Run microservices in Amazon ECS with Fargate. D. Use AWS Batch to process incoming game data. Correct answer: C. Run microservices in Amazon ECS with Fargate. Explanation: Fargate is fully managed and scales automatically without managing EC2 instances. Perfect for stateless applications like microservices. Removes operational overhead compared to EC2-based autoscaling. Why not other options? Option A. EC2 autoscaling works, but requires instance management. Option B. Lambda is great for event-driven workloads, but not ideal for always running microservices. Option D. AWS Batch is for batch processing, not real-time autoscaling of microservices. Question 1. A large enterprise has multiple AWS accounts managed using AWS organizations. Different teams need access to specific AWS accounts. Centralized security policies should be enforced across all accounts. Access should be granted based on job roles. Which approach provides the most secure and scalable solution? Options: A. Create IAM users in each account and manually assign permissions. B. Use AWS IAM Identity Center, SSO, to centrally manage access. C. Create IAM roles in each account and assume them as needed. D. Use IAM policies with cross-account access and manually manage permissions. Correct answer: B. Use AWS IAM Identity Center, SSO, to centrally manage access. Explanation: IAM Identity Center, SSO, allows centralized management of user access across multiple AWS accounts. Users can sign in once and assume appropriate roles based on their job function. Enforces best security practices by avoiding IAM user sprawl. Why not other options? Option A. Creating IAM users in each account is difficult to manage at scale. Option C. IAM roles help but require users to manually assume roles in each account. Option D. Managing cross-account access with IAM policies is complex and hard to audit. Question 2. A manufacturing company wants to connect its on-premises data center to AWS securely. Low latency and high bandwidth connectivity are required. A consistent network experience between AWS and on-premises is essential. Traffic should not go over the public internet. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. Use AWS VPN for a secure, encrypted tunnel. B. Use AWS Direct Connect for a dedicated connection. C. Use VPC peering to establish a connection between on-premises and AWS. D. Use Transit Gateway to route on-premises traffic to multiple VPCs. Correct answer: B. Use AWS Direct Connect for a dedicated connection. Explanation: Direct Connect provides a private, high-speed, low-latency connection between AWS and on-premises. Better performance and reliability than VPN, which relies on the public internet. Best choice for hybrid cloud with high bandwidth needs. Why not other options? Option A. AWS VPN is secure but slower and depends on the internet. Option C. VPC peering is for VPC to VPC connections, not on-prem to AWS. Option D. Transit Gateway helps route traffic but still needs Direct Connect or VPN. Question 3. A sports analytics startup wants to process real-time game data from thousands of sensors. Low-latency data ingestion is required. Data needs to be processed and analyzed continuously. A fully managed, cost-effective, serverless solution is preferred. Which AWS services should be used? Options: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams plus AWS Lambda for real-time processing. B. Use Amazon SQS plus Lambda for event-driven processing. C. Use Amazon Redshift for analytics and processing. D. Use EC2 instances running Apache Kafka for real-time data streaming. Correct answer: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams plus AWS Lambda for real-time processing. Explanation: Kinesis data streams ingests and processes real-time data efficiently. Lambda provides serverless compute for real-time event processing. Scales automatically and minimizes infrastructure management costs. Why not other options? Option B. SQS is better for event-driven workloads, not real-time streaming. Option C. Redshift is for batch analytics, not real-time processing. Option D. EC2 plus Kafka requires management, making it costlier and harder to scale. Question 4. A research institute stores petabytes of data that are rarely accessed. Some data needs to be retrieved within minutes, while other data can take longer. Minimizing storage costs is the highest priority. Data should be highly durable and secure. Which AWS storage class provides the best solution? Options: A. Store all data in S3 standard for durability and availability. B. Use S3 intelligent tiering to optimize costs automatically. C. Use S3 Glacier and S3 Glacier Deep Archive for long-term storage. D. Store data in EBS snapshots and move to S3 when needed. Correct answer: C. Use S3 Glacier and S3 Glacier Deep Archive for long-term storage. Explanation: Glacier provides cost-effective storage for archived data. Standard Glacier allows retrieval in minutes to hours. Glacier Deep Archive is the lowest cost option for rarely accessed data. Why not other options? Option A. S3 standard is expensive for infrequently accessed data. Option B. Intelligent tiering is better for unpredictable access patterns, but not ideal for long-term archival. Option D. EBS snapshots are for backups, not archival storage. Question 5. A SaaS company provides an API for third-party developers. APIs must be secured against unauthorized access. Only authenticated applications should access certain endpoints. A scalable, managed solution is preferred. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. Use AWS IAM roles for API authentication. B. Use API Gateway with IAM authentication and Lambda authorizers. C. Use Amazon Cognito for managing API users and authentication. D. Deploy an EC2-based authentication system for API access control. Correct answer: B. Use API Gateway with IAM authentication and Lambda authorizers. Explanation: API Gateway integrates with IAM and Lambda authorizers to enforce authentication. IAM roles allow secure access control. Fully managed and scalable, reducing operational overhead. Why not other options? Option A. IAM roles are better for AWS services, not for API-based authentication. Option C. Cognito is great for user authentication but not ideal for API security. Option D. An EC2-based solution requires management and doesn't scale efficiently. Question 6. A global e-commerce company needs a highly available, fault-tolerant relational database for its order processing system. The database must automatically failover in case of an outage. Read traffic is expected to be significantly higher than write traffic. The solution should minimize downtime and provide cross-region disaster recovery. Which AWS database solution is the best choice? Options: A. Use Amazon RDS with multi-AZ deployment. B. Use Amazon Aurora with read replicas across multiple regions. C. Use Amazon DynamoDB for its built-in replication. D. Deploy MySQL on EC2 instances with custom failover logic. Correct answer: B. Use Amazon Aurora with read replicas across multiple regions. Explanation: Aurora provides built-in replication across multiple availability zones. Supports cross-region replication for disaster recovery. Read replicas allow scaling read-heavy workloads efficiently. Why not other options? Option A. RDS multi-AZ ensures high availability but does not support cross-region replication. Option C. DynamoDB is NoSQL, which is not suitable for relational data. Option D. Managing MySQL on EC2 requires custom failover logic and manual scaling. Question 7. A ride-sharing company wants to process millions of real-time GPS updates from its drivers and passengers. Data should be processed with low latency. A fully managed, auto-scaling architecture is required. The solution should be cost-effective and minimize operational overhead. Which AWS architecture best fits this use case? Options: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams plus AWS Lambda for real-time processing. B. Use Amazon SQS plus Lambda to process messages asynchronously. C. Use Amazon EC2 with Apache Kafka for real-time streaming. D. Use Amazon Redshift for real-time analytics on streaming data. Correct answer: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams plus AWS Lambda for real-time processing. Explanation: Kinesis data streams is designed for high-throughput real-time data ingestion. Lambda can process each event as it arrives, ensuring low latency. Fully serverless, eliminating infrastructure management overhead. Why not other options? Option B. SQS is event-driven but is not optimized for real-time streaming. Option C. Kafka on EC2 requires manual scaling and maintenance. Option D. Redshift is for batch analytics, not real-time processing. Question 8. A media company has a large archive of high-resolution videos stored on premises. The company wants to move some data to AWS for long-term storage. Certain video files need to be retrieved frequently, while others will be accessed rarely. A cost-effective solution is required. Which AWS storage solution is best suited? Options: A. Store all videos in Amazon S3 standard for high availability. B. Use Amazon S3 intelligent tiering to optimize costs dynamically. C. Store all videos in Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive for long-term storage. D. Use Amazon EBS volumes attached to EC2 instances for storage. Correct answer: B. Use Amazon S3 intelligent tiering to optimize costs dynamically. Explanation: intelligent tiering automatically moves objects between storage classes based on access patterns. Ensures frequent files stay in a high-speed tier, while infrequently accessed files move to lower-cost storage. Why not other options? Option A. S3 standard is too costly for rarely accessed data. Option C. S3 Glacier Deep Archive is cost-effective, but has slow retrieval times. Option D. EBS is for block storage attached to EC2, not ideal for large-scale media storage. Question 9. A financial services company has multiple AWS accounts for different departments. A central team manages security and compliance. Developers should have limited access to production resources. The solution should be scalable and enforce least privilege access. Which strategy should be used for access control? Options: A. Create IAM users in each account and manually assign policies. B. Use AWS IAM Identity Center, SSO, to manage access centrally. C. Use IAM roles with cross-account access and manually grant permissions. D. Apply resource-based policies to limit access between accounts. Correct answer: B. Use AWS IAM Identity Center, SSO, to manage access centrally. Explanation: IAM Identity Center, SSO, enables centralized user access management. Provides role-based access control across multiple AWS accounts. Simplifies compliance and security policy enforcement. Why not other options? Option A. Managing IAM users separately in each account is complex and unscalable. Option C. IAM roles require manual configuration and lack centralized control. Option D. Resource-based policies are useful but not scalable for multi-account environments. Question 10. A global news website needs a disaster recovery strategy that ensures minimal downtime and data loss in case of a regional failure. Failover to another AWS region when needed. The most cost-effective approach without running duplicate full-stack infrastructure. Which disaster recovery strategy should be implemented? Options: A. Pilot light, maintain minimal resources in the DR region and scale up when needed. B. Warm standby, run scaled-down infrastructure in the DR region. C. Hot standby, maintain full-scale infrastructure in both regions. D. Backup and restore, periodically backup data and restore when needed. Correct answer: A. Pilot light, maintain minimal resources in the DR region and scale up when needed. Explanation: Pilot light keeps critical resources running, like databases, while scaling compute only during failover. More cost-effective than hot standby, which duplicates infrastructure. Faster recovery than backup and restore, which requires setting up from scratch. Why not other options? Option B. Warm standby is more expensive as it keeps partial infrastructure running. Option C. Hot standby is too costly for most businesses. Option D. Backup and restore takes too long for critical applications. Question 1. A healthcare company processes terabytes of patient records daily for machine learning analytics. Data is streamed in real time from IoT medical devices. Processing should be cost-effective and fully managed. Some reports require batch processing, while others require real-time processing. Which AWS architecture is the best choice? Options: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams for real-time ingestion and AWS Glue for batch processing. B. Use Amazon SQS to queue messages and process them with AWS Lambda. C. Use an EC2-based Apache Spark cluster for data transformation. D. Store data in Amazon S3 and use Redshift Spectrum for real-time queries. Correct answer: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams for real-time ingestion and AWS Glue for batch processing. Explanation: Kinesis data streams handles real-time streaming data ingestion efficiently. AWS Glue is a fully managed ETL service optimized for batch processing. Both services are cost-effective and fully managed, reducing operational overhead. Why not other options? Option B. SQS is useful for event-driven processing but not optimized for real-time analytics. Option C. Managing an EC2-based Apache Spark cluster adds complexity and operational costs. Option D. Redshift Spectrum is for querying data in S3 but does not support real-time streaming. Question 2. A financial company has multiple AWS accounts for different teams. Developers need limited access to production environments. A centralized authentication system should be implemented. The solution should be scalable across multiple accounts and enforce least privilege access. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. Use IAM users in each account with unique credentials. B. Use IAM roles with cross-account access policies. C. Use AWS IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO, for centralized authentication. D. Use resource-based policies to manage access between accounts. Correct answer: C. Use AWS IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO, for centralized authentication. Explanation: AWS IAM Identity Center, SSO, simplifies user authentication and role-based access control across accounts. It allows integration with external identity providers, Okta, Active Directory, etc. Centralized management ensures security best practices are followed. Why not other options? Option A. Managing IAM users in each account separately is complex and unscalable. Option B. Cross-account IAM roles require manual setup and maintenance. Option D. Resource-based policies are effective for individual services, but do not manage user access at scale. Question 3. A social media startup expects a massive increase in traffic due to a viral marketing campaign. The application should scale dynamically with demand. Downtime must be minimal during high traffic spikes. The architecture should be cost-effective. Which AWS solution best meets these requirements? Options: A. Deploy the application on a single EC2 instance with an auto-scaling group. B. Use AWS Elastic Beanstalk with an application load balancer and auto-scaling. C. Use Amazon EC2 Spot instances for cost efficiency. D. Deploy an AWS Lambda function behind an API gateway. Correct answer: B. Use AWS Elastic Beanstalk with an application load balancer and auto-scaling. Explanation: Elastic Beanstalk automatically scales based on traffic demand. Application load balancer ensures high availability and distributes traffic efficiently. Auto-scaling automatically adjusts EC2 instances to handle increased load. Why not other options? Option A. A single EC2 instance is not scalable or highly available. Option C. Spot instances may be interrupted, leading to application downtime. Option D. Lambda is serverless, but may not handle persistent connections efficiently. Question 4. A banking institution requires a disaster recovery (DR) plan for its online transaction processing system. Minimal data loss is acceptable, RPO 5 minutes. Failover to a secondary region should be seamless. The solution should be cost-effective while ensuring business continuity. Which disaster recovery strategy should be implemented? Options: A. Pilot light, maintain minimal resources in the DR region and scale up when needed. B. Hot standby, maintain fully operational resources in both primary and DR regions. C. Backup and restore, periodically back up the database and restore it when needed. D. Use Amazon CloudFront to route traffic dynamically between regions. Correct answer: A. Pilot light, maintain minimal resources in the DR region and scale up when needed. Explanation: Pilot light keeps essential services running and allows quick scaling during a disaster. Ensures cost efficiency while meeting RPO requirements. Why not other options? Option B. Hot standby is highly available, but expensive. Option C. Backup and restore is too slow for mission-critical banking applications. Option D. CloudFront optimizes content delivery, but is not a disaster recovery strategy. Question 5. A manufacturing company has a hybrid cloud environment with on-premises data centers and AWS resources. The company needs a secure, high-performance network connection between on-premises and AWS. Data transfer costs should be minimized. The connection should not rely on public internet traffic. Which AWS service is the best choice? Options: A. Use AWS VPN for a secure connection over the internet. B. Use AWS Direct Connect for a dedicated private connection. C. Use Amazon Route 53 to resolve DNS requests between on-premises and AWS. D. Use AWS Transit Gateway to interconnect multiple VPCs with on-premises. Correct answer: B. Use AWS Direct Connect for a dedicated private connection. Explanation: Direct Connect provides a dedicated, high-bandwidth private network between AWS and on-premises. Reduces data transfer costs compared to internet-based VPN solutions. More reliable and lower latency than a standard VPN. Why not other options? Option A. VPN is secure but relies on the internet, causing higher latency and inconsistent performance. Option C. Route 53 is for DNS resolution, not network connectivity. Option D. Transit Gateway manages VPC interconnectivity but does not provide a direct connection to on-premises. Question 6. A global e-commerce company is deploying a new web application across multiple AWS regions. The application should handle high traffic loads efficiently. Data should be consistent across all regions with minimal replication lag. Latency should be optimized based on the user's geographical location. Which architecture provides the best solution? Options: A. Use Amazon Route 53 with latency-based routing and Amazon Aurora Global Database. B. Use an application load balancer with auto-scaling in one region and replicate the database periodically. C. Use AWS Global Accelerator with an RDS multi-AZ deployment. D. Use Amazon CloudFront for content distribution and replicate the database manually across regions. Correct answer: A. Use Amazon Route 53 with latency-based routing and Amazon Aurora Global Database. Explanation: Route 53 latency-based routing ensures users connect to the closest region. Aurora Global Database provides low-latency cross-region replication with minimal data lag. Ensures high availability and global scalability for a multi-region application. Why not other options? Option B. A single region deployment with periodic database replication may cause data inconsistency. Option C. Global Accelerator improves performance but does not handle multi-region database replication. Option D. CloudFront is for caching static content, not for managing cross-region databases. Question 7. A media company needs a cost-effective solution to store and analyze petabytes of unstructured video and image data. Data should be stored efficiently with low cost. Analytics queries should be processed without provisioning infrastructure. Data must be accessible with minimal latency when needed. Which AWS architecture is most suitable? Options: A. Store data in Amazon S3 and use Amazon Athena for queries. B. Use Amazon RDS for storing all media files and run SQL queries. C. Use Amazon EFS to store video and image files, then process with Lambda. D. Use DynamoDB with on-demand capacity for fast retrieval of video files. Correct answer: A. Store data in Amazon S3 and use Amazon Athena for queries. Explanation: S3 provides low-cost, durable storage for petabyte-scale unstructured data. Athena allows running SQL queries on S3 data without provisioning servers. The combination is highly cost-effective for large-scale analytics workloads. Why not other options? Option B. RDS is designed for structured data, not large-scale unstructured media files. Option C. EFS is suitable for shared file storage, but is more expensive than S3. Option D. DynamoDB is optimized for key-value lookups, not bulk media storage. Question 8. A large enterprise has multiple AWS accounts for different business units. Security policies should be enforced centrally. IAM permissions must follow the principle of least privilege. Users should log in with a single authentication system. Which solution is the best fit? Options: A. Use IAM users in each account and manually assign permissions. B. Use AWS organizations with SCPs and IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO. C. Create individual IAM roles for each business unit and use cross-account trust. D. Use AWS KMS to encrypt all user credentials across accounts. Correct answer: B. Use AWS organizations with SCPs and IAM Identity Center, AWS SSO. Explanation: AWS organizations helps manage multiple accounts with centralized billing and security controls. Service control policies, SCPs, enforce governance across all accounts. AWS IAM Identity Center, SSO, enables centralized authentication. Why not other options? Option A. Managing IAM users in each account is inefficient and error-prone. Option C. Cross-account IAM roles work but are harder to manage at scale. Option D. AWS KMS encrypts data but does not manage authentication across accounts. Question 9. A financial services company wants to process millions of transactions daily in real time. The system must be fully managed and serverless. The solution should be event-driven and scale automatically. Processing should be fast and cost-efficient. Which AWS services should be used? Options: A. Use AWS Lambda with Amazon Event Bridge for event processing. B. Deploy an EC2 auto-scaling group with a self-hosted Kafka cluster. C. Use Amazon OpenSearch for real-time processing of transaction logs. D. Use Amazon RDS with read replicas for high-speed data processing. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Lambda with Amazon Event Bridge for event processing. Explanation: Lambda scales automatically and processes events with minimal cost. Event Bridge routes event-driven data to Lambda functions efficiently. The combination is fully managed and requires no infrastructure maintenance. Why not other options? Option B. Managing Kafka on EC2 adds unnecessary operational overhead. Option C. OpenSearch is great for search, not event-driven transaction processing. Option D. RDS is not designed for real-time event-driven workloads. Question 10. A global airline company needs a disaster recovery (DR) plan for its booking system. Downtime must be minimal in case of failure, RTO 5 minutes. Data should be replicated across AWS regions. The solution must balance cost and high availability. Which DR strategy is the best choice? Options: A. Warm standby, run a scaled-down version of the system in another region. B. Backup and restore, periodically back up the database and restore when needed. C. Multi-AZ RDS, with automatic failover and cross-region replication. D. Pilot light, keep only critical services running in a secondary region. Correct answer: A. Warm standby, run a scaled-down version of the system in another region. Explanation: Warm standby balances cost and availability by running a small version of the system. Can quickly scale up in case of failure, RTO 5 minutes. More cost-effective than hot standby, but provides faster recovery than pilot light. Why not other options? Option B. Backup and restore is too slow for a mission-critical application. Option C. Multi-AZ RDS is great for failover but does not provide cross-region redundancy. Option D. Pilot light takes longer to scale up than warm standby. Question 1. A multinational corporation has multiple AWS accounts and needs to enable secure and high-performance communication between its VPCs in different AWS regions. There are over 50 VPCs across multiple AWS accounts. Traffic should be cost-efficient and scalable without single points of failure. Some VPCs are in the same region, while others are cross-region. High-bandwidth private connections are needed to on-premises data centers. Which architecture is the most suitable? Options: A. Use VPC peering for all VPCs and AWS Direct Connect for on-premises connectivity. B. Use AWS Transit Gateway to connect all VPCs and AWS Direct Connect for on-premises connectivity. C. Use a combination of VPC peering and VPN tunnels to create a mesh network. D. Use AWS Global Accelerator to route traffic across AWS regions and VPCs. Correct answer, B. Use AWS Transit Gateway to connect all VPCs and AWS Direct Connect for on-premises connectivity. Explanation: AWS Transit Gateway simplifies network management for large-scale environments. Reduces the number of peering connections required, efficient for 50-plus VPCs. AWS Direct Connect provides high bandwidth, low latency private connections to on-premises data centers. Why not other options? Option A, VPC peering does not scale well for 50-plus VPCs due to increasing connection complexity. Option C, VPN tunnels add latency and are less reliable for high bandwidth traffic. Option D, Global Accelerator optimizes internet traffic but does not connect VPCs directly. Question 2. A data analytics company needs to store and analyze petabyte-scale structured and unstructured data. Frequent ad hoc SQL queries need to be executed without pre-provisioning infrastructure. ETL jobs should be automated, and queries should be cost-efficient. Some data is structured, while some is in semi-structured formats, JSON, Parquet. Which AWS service is the best choice? Options: A. Use Amazon Redshift for all structured and unstructured data storage. B. Store data in Amazon S3 and query it using Amazon Athena. C. Use Amazon RDS PostgreSQL with read replicas for scaling queries. D. Use Amazon Elasticache for real-time analytics. Correct answer, B. Store data in Amazon S3 and query it using Amazon Athena. Explanation: S3 provides low-cost storage, and Athena allows running SQL queries without provisioning infrastructure. Supports both structured and semi-structured data, JSON, Parquet. Highly cost-efficient for ad hoc queries. Why not other options? Option A, Redshift is excellent for structured data, but is expensive for occasional queries. Option C, RDS PostgreSQL is not optimized for large-scale analytics queries. Option D, Elasticache is a caching service, not a data warehousing solution. Question 3. A financial services company needs a secure way to allow third-party auditors to access logs stored in an AWS S3 bucket. Auditors should only have read access to specific logs. They should not be able to access any other AWS services. Access must be temporary and revoked after the audit. Which IAM strategy is the best solution? Options: A. Create an IAM user for each auditor and assign them read-only permissions. B. Use an IAM role with temporary security credentials using AWS STSC. Use AWS SSO to create audit users and provide them with long-term credentials. D. Enable bucket logging and send logs to a CloudWatch log group for auditors. Correct answer: B. Use an IAM role with temporary security credentials using AWS STS. Explanation: IAM roles with AWS STS provide temporary, secure access. Prevents the need for long-term credentials, reducing security risks. Least privilege principle is enforced by assigning only necessary permissions. Why not other options? Option A, IAM users with long-term credentials pose a security risk. Option C, AWS SSO is good for internal employees, but not for third-party auditors. Option D, CloudWatch logs do not provide direct access to raw S3 logs. Question 4. A hospital system runs a patient record management application on AWS. Application downtime must not exceed 1 hour, RTO less than 1 hour. Data must be replicated across AWS regions with minimal loss, RPO 5 minutes. The solution should be cost-effective but quickly recoverable. Which DR strategy should be used? Options: A. Backup and restore with Amazon S3 and periodic snapshots. B. Pilot light strategy with minimal running resources in another AWS region. C. Warm standby with a scaled-down version of the system running in another region. D. Multi-region active-active deployment with full synchronization. Correct answer: C. Warm standby with a scaled-down version of the system running in another region. Explanation: warm standby balances cost and recovery time by keeping a scaled-down copy active. Can scale up quickly to meet the RTO requirement, less than 1 hour. Ensures RPO is maintained by syncing databases at regular intervals. Why not other options? Option A, backup and restore is too slow for RTO less than 1 hour. Option B, Pilot Lite takes longer to bring online than warm standby. Option D, multi-region active-active is expensive and not cost-effective for disaster recovery. Question 5. A mobile gaming company is launching an API that will be used by millions of players worldwide. API latency must be minimized across multiple AWS regions. The architecture should be serverless and automatically scale. DDoS protection should be built in. Which AWS services provide the best solution? Options: A. Deploy an application load balancer with EC2 instances in multiple regions. B. Use Amazon CloudFront with AWS Lambda at Edge and API Gateway. C. Use AWS Global Accelerator with EC2 instances behind a network load balancer. D. Deploy a multi-region RDS instance and use Amazon Route 53 failover routing. Correct answer: B. Use Amazon CloudFront with AWS Lambda at Edge and API Gateway. Explanation: CloudFront caches API responses and reduces latency. Lambda at Edge enables running logic closer to users. API Gateway is a fully managed serverless solution with built-in DDoS protection. Why not other options? Option A, ALB and EC2 are not serverless and require maintenance. Option C, Global Accelerator improves performance but does not cache API responses. Option D, multi-region RDS does not optimize API performance directly. Question 6. A manufacturing company has an on-premises data center and wants to securely extend its network to AWS. The on-premises network needs a fast and consistent connection to AWS. Critical workloads require low latency and high bandwidth communication. A VPN connection must be available for backup in case of failure. Which solution meets these requirements? Options: A. Use AWS Direct Connect as the primary connection and a site-to-site VPN as a backup. B. Use AWS Direct Connect Gateway with VPC peering for cross-region connectivity. C. Use a site-to-site VPN only with multiple tunnels for redundancy. D. Use AWS Transit Gateway with AWS Global Accelerator for network optimization. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Direct Connect as the primary connection and a site-to-site VPN as a backup. Explanation: AWS Direct Connect provides a high bandwidth, low latency private connection. Site-to-site VPN acts as a failover solution if Direct Connect fails. This ensures a stable hybrid network between AWS and on-premises. Why not other options? Option B. Direct Connect Gateway is used for multi-region connections, not for failover. Option C. VPN-only solutions have high latency and lower bandwidth. Option D. Global Accelerator improves internet-based performance but does not provide private connectivity. Question 7. A healthcare application stores patient data in Amazon RDS, MySQL. Data must be highly available with automatic failover. Read-heavy workloads require read scalability. Only one database writer is needed, but multiple read replicas should be supported. Which RDS configuration is best suited? Options: A. Enable multi-AZ deployment and create Amazon RDS read replicas. B. Use Amazon Aurora with multi-AZ and cross-region replication. C. Deploy Amazon RDS with auto-scaling group for automatic failover. D. Use Amazon ElastiCache to store data for faster retrieval. Correct answer: A. Enable multi-AZ deployment and create Amazon RDS read replicas. Explanation: multi-AZ ensures automatic failover to a standby instance in case of failure. Read replicas help scale read-heavy workloads by offloading traffic. Best suited for high availability with minimal downtime. Why not other options? Option B. Aurora is more expensive and suitable for high-performance needs beyond RDS. Option C. Auto-scaling groups do not apply to RDS. Option D. Elasticache is for caching, not database failover. Question 8. A financial institution needs to store regulatory compliance records for 7 years. Data is rarely accessed, but retrieval should be fast when needed. Storage should be cost-effective, considering long retention. Data retrieval time should be within minutes when required. Which AWS storage class is most cost-efficient? Options: A. Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. B. Amazon S3 Intelligent Tiering. C. Amazon S3 Standard IA. D. Amazon S3 Glacier Instant Retrieval. Correct answer: D. Amazon S3 Glacier Instant Retrieval. Explanation: S3 Glacier Instant Retrieval provides low-cost archival storage with retrieval in milliseconds. Ideal for long-term data retention with occasional access. Why not other options? Option A. Glacier Deep Archive has the lowest cost, but takes hours for retrieval. Option B. Intelligent tiering is better for unpredictable access, not for long-term archiving. Option C. S3 Standard IA is more expensive for rarely accessed data. Question 9. A media company needs a serverless architecture to host a scalable web application. The application should automatically scale during traffic spikes. Requests should be handled in a highly available manner. The solution should minimize operational overhead. Which combination of AWS services meets these requirements? Options: A. Amazon EC2 auto-scaling with an application load balancer. B. Amazon Lambda, API Gateway, DynamoDB, and S3. C. Amazon ECS with AWS Fargate and an application load balancer. D. Amazon Lightsail with a MySQL database. Correct answer: B. Amazon Lambda, API Gateway, DynamoDB, and S3. Explanation: Lambda scales automatically without provisioning servers. API Gateway routes requests efficiently. DynamoDB is a serverless NoSQL database. S3 can store static website assets. Why not other options? Option A. EC2 requires manual scaling and maintenance. Option C. ECS with Fargate is serverless but requires container management. Option D. Lightsail is not highly scalable for production-level apps. Question 10. A gaming company is launching a public API for global users. The API must handle large amounts of traffic securely. It must be protected against DDoS attacks. Only authenticated requests should be processed. Which AWS security services should be used? Options: A. AWS WAF, AWS Shield, and API Gateway with IAM authentication. B. VPC security groups and IAM roles for API security. C. Amazon CloudTrail and AWS Config for monitoring API usage. D. Use AWS GuardDuty for real-time attack detection. Correct answer: A. AWS WAF, AWS Shield, and API Gateway with IAM authentication. Explanation: AWS WAF protects against web exploits. AWS Shield protects against DDoS attacks. API Gateway IAM authentication ensures only authorized requests are allowed. Why not other options? Option B. Security groups protect VPC-based instances, not public APIs. Option C. CloudTrail and Config provide logging, but do not prevent attacks. Option D. GuardDuty detects threats, but does not actively block attacks. Question 1. A global e-commerce company wants to deploy a web application in 2 AWS regions for high availability. Traffic should be routed to the closest region for the lowest latency. In case of failure in one region, traffic should automatically fail over to another region. The solution should minimize costs while maintaining availability. Which solution best meets these requirements? Options: A. Deploy instances in both regions with an application load balancer and Route 53 failover routing. B. Use AWS Global Accelerator to distribute traffic across multiple regions automatically. C. Deploy instances in both regions and use VPC peering to route traffic between them. D. Use auto-scaling in one region and replicate the database asynchronously to another region. Correct answer, B. Use AWS Global Accelerator to distribute traffic across multiple regions automatically. Explanation: AWS Global Accelerator directs users to the nearest healthy AWS region with low latency routing. If a region fails, Global Accelerator automatically redirects traffic to the healthy region. This solution provides a global failover with minimal downtime. Why not other options? Option A, Route 53 failover works, but Global Accelerator provides lower latency and automatic failover. Option C, VPC peering connects VPCs but does not provide global failover. Option D, auto-scaling in one region does not provide global high availability. Question 2. A data analytics company processes petabytes of data for AI and machine learning workloads. Raw data must be stored cost-effectively. Data is accessed frequently in the first 30 days, then rarely after that. The solution should automatically optimize storage costs based on access patterns. Which storage solution best meets these requirements? Options: A. Amazon S3 Intelligent Tiering. B. Amazon S3 Standard IA. C. Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. D. Amazon EFS with Lifecycle Management. Correct answer, A. Amazon S3 Intelligent Tiering. Explanation: S3 Intelligent Tiering automatically moves data between high-performance and archive tiers based on access patterns. No retrieval fees and no operational overhead. Best for unpredictable or gradually decreasing access patterns. Why not other options? Option B, S3 Standard IA is cheaper than Standard but still charges retrieval fees. Option C, Glacier Deep Archive is the lowest cost but requires hours for retrieval. Option D, EFS is expensive and designed for shared file systems, not data lakes. Question 3. A financial services company wants to deploy a 3-tier web application on AWS. The front-end must be publicly accessible via the internet. The application layer should be secured and not directly exposed. The database must be private and accessible only by the application. Which architecture meets these security requirements? Options: A. Use a public subnet for web servers, a private subnet for application servers, and a private subnet for databases. B. Place all servers in a public subnet and use security groups to control access. C. Use an EC2 instance with a public IP for the database and restrict access using IAM policies. D. Deploy all instances in a single subnet and use AWS Network ACLs for security. Correct answer: A. Use a public subnet for web servers, a private subnet for application servers, and a private subnet for databases. Explanation: A 3-tier architecture isolates the web, application, and database layers. Public-facing components, web servers, are in a public subnet. Private components, application servers and databases, are in a private subnet, ensuring security. This prevents direct internet access to sensitive application and database layers. Why not other options? Option B, placing all instances in a public subnet exposes the database to the internet. Option C, databases should never have a public IP address. Option D, a single subnet does not provide proper network segmentation. Question 4. A media company wants to implement a disaster recovery strategy with minimal downtime. The company needs an active-passive failover between AWS regions. The secondary region should only be used in case of failure. The solution should be cost-effective while ensuring quick recovery. Which disaster recovery strategy should be used? Options: A. Pilot light strategy with AWS DMS for database replication. B. Warm standby strategy with Route 53 failover and RDS multi-AZ. C. Backup and restore strategy using Amazon S3 and AWS backup. D. Fully active multi-region deployment with Global Accelerator. Correct answer: A. Pilot light strategy with AWS DMS for database replication. Explanation: Pilot Lite keeps minimal resources running in the backup region, reducing costs. AWS Database Migration Service, DMS, ensures the secondary database is always updated. When needed, additional resources can be quickly scaled up. Why not other options? Option B, warm standby keeps a partially running environment, which is more expensive. Option C, backup and restore is slow and not suitable for minimal downtime. Option D, active is expensive and not needed unless all services must run continuously. Question 5. A company's developers need access to AWS resources for development and testing. Developers should not have direct access to production environments. Access should be controlled and audited for security compliance. The company uses Microsoft Active Directory for authentication. Which authentication method meets these requirements? Options: A. Use AWS IAM Identity Center, SSO, with Active Directory Federation. B. Create separate IAM users for each developer with inline policies. C. Provide long-term AWS credentials and store them in AWS Secrets Manager. D. Use IAM roles with MFA and share static access keys via email. Correct answer: A. Use AWS IAM Identity Center, SSO, with Active Directory Federation. Explanation: IAM Identity Center, SSO, integrates with Active Directory for centralized access control. Developers log in using their corporate credentials without needing IAM users. Access is controlled via group-based permissions and automatically revoked when employees leave. Why not other options? Option B. Creating separate IAM users is difficult to manage and less secure. Option C. Long-term AWS credentials are a security risk. Option D. Static access keys should never be shared. Question 6. A healthcare company is building a serverless application with AWS Lambda and Amazon API Gateway. The API should handle high traffic while remaining cost-efficient. It should support authentication and rate limiting. Users should access the API securely over the Internet. Which solution best meets these requirements? Options: A. Deploy an application load balancer, ALB, in front of API Gateway for better scaling. B. Use API Gateway with AWS WAF, AWS IAM authentication, and throttling enabled. C. Use a network load balancer, NLB, with Amazon Cognito for authentication. D. Deploy the API on EC2 instances behind an elastic load balancer for better control. Correct answer: B. Use API Gateway with AWS WAF, AWS IAM authentication, and throttling enabled. Explanation: API Gateway provides built-in scaling and integrates with AWS Lambda, making it serverless. AWS WAF, Web Application Firewall, protects against common security threats like SQL injection. IAM authentication restricts access, and throttling prevents abuse by limiting requests per second. Why not other options? Option A. ALB is not needed for API Gateway, as it handles traffic scaling natively. Option C. NLB does not support security features like WAF or request throttling. Option D. EC2-based APIs require maintenance and are less cost-efficient than API Gateway. Question 7. A company with multiple AWS accounts needs to connect 10 VPCs across different accounts. Each VPC must communicate securely with the others. The solution should minimize administrative overhead. Traffic should not be routed through the public internet. Which networking solution is the best choice? Options: A. Use VPC peering between all 10 VPCs. B. Use AWS Transit Gateway to connect all VPCs centrally. C. Use a VPN connection between each VPC for security. D. Deploy NAT gateways in each VPC for secure routing. Correct answer: B. Use AWS Transit Gateway to connect all VPCs centrally. Explanation: AWS Transit Gateway allows centralized management of multiple VPCs. It simplifies networking by avoiding a complex mesh of VPC peering connections. All VPCs can securely communicate without routing traffic over the Internet. Why not other options? Option A, VPC peering creates a complex full mesh network that is hard to scale. Option C, VPN is unnecessary for internal AWS communication. Option D, NAT gateways are used for internet access, not for connecting VPCs. Question 8. A retail company needs a highly available relational database for its order processing system. The database should failover automatically if an AZ goes down. Read replicas should be used to handle heavy read traffic. The solution should be fully managed with minimal operational overhead. Which AWS service best meets these requirements? Options: A. Amazon RDS, with multi-AZ and read replicas. B. Deploy MySQL on EC2 with auto-scaling and backup scripts. C. Amazon Aurora with multi-AZ and read replicas. D. Amazon DynamoDB with global tables. Correct answer: C. Amazon Aurora with multi-AZ and read replicas. Explanation: Aurora is designed for high availability with automatic failover and replication. It supports up to 15 read replicas, making it scalable for high read traffic. Aurora's performance is better than standard RDS, and it automatically recovers from failures. Why not other options? Option A. RDS supports multi-AZ and read replicas, but Aurora has better scalability and performance. Option B. Running MySQL on EC2 requires manual management and is less fault-tolerant. Option D. DynamoDB is NoSQL and not suitable for relational workloads. Question 9. A financial firm needs to transfer sensitive customer data from its on-premises data center to Amazon S3. Data must be encrypted in transit and at rest. Access should be restricted to internal employees only. The solution should avoid exposing S3 to the public internet. Which solution is the best choice? Options: A. Use AWS Direct Connect with an S3 VPC endpoint. B. Upload data using a public S3 URL and enable server-side encryption, SSE S3. C. Use a VPN connection and access S3 via the AWS Management Console. D. Use AWS Storage Gateway with IAM user access keys. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Direct Connect with an S3 VPC endpoint. Explanation: Direct Connect provides a private network connection between on-premises and AWS. An S3 VPC endpoint ensures that traffic stays within AWS private network. Data remains encrypted and never traverses the public internet. Why not other options? Option B. Public S3 URLs expose data to security risks. Option C. VPNs are slower and require internet traffic to reach S3. Option D. Storage gateway is mainly for hybrid storage, not secure data transfer. Question 10. A ride-sharing company wants to process ride booking events in real time. The system should automatically scale as traffic increases. Events should be processed reliably and delivered in order. The architecture should be fully serverless. Which solution is the best choice? Options: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams with AWS Lambda. B. Deploy an EC2-based Kafka cluster for event streaming. C. Use Amazon SQS, with auto-scaling EC2 instances for processing. D. Use API Gateway to invoke Lambda functions for every ride event. Correct answer: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams with AWS Lambda. Explanation: Kinesis provides high-throughput event streaming with ordered delivery. AWS Lambda processes each event in real time with automatic scaling. This combination is completely serverless and cost-effective. Why not other options? Option B. Kafka requires managing EC2 instances, making it more complex. Option C. SQS does not guarantee ordered event delivery. Option D. API Gateway is not designed for high-volume event streaming. Question 1. A global e-commerce company experiences high latency due to repeated database queries. Customers from different regions should experience low-latency responses. The solution should reduce database load and improve read performance. Data updates should be automatically reflected in the cache. Which AWS service best meets these requirements? Options: A. Use Amazon RDS with read replicas. B. Deploy an EC2-based Redis cluster. C. Use Amazon ElastiCache with Redis and auto-discovery enabled. D. Use Amazon CloudFront with a custom origin pointing to the database. Correct answer: C. Use Amazon ElastiCache with Redis and auto-discovery enabled. Explanation: ElastiCache, Redis, stores frequently accessed data in memory, reducing latency. Auto-discovery enables automatic scaling as demand increases. Supports cache invalidation to ensure data updates reflect correctly. Why not other options? Option A. Read replicas improve read performance but don't eliminate repeated queries. Option B. Managing Redis on EC2 increases operational overhead. Option D. CloudFront is ideal for caching static content, not dynamic database queries. Question 2. A banking institution wants to store and archive customer records securely while keeping some data on premises. Data should be encrypted and securely accessible from both AWS and on-premises. The solution should be cost-effective and support petabyte-scale storage. Cold storage should be available for long-term retention. Which AWS service provides the best solution? Options: A. Use Amazon S3 with AWS Direct Connect. B. Use AWS Storage Gateway with Tape Gateway mode. C. Deploy Amazon FSx for Windows File Server with on-premises integration. D. Use Amazon RDS with multi-AZ and automatic backups. Correct answer: B. Use AWS Storage Gateway with Tape Gateway mode. Explanation: AWS Storage Gateway, Tape Gateway, integrates on-premises storage with AWS. Supports petabyte-scale storage for archival use cases. Encrypts data and stores backups in Amazon S3 Glacier for cost savings. Why not other options? Option A. Direct Connect provides private network access but doesn't handle archival storage. Option C. FSx is for shared file storage, not for large-scale backups. Option D. RDS is a database service, not for file storage and archiving. Question 3. A company with multiple AWS accounts needs to allow developers from account A to access S3 buckets in account B. The solution should follow security best practices, least privilege. IAM users in account A should not have full control over account B's resources. Cross-account access should be easily managed and auditable. Which is the best way to grant access? Options: A. Use an S3 bucket policy allowing account A's IAM users to access account B's S3 bucket. B. Create an IAM role in account B and grant permission to account A's IAM users. C. Enable AWS Resource Access Manager, RAM, to share the S3 bucket. D. Create an IAM group in account A and assign full S3 permissions to all developers. Correct answer: B. Create an IAM role in account B and grant permission to account A's IAM users. Explanation: IAM roles enable cross-account access securely without managing long-term credentials. Developers assume the role in account B temporarily instead of having full access. Permissions can be scoped to only the required S3 buckets. Why not other options? Option A. S3 bucket policies don't provide granular access control. Option C. RAM is used for sharing AWS services, not for IAM-based access control. Option D. Granting full permissions to all users violates the least privilege principle. Question 4. A log analytics company processes terabytes of log data daily. Logs should be stored for long-term analysis. The solution should be cost-effective and scalable. Batch processing should be automated and require minimal management. Which AWS service combination is the best solution? Options: A. Use Amazon Kinesis Firehose to store logs in S3 and process them with AWS Lambda. B. Deploy an Amazon Redshift cluster and stream logs into it for analysis. C. Use Amazon EC2 instances with Hadoop to process logs and store results in Amazon RDSD. Send logs to Amazon S3 and use AWS Glue with Amazon Athena for on-demand querying. Correct answer: D. Send logs to Amazon S3 and use AWS Glue with Amazon Athena for on-demand querying. Explanation: S3 provides cheap, scalable storage for logs. AWS Glue automatically processes data for analytics. Athena allows querying logs without provisioning infrastructure, making it cost-effective. Why not other options? Option A, Lambda has execution limits and is not suited for large-scale log processing. Option B, Redshift is expensive and better suited for structured data. Option C, managing Hadoop clusters on EC2 increases operational complexity. Question 5. A media company runs a global video streaming application on AWS. Users in different AWS regions should experience low-latency streaming. The application should failover automatically if a region becomes unavailable. The solution should use AWS managed services where possible. Which architecture best meets these requirements? Options: A. Deploy EC2 instances with an auto-scaling group in a single AWS region. B. Use Route 53 with latency-based routing and deploy EC2 instances in multiple regions. C. Use a network load balancer with multi-AZ deployment. D. Deploy all backend services in a single AWS region and enable CloudFront caching. Correct answer: B. Use Route 53 with latency-based routing and deploy EC2 instances in multiple regions. Explanation: latency-based routing directs users to the closest AWS region. Multi-region deployment ensures high availability and disaster recovery. Route 53 can automatically route traffic if a region goes down. Why not other options? Option A, a single region deployment doesn't ensure global availability. Option C, NLB only balances traffic within a single region. Option D, CloudFront improves caching but doesn't provide multi-region failover. Question 6. A financial services company needs to securely connect its applications running on AWS Lambda to an RDS database, MySQL. The connection should not expose the database to the public internet. Authentication should be managed without hard-coding credentials. The solution should follow security best practices. Which is the best approach? Options: A. Create a database user and store the credentials in AWS Secrets Manager. B. Attach a public IP to the RDS instance and allow Lambda to connect. C. Use AWS Systems Manager Parameter Store to store database credentials. D. Use IAM database authentication with RDS and connect Lambda via VPC. Correct answer: D. Use IAM database authentication with RDS and connect Lambda via VPC. Explanation: IAM database authentication allows connecting without storing passwords. Lambda should run inside the same VPC as the RDS instance for secure connectivity. Eliminates the need for storing credentials manually. Why not other options? Option A, Secrets Manager is a good practice, but IAM authentication is more secure. Option B, exposing RDS to the public internet is a security risk. Option C, Parameter Store is useful, but it still requires credentials, unlike IAM authentication. Question 7. A healthcare company needs to implement disaster recovery, DR, for a mission-critical web application running in S East 1. The application must failover to another AWS region automatically. RPO, recovery point objective, should be as close to 0 as possible. RTO, recovery time objective, should be within minutes. Which DR strategy is the best choice? Options: A. Backup and restore using Amazon S3 and RDS automated backups. B. Deploy an active passive architecture using Pilot Lite with minimal infrastructure in a secondary region. C. Implement an active-active architecture with global load balancing. D. Use AWS Snowball to ship data between AWS regions periodically. Correct answer: C. Implement an active-active architecture with global load balancing. Explanation: active-active ensures immediate failover with minimal downtime. AWS Global Accelerator or Route 53 can route traffic to the healthy region automatically. Data replication between regions ensures near-zero RPO. Why not other options? Option A, backup and restore takes hours, not suitable for mission-critical applications. Option B, Pilot Lite requires manual intervention, increasing RTO. Option D, AWS Snowball is not a real-time DR solution. Question 8. A video streaming startup needs to store and deliver large media files, 1 terabyte per day, to global users at low cost. Users should experience low latency. Storage should be cost-effective. Data should be accessible worldwide. Which solution is the most cost-efficient? Options: A. Store files in Amazon S3 standard and use Amazon CloudFront for distribution. B. Use Amazon RDS to store the video files and serve them via EC2 instances. C. Deploy a self-managed content delivery network, CDN, using EC2 and Jinx. D. Use Amazon EBS for storing video files and distribute them using ALB. Correct answer: A. Store files in Amazon S3 standard and use Amazon CloudFront for distribution. Explanation: S3 provides durable and low-cost storage. CloudFront caches videos globally, reducing latency and bandwidth costs. Pay-as-you-go pricing ensures cost optimization. Why not other options? Option B, RDS is for structured data, not for storing and serving media files. Option C, managing a CDN on EC2 is complex and expensive. Option D, EBS is block storage, not optimized for large-scale file delivery. Question 9. A travel booking platform is building an API service using Amazon API Gateway and AWS Lambda. APIs should be publicly accessible, but only to authenticated users. Authentication should support third-party identity providers, Google, Facebook, etc. Minimal development effort should be required. Which authentication mechanism is best? Options: A. Use AWS IAM users and API Gateway IAM authorization. B. Enable API Gateway's built-in API key authentication. C. Use Amazon Cognito user pools for authentication. D. Require users to sign in via a custom database-based authentication system. Correct answer: C. Use Amazon Cognito user pools for authentication. Explanation: Cognito supports third-party identity providers. Handles user authentication, session management, and token-based authorization. Minimal development effort is required. Why not other options? Option A, IAM is better for internal services, not public user authentication. Option B, API keys provide no user authentication, only basic access control. Option D, building a custom authentication system is unnecessary effort. Question 10. An e-commerce platform is running on Amazon EC2 instances with an RDS database. Users should experience minimal downtime if an availability zone, AZ, fails. The database should be highly available and automatically failover. Traffic should be distributed across multiple instances. Which architecture ensures the highest availability? Options: A. Deploy EC2 instances in a single AZ with a multi-AZ RDS instance. B. Use an auto-scaling group across multiple AZs and an RDS multi-AZ instance. C. Deploy all EC2 instances in one AZ with a standby RDS instance in another AZ. D. Use EC2 spot instances to handle failover scenarios. Correct answer: B. Use an auto-scaling group across multiple AZs and an RDS multi-AZ instance. Explanation: auto-scaling distributes EC2 instances across multiple AZs, ensuring redundancy. RDS multi-AZ provides automatic failover for the database. Load balancer ensures seamless traffic distribution. Why not other options? Option A, single AZ EC2 instances create a single point of failure. Option C, a single standby instance doesn't scale automatically. Option D, spot instances are not suitable for mission-critical applications. Question 1. A media production company stores large video files in an Amazon S3 bucket in account A. A third-party video processing company, account B, needs temporary read-only access to specific objects. The access should be granted securely without sharing credentials. Access should be revoked automatically after a specified time. Which solution should you implement? Options: A. Create an IAM user in account A and share access keys with account B. B. Use an S3 bucket policy to grant read access to account B's IAM role. C. Generate pre-signed URLs for the required objects and share them with account B. D. Enable S3 cross-region replication, CRR, to copy data to account B's bucket. Correct answer: C. Generate pre-signed URLs for the required objects and share them with account B. Explanation: Pre-signed URLs provide temporary, controlled access to specific objects. They automatically expire after the defined time, preventing long-term exposure. No need for complex IAM policy configurations between accounts. Why not other options? Option A. Sharing access keys is insecure and violates AWS best practices. Option B. Bucket policies provide long-term access instead of temporary access. Option D. CRR replicates data but does not provide temporary access control. Question 2. A financial institution needs a secure, low-latency connection between its on-premises data center and AWS. Data transfer should be private, not over the internet. Latency should be minimal, and bandwidth should be high. Traffic should not go through a third-party provider. Which AWS service best meets these requirements? Options: A. AWS Direct Connect. B. AWS Site-to-Site VPN. C. AWS Transit Gateway. D. VPC peering. Correct answer: A. AWS Direct Connect. Explanation: Direct Connect provides a dedicated private connection to AWS, ensuring minimal latency. Higher bandwidth compared to VPN, reducing congestion issues. Avoids using public internet, increasing security. Why not other options? Option B. Site-to-site VPN runs over the public internet, increasing latency. Option C. Transit Gateway helps route traffic between VPCs but does not connect on-premises directly. Option D. VPC peering is only for VPC to VPC communication, not for on-premises. Question 3. A social media startup is running a photo-sharing website on Amazon EC2. The application experiences unpredictable traffic spikes. High availability and automatic scaling are required. The architecture should minimize costs. Which solution is the most cost-effective and scalable? Options: A. Use an elastic load balancer, ELB, with an auto-scaling group of EC2 instances. B. Manually increase EC2 instance sizes when traffic increases. C. Deploy a fixed number of large EC2 instances with an application load balancer. D. Use a single EC2 instance with Amazon RDS for storing user uploads. Correct answer: A. Use an elastic load balancer, ELB, with an auto-scaling group of EC2 instances. Explanation: Auto-scaling automatically adds/removes instances based on demand. Elastic load balancer distributes traffic across healthy instances. Prevents over-provisioning and optimizes costs. Why not other options? Option B. Manual scaling is inefficient and slow. Option C. Fixed instances lead to wasted resources during low traffic. Option D. A single EC2 instance creates a single point of failure. Question 4. A global e-commerce company is running an Amazon RDS MySQL database. The database serves both real-time transactions and analytics workloads. High availability and automatic failover are critical. Read performance should be optimized for reporting queries. Which architecture is the most efficient? Options: A. Enable multi-AZ deployment for automatic failover. B. Use read replicas for analytics queries. C. Use both multi-AZ and read replicas together. D. Manually create database snapshots for failover. Correct answer: C. Use both multi-AZ and read replicas together. Explanation: Multi-AZ ensures high availability by providing a standby instance in another AZ. Read replicas improve read performance by offloading read queries. Combining both ensures both availability and performance. Why not other options? Option A, multi-AZ only helps with failover, not read performance. Option B, read replicas improve performance but do not provide failover. Option D, snapshots do not provide real-time failover. Question 5. A log analytics company processes millions of log files daily from various sources. Logs should be ingested, processed, and stored in real time. The solution should be fully serverless. Logs need to be analyzed using SQL-like queries. Which AWS architecture best fits this use case? Options: A. Use AWS Lambda to process logs and store them in Amazon S3, then query with Athena. B. Use EC2 instances with an ELK, Elasticsearch, Logstash, Kibana, Stack. C. Deploy an on-premises Hadoop cluster and send processed logs to AWS. D. Use Amazon RDS MySQL for storing logs and process them with SQL queries. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Lambda to process logs and store them in Amazon S3, then query with Athena. Explanation: Lambda processes logs in real time without managing servers. S3 provides scalable, low-cost storage. Athena enables SQL-like queries directly on S3 data without ETL pipelines. Why not other options? Option B, managing ELK on EC2 requires operational overhead. Option C, on-premises Hadoop clusters are expensive and hard to scale. Option D, RDS is not optimized for storing large-scale unstructured logs. Question 6. A global e-commerce platform wants to deploy its web application across multiple AWS regions for low latency for global users. Automatic failover in case of a regional outage. Cost-effective architecture. Which AWS solution should you implement? Options: A. Use Route 53 with latency-based routing and deploy the application in multiple AWS regions. B. Deploy the application in a single AWS region and use a CloudFront distribution for caching. C. Set up a multi-AZ deployment of the application in a single AWS region. D. Use an application load balancer, ALB, with cross-region load balancing enabled. Correct answer: A. Use Route 53 with latency-based routing and deploy the application in multiple AWS regions. Explanation: Route 53 latency-based routing directs users to the closest AWS region. Deploying the application in multiple regions ensures high availability, reduces downtime and enhances the user experience globally. Why not other options? Option B, CloudFront caches content but does not ensure full failover. Option C, multi-AZ provides high availability but is limited to one AWS region. Option D, ALB does not provide global load balancing across regions. Question 7. A financial company has an on-premises application that needs secure access to an Amazon RDS PostgreSQL instance. Low latency connectivity is required. Database should not be exposed to the public internet. Minimal changes to security configurations. Which solution meets these requirements? Options: A. Create a VPN connection and allow inbound traffic to the RDS instance from the on-premises network. B. Make the RDS instance publicly accessible and restrict access using security groups. C. Use AWS Direct Connect to establish a private network link between the on-premises environment and AWS. D. Deploy a Bastion host in the VPC and connect to RDS via SSH tunneling. Correct answer: C. Use AWS Direct Connect to establish a private network link between the on-premises environment and AWS. Explanation: Direct Connect provides a dedicated, private, and low-latency connection. Does not expose the database to the public internet. More stable and reliable compared to a VPN. Why not other options? Option A, VPN introduces latency and is not as reliable as Direct Connect. Option B, publicly accessible RDS is a security risk. Option D, Bastion host is used for administrative access, not database connections. Question 8. A social media platform collects user activity logs and needs to process events in real time. The system must scale automatically based on event volume. Minimal operational overhead. Process millions of events per second efficiently. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. Amazon Kinesis data streams with AWS Lambda for real-time processing. B. Amazon SQS with EC2 instances processing the messages. C. Amazon RDS with stored procedures handling the events. D. Amazon S3 with a scheduled AWS Lambda function to process logs. Correct answer: A. Amazon Kinesis data streams with AWS Lambda for real-time processing. Explanation: Kinesis handles high-throughput, real-time data streaming. AWS Lambda scales automatically based on incoming events. Fully managed and cost-effective for real-time analytics. Why not other options? Option B. SQS is designed for message queues, not real-time streaming. Option C. RDS is not suitable for real-time event processing at scale. Option D. S3 plus Lambda is a batch-based approach, not real-time. Question 9. A healthcare company needs a disaster recovery plan for its critical database running in AWS. Recovery time objective, RTO, equals 15 minutes. Recovery point objective, RPO, equals 5 minutes. Solution must be cost-effective. Which AWS solution meets these requirements? Options: A. Enable Amazon RDS multi-AZ replication. B. Use Amazon RDS read replicas in another AWS region. C. Create manual RDS snapshots every 5 minutes. D. Replicate RDS to another AWS region using AWS DMS. Correct answer: D. Replicate RDS to another AWS region using AWS DMS. Explanation: AWS Database Migration Service, DMS, enables continuous replication to another AWS region. Ensures low RPO, 5 minutes, and fast RTO, 15 minutes. Cross-region replication enhances disaster recovery. Why not other options? Option A. Multi-AZ provides high availability but not cross-region. Option B. Read replicas do not support failover automatically. Option C. Manual snapshots do not meet RTO/RPO requirements. Question 10. A startup wants to host a static website with low cost, scalability and high availability. No server management. Which AWS service is the best solution? Options: A. Amazon S3 with static website hosting enabled. B. Deploy an Apache web server on an EC2 instance. C. Host the website on Amazon RDS with a MySQL backend. D. Use AWS Lambda with API gateway to serve the web pages. Correct answer: A. Amazon S3 with static website hosting enabled. Explanation: S3 is a highly available, scalable, and cost-effective solution for static websites. No server maintenance is required. Can integrate with CloudFront for global content delivery. Why not other options? Option B. EC2 requires server management and is costly. Option C. RDS is a database service, not a web hosting solution. Option D. Lambda and API gateway are not designed for serving static content. Question 1. A global analytics company needs to securely share large datasets stored in Amazon S3 with multiple AWS accounts. Access should be managed at the bucket level. No need to copy or duplicate data. Minimal operational overhead. Which AWS service provides the most efficient solution? Options: A. Enable cross-account IAM roles and grant S3 permissions. B. Use AWS Data Sync to transfer data between accounts. C. Enable S3 access points with cross-account permissions. D. Use AWS Glue to move the data into each account separately. Correct answer: C. Enable S3 access points with cross-account permissions. Explanation: S3 access points simplify access control for shared datasets across multiple AWS accounts. IAM policies on access points allow fine-grained permissions without modifying the bucket policy. More scalable and manageable than directly managing bucket policies or IAM roles. Why not other options? Option A, IAM roles require each account to assume roles, which adds complexity. Option B, AWS Data Sync is for bulk data transfer, not access control. Option D, AWS Glue is used for ETL and data transformation, not secure sharing. Question 2. A ride-sharing company wants to deploy a highly available API that handles millions of requests per second. Automatically fails over if one region is down. Minimizes operational complexity. Which AWS architecture meets these requirements? Options: A. Deploy API gateway with AWS Lambda functions in a single AWS region. B. Deploy an application load balancer, ALB, across multiple regions. C. Use Amazon Route 53 with latency-based routing and multi-region API gateway deployments. D. Deploy an EC2-based REST API with Elastic Load Balancer, ELB, in one AWS region. Correct answer: C. Use Amazon Route 53 with latency-based routing and multi-region API gateway deployments. Explanation: Route 53 latency-based routing directs users to the nearest API gateway deployment. Multi-region deployment ensures high availability and automatic failover. AWS Lambda provides a serverless, scalable API backend. Why not other options? Option A, a single region deployment has no failover. Option B, ALB does not support cross-region load balancing. Option D, EC2-based REST APIs introduce high operational overhead and regional failure risks. Question 3. A media company needs to run large-scale log analytics jobs daily. Each job processes terabytes of data. Cost is a major concern. Compute resources should scale dynamically. Which AWS service is the best solution? Options: A. Amazon Redshift with reserved instances. B. Amazon EMR with spot instances. C. Amazon RDS with a RED replica for analytics. D. AWS Lambda with an S3 event trigger. Correct answer: B. Amazon EMR with spot instances. Explanation: EMR is optimized for big data analytics, Hadoop, Spark, Presto, etc. Spot instances provide up to 90% cost savings over on-demand instances. Automatic scaling allows cost-efficient processing. Why not other options? Option A, Redshift is ideal for structured data, but EMR is better for large-scale, unstructured analytics. Option C, RDS read replicas improve query performance but are not optimized for massive data processing. Option D, AWS Lambda has execution time limits and cannot handle terabytes of data efficiently. Question 4. A financial institution wants private connectivity to AWS services like S3 and DynamoDB from their on-premises data center. Traffic must not traverse the public internet. High security and low latency are required. Which AWS service provides the best solution? Options: A. Use a VPN connection with a private NAT gateway. B. Enable AWS Private Link for S3 and DynamoDB. C. Deploy an EC2 proxy server and route traffic through it. D. Use a Direct Connect Public Virtual Interface, VIF. Correct answer: B. Enable AWS Private Link for S3 and DynamoDB. Explanation: AWS Private Link provides private connectivity between VPCs and AWS services. Traffic does not pass through the public internet, ensuring security. Low latency communication between on-premises and AWS. Why not other options? Option A, VPN still uses the public internet, making it less secure. Option C, an EC2 proxy adds complexity and maintenance overhead. Option D, Direct Connect Public VIF does not provide private access to AWS services. Question 5. A software company is building a multi-tenant SaaS platform on AWS. Each tenant's data should be isolated. The application should scale automatically. Minimal operational complexity. Which AWS design pattern should be used? Options: A. Deploy a separate VPC for each tenant. B. Use Amazon Cognito for user authentication and S3 bucket policies for data isolation. C. Create a single database and filter queries by tenant ID. D. Use separate EC2 instances for each tenant. Correct answer: B. Use Amazon Cognito for user authentication and S3 bucket policies for data isolation. Explanation: Cognito provides tenant-aware authentication and authorization. S3 bucket policies ensure that each tenant can only access their own data. Scalable and cost-effective solution for a SaaS model. Why not other options? Option A. Managing multiple VPCs is complex and costly. Option C. A single database with tenant filtering increases security risks. Option D. Separate EC2 instances for each tenant is not scalable or cost-effective. Question 6. A gaming company needs a high-performance, low-latency, NoSQL database for storing real-time player session data. Should handle millions of concurrent connections. Low read and write latency is required. Which AWS service is the best choice? Options: A. Amazon RDS with PostgreSQL. B. Amazon Redshift for storing session logs. C. Amazon DynamoDB with on-demand capacity. D. Amazon Aurora Serverless. Correct answer: C. Amazon DynamoDB with on-demand capacity. Explanation: DynamoDB is a fully managed NoSQL database with low latency reads/writes. On-demand capacity scales automatically based on traffic. Ideal for real-time applications like gaming and session tracking. Why not other options? Option A. RDS is not optimized for high-throughput NoSQL workloads. Option B. Redshift is for analytics, not real-time session storage. Option D. Aurora Serverless is better for relational workloads, not NoSQL. Question 7. A healthcare startup needs a disaster recovery (DR) plan for their Amazon RDS PostgreSQL database. The RDS instance runs in the East 1 region. In case of failure, a backup region should take over automatically. Minimize replication lag and ensure read consistency. Which solution provides the best disaster recovery strategy? Options: A. Enable Amazon RDS multi-AZ deployment. B. Create an Amazon RDS read replica in another AWS region. C. Use AWS Database Migration Service (DMS) to replicate to another region. D. Take manual RDS snapshots and restore in case of failure. Correct answer: B. Create an Amazon RDS read replica in another AWS region. Explanation: RDS read replicas can be promoted to standalone instances in case of failure. Cross-region replication minimizes downtime during a regional outage. Lower RTO, recovery time objective, compared to manual snapshots. Why not other options? Option A. Multi-AZ is for high availability within a single region, not cross-region. Option C. DMS is better for heterogeneous migrations, not real-time replication. Option D. Manual snapshots do not provide real-time failover. Question 8. A video streaming company needs to process real-time user interactions and store structured data efficiently. Data ingestion should scale dynamically. Storage must support fast lookups and aggregations. Cost should be minimized. Which architecture meets these requirements? Options: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams for ingestion and Amazon DynamoDB for storage. B. Use an EC2 cluster running Apache Kafka for ingestion and MySQL on RDS for storage. C. Use AWS Lambda to process events and store data in Amazon S3. D. Use an SQS for ingestion and store data in an Amazon RDS instance. Correct answer: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams for ingestion and Amazon DynamoDB for storage. Explanation: Kinesis data streams handles high-throughput real-time ingestion. DynamoDB is a scalable NoSQL database optimized for fast lookups. No need to manage infrastructure, making it cost-effective. Why not other options? Option B. EC2 plus Kafka requires manual scaling and is expensive. Option C. S3 is not optimized for low-latency structured data queries. Option D. SQS is not designed for real-time high-throughput event streaming. Question 9. A financial institution is building a serverless web application that requires high availability and auto-scaling, protection against SQL injection and XSS attacks, minimal management overhead. Which architecture provides the most secure solution? Options: A. Use API Gateway, Lambda, and an Aurora serverless database with AWS WAF for security. B. Deploy the web app on EC2 with an application load balancer and AWS Shield Advanced. C. Use a self-managed MySQL database on EC2 and secure it with security groups. D. Host the app on Amazon S3 with direct access to an RDS database. Correct answer: A. Use API Gateway, Lambda, and an Aurora serverless database with AWS WAF for security. Explanation: API Gateway provides a managed entry point with built-in security. AWS WAF protects against web attacks like SQL injection and cross-site scripting. Aurora Serverless provides an auto-scaling database with high availability. Why not other options? Option B. EC2 adds management overhead and does not scale serverlessly. Option C. A self-managed database lacks built-in auto-scaling and resilience. Option D. Direct S3 to RDS access is insecure and inefficient. Question 10. A manufacturing company needs to securely connect its on-premises data center to AWS. The connection must be stable with low latency. Traffic should be private and not traverse the public internet. Some workloads require access to AWS services like S3 and DynamoDB. Which AWS solution provides the best connectivity? Options: A. Use AWS VPN with a site-to-site connection. B. Use AWS Direct Connect with a private virtual interface, VIF. C. Use a NAT gateway and an Internet gateway for connectivity. D. Use AWS Transit Gateway with peering to on-premises networks. Correct answer: B. Use AWS Direct Connect with a private virtual interface, VIF. Explanation: Direct Connect provides a dedicated, low-latency link to AWS. A private VIF ensures that AWS services, S3, DynamoDB, are accessed securely. More reliable and cost-effective than VPN for high-bandwidth needs. Why not other options? Option A. VPN uses the public internet, leading to higher latency. Option C. NAT gateway exposes traffic to the internet, which is insecure. Option D. Transit gateway helps with VPC to VPC traffic, but not private AWS service access. Question 1. A research organization needs a cost-effective compute solution for running large-scale batch jobs. Jobs run for hours, but don't need to be continuously available. Cost optimization is a priority. Workloads should scale automatically based on demand. Which AWS service is the best choice? Options: A. Use EC2 spot instances with AWS Batch. B. Deploy an Amazon RDS instance with auto-scaling enabled. C. Use AWS Lambda to execute each batch job separately. D. Use Amazon Lightsail for cost-effective compute. Correct answer: A. Use EC2 spot instances with AWS Batch. Explanation: AWS Batch automatically provisions spot instances, reducing costs by up to 90%. Batch dynamically scales compute resources based on job size. Optimized for non-time-sensitive workloads. Why not other options? Option B. RDS is for databases, not batch computing. Option C. Lambda has a 15-minute execution limit, unsuitable for long-running jobs. Option D. Lightsail is designed for simpler workloads, not large-scale batch processing. Question 2. A social media platform is hosting a dynamic web application that experiences variable traffic spikes. The application is stateful and requires session persistence. It should automatically scale to handle traffic surges. Downtime should be minimized. Which architecture provides the best solution? Options: A. Deploy EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB, with auto-scaling enabled. B. Use Amazon S3 and CloudFront to serve the web application. C. Deploy the application on a single EC2 instance with an elastic IP. D. Use AWS Lambda and API Gateway to run the entire web application. Correct answer: A. Deploy EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB, with auto-scaling enabled. Explanation: auto-scaling automatically adjusts EC2 instances based on traffic. Application load balancer, ALB, distributes traffic efficiently. Supports sticky sessions if session persistence is required. Why not other options? Option B. S3 and CloudFront are good for static websites, not dynamic applications. Option C. A single EC2 instance is a single point of failure. Option D. AWS Lambda is best for serverless microservices, but not stateful applications. Question 3. A large enterprise has multiple AWS accounts under AWS organizations. Different teams require access to specific AWS resources across accounts. The solution should follow the principle of least privilege. Centralized management of permissions is required. Which is the best solution? Options: A. Use IAM roles and cross-account trust relationships. B. Create separate IAM users in each account. C. Use AWS Identity Center, AWS SSO, to manage user access centrally. D. Enable Amazon Cognito for user authentication. Correct answer: C. Use AWS Identity Center, AWS SSO, to manage user access centrally. Explanation: AWS SSO allows centralized identity management across multiple AWS accounts. Enables role-based access control with minimal overhead. Integrates with existing identity providers like Active Directory. Why not other options? Option A. IAM roles work but require manual setup for each account. Option B. Managing separate IAM users in each account leads to duplication and complexity. Option D. Cognito is designed for end-user authentication, not AWS account management. Question 4. A data analytics company needs to store and process massive amounts of raw data. Storage should be cost-effective. The solution must integrate with analytics services like Athena and Redshift Spectrum. Data should be easily queryable. Which architecture provides the best solution? Options: A. Use Amazon S3 as a data lake with AWS Glue for metadata management. B. Store data in Amazon RDS and use RED replicas for analytics. C. Deploy an Amazon Redshift cluster for raw data storage and analytics. D. Use DynamoDB to store and analyze structured data. Correct answer: A. Use Amazon S3 as a data lake with AWS Glue for metadata management. Explanation: S3 is cost-effective for storing large-scale raw data. AWS Glue provides schema discovery and metadata cataloging. Athena and Redshift Spectrum allow SQL queries on S3 data. Why not other options? Option B. RDS is expensive and not optimized for large-scale data lakes. Option C. Redshift is best for structured analytics, not raw data lakes. Option D. DynamoDB is a NoSQL database, not suitable for querying raw data. Question 5. A logistics company needs to expose APIs to external partners. APIs should be secured with authentication. Traffic should be distributed efficiently. Minimize infrastructure management. Which solution provides the best security and scalability? Options: A. Use Amazon API Gateway with AWS Lambda and AWS IAM authentication. B. Deploy an EC2 instance running an API service behind a network load balancer. C. Host the APIs on an RDS instance and allow direct access. D. Use AWS App Runner with built-in authentication for API hosting. Correct answer. A. Use Amazon API Gateway with AWS Lambda and AWS IAM authentication. Explanation: API Gateway secures APIs with IAM, Cognito, or custom authentication. AWS Lambda provides a serverless backend with auto-scaling. No need to manage infrastructure. Why not other options? Option B. EC2 requires manual scaling and security management. Option C. Exposing RDS directly is insecure. Option D. App Runner is not optimized for API security at scale. Question 6. A global retail company wants a highly available hybrid network to connect its on-premises data center to AWS. Needs low-latency private connectivity. Multiple on-premises locations must access AWS securely. Should support failover between connections. Which architecture is best? Options: A. Use AWS Direct Connect with VPN as a backup. B. Use a single VPN tunnel between on-premises and AWS. C. Use a NAT gateway for on-premises access. D. Use AWS Transit Gateway without Direct Connect. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Direct Connect with VPN as a backup. Explanation: Direct Connect provides a dedicated private connection. VPN acts as a backup if Direct Connect fails. Ensures high availability with automatic failover. Why not other options? Option B. A single VPN tunnel lacks redundancy. Option C. NAT gateway is for internet access, not hybrid networking. Option D. Transit gateway helps with routing, but doesn't provide a direct connection. Question 7. A SaaS startup runs a multi-tier web application on AWS. The front-end layer runs on Amazon EC2 instances. The database layer is hosted on Amazon RDS. Costs have been increasing significantly due to unpredictable traffic spikes. They need a cost-effective solution without compromising performance. Which strategy is best? Options: A. Use AWS auto-scaling with EC2 spot instances for the web tier. B. Migrate the entire application to AWS Lambda and API Gateway. C. Move the database to DynamoDB to reduce RDS costs. D. Use EC2 reserved instances for both the web tier and database. Correct answer: A. Use AWS auto-scaling with EC2 spot instances for the web tier. Explanation: Spot instances are up to 90% cheaper than on-demand EC2 instances. Auto-scaling ensures instances are available during peak loads. Great for workloads that can tolerate interruptions, e.g. web tier. Why not other options? Option B. Lambda is serverless but may not work for stateful apps. Option C. DynamoDB is NoSQL, but RDS is needed for relational data. Option D. Reserved instances save costs but lack flexibility for variable traffic. Question 8. A financial company runs a mission-critical application that requires minimal downtime. The company operates in the U.S. East 1 region. They want a disaster recovery (DR) strategy with the lowest recovery time (RTO) and recovery point objectives (RPO). Cost is important but secondary to reliability. Which DR strategy is best? Options: A. Pilot Lite with a scaled-down version in another AWS region. B. Backup and restore from Amazon S3 Glacier. C. Warm standby with EC2 instances running in another region. D. Multi-region active-active setup using Route 53 and DynamoDB global tables. Correct answer: D. Multi-region active-active setup using Route 53 and DynamoDB global tables. Explanation: Active-active ensures near-instant failover with minimal RTO/RPO. DynamoDB global tables replicate data across multiple regions. Route 53 enables automatic failover between regions. Why not other options? Option A. Pilot Lite takes time to scale up, increasing RTO. Option B. S3 Glacier is too slow for critical applications. Option C. Warm standby is cheaper but still has some downtime. Question 9. A media streaming service runs on Amazon RDS MySQL. 80% of queries are read operations. Database performance is degrading under high traffic. The solution must be cost-effective and improve scalability. Which is the best solution? Options: A. Enable Amazon RDS read replicas. B. Migrate to Amazon Aurora MySQL. C. Switch to DynamoDB for better scalability. D. Increase the EC2 instance size hosting RDS. Correct answer: A. Enable Amazon RDS read replicas. Explanation: Read replicas distribute read traffic to improve performance. Allows horizontal scaling without impacting the primary database. Why not other options? Option B. Aurora is better for performance, but costs more. Option C. DynamoDB is NoSQL, while MySQL is relational. Option D. Increasing EC2 size is expensive and does not scale well. Question 10. A healthcare company must secure its AWS VPC and meet HIPAA compliance. Only specific on-premises IP addresses should access the database. Access logs should be maintained for security audits. The company wants to minimize costs. Which combination of services meets these requirements? Options: A. Use AWS WAF, Amazon Guard Duty, and Network ACLs. B. Use security groups and AWS IAM with fine-grained permissions. C. Use a VPN with AWS Direct Connect and CloudTrail logging. D. Use AWS Firewall Manager with CloudWatch logs. Correct answer: A. Use AWS WAF, Amazon Guard Duty, and Network ACLs. Explanation: WAF protects against web threats. Guard Duty detects suspicious activity. Network ACLs restrict access based on IP addresses. Why not other options? Option B. Security groups are good but do not provide logging or intrusion detection. Option C. VPN and Direct Connect are costly and not required for basic security. Option D. Firewall Manager is for managing multiple accounts, not a VPC-level solution. Question 1. A mobile gaming startup wants to reduce costs for its serverless backend. The backend runs on AWS Lambda with API Gateway. Cold starts are causing performance issues. The company is seeing high execution times and increasing costs. Which approach is best? Options: A. Enable AWS Lambda provisioned concurrency. B. Increase Lambda function memory. C. Move the workload to Amazon EC2 with auto-scaling. D. Use AWS Fargate instead of Lambda. Correct answer: A. Enable AWS Lambda provisioned concurrency. Explanation: Provisioned concurrency keeps Lambda functions warm, reducing cold starts. Ensures low latency for critical applications. Why not other options? Option B. More memory improves performance, but does not solve cold starts. Option C. EC2 is more expensive and requires more management. Option D. Fargate is for containerized apps, not serverless functions. Question 2. A machine learning (ML) team is training AI models on Amazon SageMaker. Data files are large, terabytes of training data. High throughput storage is needed. The solution should be optimized for AI workloads. Which storage service is best? Options: A. Amazon FSx for Lustre. B. Amazon EFS. C. Amazon S3 Standard. D. Amazon DynamoDB. Correct answer: A. Amazon FSx for Lustre. Explanation: FSx for Lustre is optimized for high-performance computing, HPC, and ML, provides high throughput and low latency for AI model training. Why not other options? Option B. EFS is good for shared storage, but not optimized for ML workloads. Option C. S3 is cost-effective, but has higher latency for training models. Option D. DynamoDB is NoSQL and not for storing large ML datasets. Question 3. A SaaS company provides an API-based service for multiple clients. Customers access the API from various locations. The company wants to prevent unauthorized access. Some clients require IP-based access restrictions. Cost should be minimized while maintaining security. Which solution is best? Options: A. Use AWS WAF to filter incoming traffic and restrict IPs. B. Use AWS API Gateway with Lambda authorizers and IAM authentication. C. Use AWS Shield Advanced to protect against DDoS attacks. D. Deploy a Bastion host in a public subnet to authenticate users. Correct answer: B. Use AWS API Gateway with Lambda authorizers and IAM authentication. Explanation: API Gateway provides authentication and access control at the API level. Lambda authorizers allow for token-based authentication. IAM authentication ensures secure access control without managing keys manually. Why not other options? Option A. WAF filters web traffic but does not handle API authentication. Option C. Shield Advanced is for DDoS protection, not API security. Option D. Bastion hosts are for SSH access, not API authentication. Question 4. A data analytics company processes petabytes of data daily. Data must be ingested, transformed, and stored efficiently. They need high throughput for large-scale queries. The solution should be cost-effective. Which storage option is best? Options: A. Amazon S3 with S3 Select. B. Amazon EBS with EC2 instances. C. Amazon FSx for Lustre. D. Amazon Redshift with RA3 nodes. Correct answer: D. Amazon Redshift with RA3 nodes. Explanation: Redshift is optimized for complex analytical queries over large datasets. RA3 nodes separate storage and compute, optimizing costs. Why not other options? Option A. S3 Select is good for simple queries, but not large-scale analytics. Option B. EBS is block storage, not ideal for data analytics. Option C. FSx for Lustre is great for HPC, but not structured analytics. Question 5. A large enterprise wants to connect its on-premises data center to AWS. Low latency and secure access are required. They need redundancy in case of failure. The solution should be cost-efficient. Which solution is best? Options: A. Use AWS site-to-site VPN with BGP for failover. B. Deploy AWS Direct Connect with a backup VPN. C. Use an EC2-based OpenVPN server. D. Use AWS Global Accelerator for hybrid connectivity. Correct answer: B. Deploy AWS Direct Connect with a backup VPN. Explanation: Direct Connect provides low latency and a dedicated link. A backup VPN ensures failover in case Direct Connect fails. Why not other options? Option A. VPN alone has higher latency and less reliability. Option C. EC2-based VPN is hard to scale and less secure. Option D. Global Accelerator is for improving global performance, not hybrid connectivity. Question 6. A global e-commerce company needs high availability. They operate in multiple AWS regions. Downtime must be minimal in case of failure. Cost is a concern, but availability is the priority. Which disaster recovery strategy is best? Options: A. Pilot light with minimal infrastructure in a secondary region. B. Warm standby with pre-provisioned but scaled-down instances. C. Backup and restore using Amazon S3 and AWS Backup. D. Multi-region active deployment using Route 53. Correct answer: D. Multi-region active deployment using Route 53. Explanation: active minimizes downtime by distributing traffic across multiple regions. Route 53 enables automatic failover. Why not other options? Option A. Pilot light is slow to scale up. Option B. Warm standby has some downtime. Option C. Backup and restore has a high RTO, slow recovery. Question 7. A startup is training machine learning models on AWS. Training requires high compute power but runs periodically. The company wants to minimize costs. Which solution is best? Options: A. Use AWS Lambda with high memory allocation. B. Use EC2 Spot instances with Amazon SageMaker. C. Use Amazon EKS with GPU-enabled nodes. D. Use Amazon Lightsail for AI training. Correct answer, B. Use EC2 Spot instances with Amazon SageMaker. Explanation: Spot instances provide up to 90% savings over on-demand EC2. SageMaker manages ML workflows efficiently. Why not other options? Option A. Lambda is not suited for long-running AI training. Option C. EKS is expensive for AI workloads. Option D. Lightsail is not designed for ML training. Question 8. A banking institution has a monolithic Java application. The application has high CPU usage and frequent crashes. The company wants to migrate to AWS with minimal downtime. Which migration approach is best? Options: A. Rehost using EC2 and autoscaling. B. Refactor into microservices with AWS Lambda and API Gateway. C. Replatform to AWS Elastic Beanstalk. D. Retire and replace with a SaaS solution. Correct answer: C. Replatform to AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Explanation: Elastic Beanstalk simplifies deployment and autoscales. No need to rewrite the application fully. Why not other options? Option A. Rehosting does not solve performance issues. Option B. Refactoring to microservices is time-consuming. Option D. Retiring is not always possible. Question 9. A government agency needs to archive terabytes of sensitive data. Data is rarely accessed but must be retained for compliance. Cost efficiency is a priority. Which storage service is best? Options: A. Amazon S3 Standard. B. Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. C. Amazon EFS. D. Amazon RDS with a read replica. Correct answer: B. Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. Explanation: Deep Archive is the lowest cost option for long-term storage. Why not other options? Option A. S3 Standard is expensive for long-term storage. Option C. EFS is for frequently accessed shared storage. Option D. RDS is for databases, not archival storage. Question 10. A financial institution needs to securely transfer large amounts of sensitive customer data from its on-premises servers to AWS. Data transfers are frequent and need encryption. The company wants cost-effective and automated data ingestion. Regulations require end-to-end encryption. Which AWS service is best suited for this use case? Options: A. AWS Snowball Edge. B. AWS Direct Connect with VPN. C. AWS Data Sync with AWS KMS encryption. D. Amazon S3 Transfer Acceleration. Correct answer: C. AWS Data Sync with AWS KMS encryption. Explanation: AWS Data Sync is optimized for moving large amounts of data to AWS securely. KMS encryption ensures end-to-end data security. It provides automation and scheduling for regular data transfers. Why not other options? Option A. Snowball Edge is for large-scale offline data transfer, not frequent updates. Option B. Direct Connect is costly and better for persistent, low-latency connections. Option D. S3 Transfer Acceleration speeds up uploads, but does not automate transfers. Question 1. A research team needs to train deep learning models on large datasets. The process requires GPUs. The team wants to minimize costs. Training happens in short bursts. Which AWS instance type should be used? Options: A. On-demand EC2 P4D instances. B. Spot EC2 G5 instances with Amazon S3 storage. C. AWS Lambda with GPU acceleration. D. Amazon SageMaker with reserved instances. Correct answer: B. Spot EC2 G5 instances with Amazon S3 storage. Explanation: Spot instances provide cost savings for batch training jobs. G5 instances have GPU support for AI workloads. Amazon S3 stores large datasets cost-effectively. Why not other options? Option A, on-demand instances are too expensive for training. Option C, AWS Lambda doesn't support GPUs for deep learning. Option D, reserved instances are cost-effective for steady workloads, but not for short bursts. Question 2. A company has 3 VPCs in different AWS regions. The VPCs need to communicate securely with minimal latency. Traffic should not traverse the internet. The solution must be scalable for future VPCs, cost should be optimized. Which networking solution should be used? Options: A. VPC peering. B. AWS Transit Gateway. C. AWS Private Link. D. AWS Direct Connect. Correct answer: B. AWS Transit Gateway. Explanation: Transit Gateway enables a hub-and-spoke model for VPC connectivity. More scalable than VPC peering, which requires individual connections. Reduces complexity and supports cross-region VPC communication. Why not other options? Option A, VPC peering requires separate peering connections, making scaling difficult. Option C, Private Link is for accessing AWS services, not VPC to VPC communication. Option D, Direct Connect is for hybrid cloud setups, not inter-VPC communication. Question 3. A research team runs machine learning workloads on EC2 instances and needs low-latency shared file storage for high-performance computing, HPC. The solution must support thousands of concurrent connections. Data must be accessible across multiple instances. Performance should be scalable. Which storage solution should be used? Options: A. Amazon S3. B. Amazon EBS. C. Amazon EFS. D. Amazon FSx for Lustre. Correct answer: D. Amazon FSx for Lustre. Explanation: FSx for Lustre provides high-throughput, low-latency shared storage. Optimized for ML, HPC, and analytics workloads. Tightly integrates with Amazon S3 for large dataset storage. Why not other options? Option A, S3 is object storage, not a shared file system. Option B, EBS volumes can only be attached to one EC2 instance at a time. Option C, EFS is better for general-purpose file storage, but FSx for Lustre is faster. Question 4. A company is building a data lake for storing large datasets and running ad hoc analytics queries. Storage should be cost-effective. Queries should be serverless and pay-per-query. The solution must support structured and semi-structured data. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. Amazon RDS with Aurora. B. Amazon Redshift Spectrum. C. Amazon Athena. D. Amazon EMR with Apache Hive. Correct answer: C. Amazon Athena. Explanation: Athena allows running SQL queries on data stored in S3 without provisioning infrastructure. Uses a pay-per-query pricing model. Supports structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. Why not other options? Option A, RDS is for transactional databases, not data lakes. Option B, Redshift Spectrum is optimized for Redshift-based queries, not general-purpose analytics. Option D, EMR requires cluster provisioning, increasing costs. Question 5. An EC2-based application needs to read and write objects in an S3 bucket. The solution should be secure and follow best practices. No static credentials should be stored on the instance. Access should be granted at the instance level. Which authentication method should be used? Options: A. AWS IAM user with access key stored in the application. B. AWS IAM role assigned to the EC2 instance. C. Hard-coded credentials in the EC2 user data script. D. Use assigned URL generated from an IAM user. Correct answer: B. AWS IAM role assigned to the EC2 instance. Explanation: IAM roles allow temporary credentials to be assigned dynamically. No need to store static credentials, improving security. Best practice for granting AWS resource access to EC2 instances. Why not other options? Option A, IAM user keys are a security risk if compromised. Option C, hard-coded credentials are insecure. Option D, signed URLs are temporary and not suitable for long-term access. Question 6. A SaaS company is deploying a stateful web application on AWS. The application requires persistent storage. Autoscaling should be supported. Costs should be minimized. Which instance type and storage combination should be used? Options: A. EC2 spot instances with instance store. B. EC2 on-demand instances with EBS volumes. C. AWS Lambda with Amazon Aurora serverless. D. Amazon ECS with Fargate and Amazon S3 for storage. Correct answer: B. EC2 on-demand instances with EBS volumes. Explanation: on-demand instances ensure predictable availability for stateful applications. EBS provides persistent block storage. Autoscaling can be enabled while maintaining state. Why not other options? Option A, spot instances can be terminated unexpectedly, making them unsuitable for stateful apps. Option C, Lambda is stateless and not ideal for this use case. Option D, ECS with Fargate is good for stateless apps, but not for applications needing persistent block storage. Question 7. A financial company needs to detect fraudulent transactions in real time. Latency should be low, less than 1 second. Machine learning models should be used. The solution should be scalable. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. Amazon Rekognition. B. Amazon SageMaker with real-time inference endpoints. C. AWS Batch with SageMaker models. D. Amazon EMR with Spark ML. Correct answer: B. Amazon SageMaker with real-time inference endpoints. Explanation: SageMaker real-time inference endpoints provide low-latency model predictions. Fully managed ML deployment with autoscaling. Why not other options? Option A, Rekognition is for image/video analysis, not fraud detection. Option C, AWS Batch is for batch processing, not real-time inference. Option D, EMR with Spark ML is better for batch jobs, not low-latency predictions. Question 8. A company has multiple AWS accounts under AWS organizations. Users from different accounts need access to an S3 bucket in the main account. Each account should have fine-grained access controls. Cross-account access should be secure without using hard-coded credentials. Which method should be used? Options: A. Create IAM users in the main account and share access keys with other accounts. B. Use S3 bucket policies with cross-account permissions. C. Use AWS IAM roles and assume role API. D. Enable S3 cross-region replication to duplicate data. Correct answer: C. Use AWS IAM roles and assume role API. Explanation: IAM roles allow temporary, secure cross-account access. The assume role API lets users in other accounts temporarily assume the role with specific permissions. No need for static credentials. Why not other options? Option A, sharing access keys is insecure and violates AWS best practices. Option B, bucket policies allow access, but do not enforce identity-based controls. Option D, cross-region replication does not solve the access control issue. Question 9. A global e-commerce platform hosts its backend in multiple AWS regions. Data synchronization between regions should be cost-effective. Latency should be minimized. Traffic should be private, not over the public internet. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. AWS Direct Connect. B. AWS Transit Gateway with inter-region peering. C. VPC peering. D. AWS Global Accelerator. Correct answer: B. AWS Transit Gateway with inter-region peering. Explanation: Transit Gateway inter-region peering is optimized for private inter-region traffic. Lower cost than Direct Connect for multi-region setups. Supports large-scale, scalable architectures. Why not other options? Option A, Direct Connect is for hybrid cloud, on-prem to AWS, not inter-region VPC communication. Option C, VPC peering does not scale well for multiple regions. Option D, Global Accelerator optimizes traffic for end users, not back-end region-to-region traffic. Question 10. A company manages millions of IoT devices that send real-time telemetry data. The data needs to be processed in real time with minimal operational overhead. Scalability is a key requirement. Cost should be minimized by using a serverless approach. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. Amazon Kinesis Data Streams plus AWS Lambda. B. Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling Group with Apache Kafka. C. Amazon RDS with stored procedures. D. AWS Batch with Amazon S3. Correct answer: A. Amazon Kinesis Data Streams plus AWS Lambda. Explanation: Kinesis handles high-throughput real-time streaming data. AWS Lambda processes incoming data in a serverless, scalable manner. No need for infrastructure management. Why not other options? Option B, EC2 auto-scaling requires more maintenance and higher costs. Option C, RDS is for structured data, not real-time streaming. Option D, AWS Batch is for batch processing, not real-time data streams. Question 1. A telecom company collects terabytes of call records daily for analytics. Data should be stored cost-effectively. Queries should be run quickly. Data needs to be retained for 7 years. Which storage solution is best? Options: A. Store data in Amazon S3 Standard and use Amazon RDS for querying. B. Use Amazon Redshift for storage and analytics. C. Store raw data in S3 Glacier and process it with AWS Lambda. D. Store data in Amazon S3 and query it using Amazon Athena. Correct answer: D. Store data in Amazon S3 and query it using Amazon Athena. Explanation: S3 is cost-effective for large-scale storage. Athena allows SQL queries directly on S3 data, reducing costs. Pay-per-query pricing optimizes cost compared to Redshift. Why not other options? Option A, RDS is not designed for large-scale analytics. Option B, Redshift is good for structured data but costly for rarely accessed data. Option C, S3 Glacier is too slow for analytics. Question 2. A financial firm runs real-time risk analysis on on-premises servers while storing data in AWS. Data should sync with minimal latency. Bandwidth cost should be reduced. A secure connection is required. Which AWS service is best? Options: A. AWS Direct Connect. B. AWS VPN. C. Amazon S3 Transfer Acceleration. D. AWS Data Sync. Correct answer: A. AWS Direct Connect. Explanation: provides a dedicated, low-latency connection between AWS and on-premises. Reduces data transfer costs compared to VPN. Supports high-speed, secure data transfer. Why not other options? Option B, VPN is encrypted but has higher latency than Direct Connect. Option C, S3 Transfer Acceleration speeds up S3 uploads but does not integrate with on-prem data centers. Option D, Data Sync is for batch transfers, not real-time syncing. Question 3. A smart home device company collects millions of sensor readings per hour. Data should be processed in real time. Storage costs should be optimized. Infrastructure should be fully serverless. Which architecture is best? Options: A. Use Amazon Kinesis Data Streams, AWS Lambda, and Amazon S3. B. Deploy Apache Kafka on EC2 for real-time streaming. C. Use Amazon Redshift for processing and storing data. D. Run an ETL pipeline on Amazon EMR. Correct answer: A. Use Amazon Kinesis Data Streams, AWS Lambda, and Amazon S3. Explanation: Kinesis Data Streams ingests real-time data efficiently. Lambda processes data without managing servers. S3 provides scalable, cost-effective storage. Why not other options? Option B, Apache Kafka requires EC2 management. Option C, Redshift is not optimized for real-time streaming. Option D, EMR is for batch processing, not real-time data streams. Question 4, a global travel website has users across multiple continents. Application should handle unpredictable traffic spikes. Compute cost should be minimized. High availability is required. Which solution is best? Options: A. Use on-demand EC2 instances with a global elastic load balancer. B. Deploy spot instances with auto-scaling in multiple regions. C. Run all traffic through a single region and use CloudFront for caching. D. Use AWS Lambda with API gateway in multiple regions. Correct answer: D. Use AWS Lambda with API gateway in multiple regions. Explanation: Lambda scales automatically with traffic, reducing costs. API gateway distributes traffic efficiently. No need to manage EC2 instances. Why not other options? Option A, on-demand EC2 is expensive for variable workloads. Option B, spot instances are cost-effective but not reliable for high availability. Option C, CloudFront caches static content but does not scale compute resources. Question 5, a government agency needs secure, long-term backups for compliance. Backups must be immutable for 7 years. Data should be retrievable in minutes. Cost should be minimized. Which AWS storage service is best? Options: A. Amazon S3 Standard with versioning enabled. B. Amazon S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval with Object Lock. C. Amazon EBS Snapshot stored in S3. D. Amazon RDS Multi-AZ for automatic failover. Correct answer: B. Amazon S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval with Object Lock. Explanation: Glacier Flexible Retrieval is cost-effective for long-term storage. Object Lock ensures data cannot be modified or deleted. Retrieval in minutes meets compliance needs. Why not other options? Option A, S3 Standard is too expensive for long-term storage. Option C, EBS snapshots are not designed for compliance backups. Option D, RDS Multi-AZ provides HA, not backup retention. Question 6. A healthcare startup is building a machine learning model for patient diagnosis. The model training is CPU-intensive and runs for several hours. Cost optimization is critical for the startup. The solution must scale automatically. Which solution is best? Options: A. Use on-demand EC2 instances with auto-scaling. B. Run the ML model on EC2 spot instances with Amazon S3. C. Use AWS Lambda for model training. D. Deploy the model on Amazon RDS with auto-scaling. Correct answer: B. Run the ML model on EC2 spot instances with Amazon S3. Explanation: Spot instances provide up to 90% cost savings over on-demand instances. Amazon S3 is used for storing training datasets efficiently. If a spot instance is terminated, AWS can resume the training job using checkpoints. Why not other options? Option A, on-demand EC2 is too expensive for cost-sensitive ML workloads. Option C, Lambda is not suitable for long-running tasks. Option D, RDS is a relational database and not designed for ML training. Question 7. A finance company stores customer financial records in Amazon S3. Data must be encrypted at rest and in transit. Only specific IAM users should have access. External auditors must be able to review data access logs. Which security measures should be implemented? Options: A. Enable default encryption and use S3 bucket policies. B. Use an IAM role with full access to S3. C. Store the data in an EC2 instance with local disk encryption. D. Use Amazon RDS with encryption enabled. Correct answer: A. Enable default encryption and use S3 bucket policies. Explanation: S3 default encryption ensures all data is encrypted at rest. S3 bucket policies restrict access based on IAM roles. Access logging via AWS CloudTrail provides auditability. Why not other options? Option B: granting full access to IAM roles violates the principle of least privilege. Option C: EC2 local storage is not scalable and is harder to manage securely. Option D: RDS is for structured relational databases, not object storage. Question 8. A retail company runs an e-commerce application on AWS. The application is deployed in one AWS region. A disaster recovery solution should minimize downtime. Cost should be optimized for failover. Which DR strategy is most cost-effective? Options: A. Deploy the application in 2 regions with active-active architecture. B. Use AWS Backup to create snapshots of EC2 instances daily. C. Implement a pilot-light architecture in a secondary region. D. Use an elastic load balancer, ELB, with auto-scaling. Correct answer: C. Implement a pilot-light architecture in a secondary region. Explanation: Pilot-light keeps a minimal version of the system running in another region. Resources are scaled up during a disaster, reducing costs. RDS read replicas and S3 cross-region replication ensure quick recovery. Why not other options? Option A: active-active is expensive due to double resource usage. Option B: backups help recovery but do not minimize downtime. Option D: ELB with auto-scaling only works within one region. Question 9. A manufacturing firm has on-premises servers but wants to integrate with AWS for big data processing. Latency should be minimized. Security is a priority. Data transfers should be consistent and cost-effective. Which solution should they use? Options: A. AWS Direct Connect. B. AWS Site-to-Site VPN. C. Amazon CloudFront. D. AWS Snowball Edge. Correct answer: A. AWS Direct Connect. Explanation: provides a dedicated connection with lower latency than a VPN. Reduces data transfer costs compared to the public internet. Ensures high security and consistent performance. Why not other options? Option B: VPN has higher latency and less reliability. Option C: CloudFront is for content delivery, not hybrid networking. Option D: Snowball Edge is for offline data migration, not real-time connectivity. Question 10. A gaming company runs a multiplayer game backend using a stateful architecture. Players should not lose session data. The solution should be fault-tolerant. Read and write operations should be fast. Which solution is best? Options: A. Deploy a multi-AZ RDS database with read replicas. B. Use Amazon DynamoDB with on-demand capacity. C. Deploy an EC2 instance with a locally attached database. D. Use Amazon S3 to store game session data. Correct answer: A. Deploy a multi-AZ RDS database with read replicas. Explanation: multi-AZ ensures high availability for relational data. Read replicas improve read performance. RDS failover mechanism ensures minimal downtime. Why not other options? Option B: DynamoDB is great for high scalability but not for complex queries. Option C: a single EC2 instance is a single point of failure. Option D: S3 is not suitable for real-time game session storage. Question 1. A security-conscious company wants to implement least privilege access for its AWS resources. Developers should only have access to the resources they need. Permissions should be automatically revoked when not in use. All access changes should be logged. Which approach should they take? Options: A. Use IAM roles and enforce temporary credentials with AWS STSB, assign IAM policies directly to each user. C. Allow full access to resources and rely on CloudTrail for monitoring. D. Use security groups to control access to AWS services. Correct answer: A. Use IAM roles and enforce temporary credentials with AWS STS. Explanation: IAM roles allow assigning permissions dynamically based on need. AWS STS, Security Token Service, issues temporary credentials, reducing risk. CloudTrail logs access changes for auditing. Why not other options? Option B, direct IAM user policies increase management complexity. Option C, monitoring alone does not enforce least privilege. Option D, security groups control network access, not IAM permissions. Question 2. A multinational company requires a globally distributed database for its e-commerce platform. Data updates should be available across regions within seconds. The solution must be managed with minimal operational overhead. Strong consistency is not required, but availability is crucial. Which AWS service is the best fit? Options: A. Amazon Aurora Global Database. B. Amazon DynamoDB Global Tables. C. Amazon RDS Multi-AZ. D. AWS Glue with cross-region replication. Correct answer: B. Amazon DynamoDB Global Tables. Explanation: DynamoDB Global Tables provide eventual consistency across regions. Fully managed and automatically replicates data. Optimized for high availability and performance. Why not other options? Option A, Aurora Global Database is better for relational databases, not NoSQL. Option C, RDS Multi-AZ is for failover, not global replication. Option D, Glue is for ETL, not real-time global databases. Question 3. An online bank wants to detect fraudulent transactions in real time. Transactions must be analyzed immediately. The system must scale dynamically based on incoming data. Streaming data must be processed with minimal delay. Which solution is best? Options: A. Amazon Kinesis Data Analytics with AWS Lambda. B. Amazon S3 with AWS Glue ETL. C. Amazon EMR with Apache Spark Streaming. D. Amazon RDS with scheduled SQL queries. Correct answer: A. Amazon Kinesis Data Analytics with AWS Lambda. Explanation: Kinesis Data Analytics processes real-time streaming data. AWS Lambda provides scalable, event-driven fraud detection. This setup ensures immediate analysis and action. Why not other options? Option B, S3 with Glue is batch-based, not real-time. Option C, EMR is powerful, but more complex and costly. Option D, RDS is not suitable for real-time streaming data. Question 4. A web application is hosted on Amazon EC2 and needs to access an Amazon S3 bucket. The application must securely access the S3 bucket without storing credentials on the EC2 instance. Access should be granted only to specific objects within the bucket. The solution should be scalable and follow security best practices. Which approach should be used? Options: A. Store AWS credentials in the application's configuration file. B. Use an IAM role attached to the EC2 instance with specific S3 permissions. C. Manually create an IAM user and distribute access keys to the application. D. Use S3 pre-signed URLs for every request. Correct answer: B. Use an IAM role attached to the EC2 instance with specific S3 permissions. Explanation: IAM roles provide temporary security credentials to EC2 instances. No credentials are stored in the instance, reducing security risks. Fine-grained access control can be applied using IAM policies. Why not other options? Option A, storing credentials in a file is insecure. Option C, manually distributing IAM access keys increases security risks. Option D, pre-signed URLs work for short-term access but are not scalable. Question 5. A company wants to build a data lake that can store and process petabytes of structured and unstructured data. Data should be highly available and durable. It should support analytics workloads such as Athena and Redshift Spectrum. Storage costs should be optimized for infrequent access. Which AWS storage service is the best fit? Options: A. Amazon EBS with snapshots for backup. B. Amazon S3 with lifecycle policies and intelligent tiering. C. Amazon EFS with multiple mount targets. D. Amazon RDS with read replicas. Correct answer, B. Amazon S3 with lifecycle policies and intelligent tiering. Explanation: Amazon S3 provides durable, scalable, and cost-effective object storage. Lifecycle policies help automatically transition infrequently accessed data to cheaper storage tiers. Athena and Redshift Spectrum can query data directly from S3. Why not other options? Option A, EBS is block storage and not designed for large-scale analytics. Option C, EFS is for file storage, not an optimal choice for a data lake. Option D, RDS is a relational database, not designed for massive data lakes. Question 6. A global e-commerce platform runs its application across multiple AWS regions. Customers should be automatically directed to the nearest region for low latency. The architecture should be resilient against regional failures. The solution should be cost-effective and scalable. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. AWS Global Accelerator. B. Amazon CloudFront. C. Route 53 with latency-based routing. D. Application Load Balancer with cross-region failover. Correct answer, C. Route 53 with latency-based routing. Explanation: Route 53 latency-based routing directs users to the nearest AWS region. It helps minimize response time and improves user experience. It supports failover configurations to ensure resilience. Why not other options? Option A, Global Accelerator improves performance but is more expensive than Route 53. Option B, CloudFront is for content caching, not global traffic routing. Option D, ALB does not perform global routing. Question 7. A company is migrating its PostgreSQL database from on-premises to AWS. Minimal downtime is required. The database must remain fully functional during the migration. The solution should be automated and reliable. Which AWS service is best for this migration? Options: A. AWS Database Migration Service, DMS. B. Create an EC2 instance and manually restore the database from a backup. C. Use AWS Snowball to transfer database backups. D. Use AWS Data Sync to sync the database files. Correct answer: A. AWS Database Migration Service, DMS. Explanation: AWS DMS supports live database replication with minimal downtime. It allows continuous synchronization between source and target databases. Fully managed and supports heterogeneous database migrations. Why not other options? Option B, manual restores cause longer downtime. Option C, Snowball is for bulk data transfer, not real-time database migration. Option D, Data Sync is used for file transfer, not databases. Question 8. A smart home device manufacturer generates millions of sensor readings per second. The data must be processed in real time. The solution must be fully managed and scale automatically. Processed data should be stored for later analysis. Which AWS solution is best? Options: A. Amazon Kinesis data streams with AWS Lambda. B. Amazon SQS with an EC2 consumer application. C. Amazon Redshift with scheduled ETL jobs. D. Amazon RDS with read replicas for scalability. Correct answer: A. Amazon Kinesis data streams with AWS Lambda. Explanation: Kinesis data streams can ingest and process real-time data at scale. AWS Lambda can process streaming events without managing servers. This setup ensures real-time event handling and cost efficiency. Why not other options? Option B, SQS is for message queues, not high-throughput real-time streaming. Option C, Redshift is for batch processing, not real-time streaming. Option D, RDS is not designed for high-velocity IoT data ingestion. Question 9. A social media startup wants to optimize costs while ensuring high availability. Application traffic is unpredictable and fluctuates throughout the day. and used compute resources should be minimized to reduce costs. The solution should automatically scale with demand. Which auto-scaling approach is most cost-effective? Options: A. Use EC2 auto-scaling with on-demand instances. B. Use EC2 auto-scaling with a mix of on-demand and spot instances. C. Manually scale EC2 instances based on historical traffic data. D. Use AWS Lambda to run the entire application serverlessly. Correct answer: B. Use EC2 auto-scaling with a mix of on-demand and spot instances. Explanation: spot instances reduce costs significantly compared to on-demand instances. On-demand instances provide stability for baseline workloads. Auto-scaling ensures resources are only provisioned when needed. Why not other options? Option A. On-demand alone is more expensive. Option C. Manual scaling is inefficient and prone to errors. Option D. Lambda works for event-driven apps, but not full-scale applications. Question 10. A healthcare application is deploying an API backend that serves mobile and web applications. The API must handle thousands of requests per second. It must be highly available and secure. User authentication and rate limiting should be managed. Only authorized users should access the API. Which AWS service should be used to host the API? Options: A. Run API on an EC2 instance with an ALB in front. B. Deploy an API gateway with AWS Lambda. C. Host the API on an ECS cluster with an application load balancer. D. Use an RDS database to store API logic and serve requests directly. Correct answer: B. Deploy an API gateway with AWS Lambda. Explanation: Amazon API Gateway provides managed authentication, throttling, and caching. AWS Lambda scales automatically to handle high API traffic. Fully serverless, reducing management overhead and cost. Why not other options? Option A. EC2 instances need to be manually scaled and maintained. Option C. ECS requires container management overhead. Option D. RDS is a database, not an API execution platform. Question 1. A media streaming service is expanding globally and requires a highly available application. Users must always be routed to the nearest available region. Requests should failover automatically if a region becomes unavailable. Latency should be minimized for a seamless user experience. Which solution meets these requirements? Options: A. Use Route 53 latency-based routing with health checks. B. Deploy an Amazon CloudFront distribution with a single regional backend. C. Use an application load balancer, ALB, in each region with a weighted routing policy. D. Deploy an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group behind an ALB in a single region. Correct answer: A. Use Route 53 latency-based routing with health checks. Explanation: latency-based routing ensures users connect to the closest region. Route 53 health checks detect failures and redirect traffic automatically. Work seamlessly with multi-region architectures. Why not other options? Option B. CloudFront improves performance but cannot handle failover for dynamic applications. Option C. Weighted routing does not automatically adjust based on region failures. Option D. A single region deployment is not highly available across regions. Question 2. A financial services company is exposing an internal API to external partners. Authentication should be managed without storing credentials in the backend. The solution should minimize latency and be easy to integrate. API requests should be secured and access should be controlled. Which service should be used? Options: A. Use Amazon API Gateway with AWS IAM authentication. B. Use an application load balancer with OAuth authentication. C. Deploy Nginx reverse proxy on EC2 for authentication. D. Use AWS Secrets Manager to store API keys and validate in Lambda. Correct answer: A. Use Amazon API Gateway with AWS IAM authentication. Explanation: API Gateway integrates natively with AWS IAM for secure access. No need to manage credentials in the backend. IAM authentication provides fine-grained access control with minimal latency. Why not other options? Option B, ALB does not natively support API authentication like API Gateway. Option C, managing authentication with an EC2-based Jinx server increases complexity. Option D, Secrets Manager stores credentials but does not handle authentication directly. Question 3. A sports analytics company needs to process real-time game statistics for millions of users. Data must be ingested and analyzed in real time. The architecture must scale automatically. Results should be stored in a queryable format for dashboards. Which architecture is the best fit? Options: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams, AWS Lambda, and Amazon DynamoDB. B. Deploy an EC2-based Apache Kafka cluster and use MySQL for storage. C. Use Amazon S3 with Athena and process data in batch mode. D. Use Amazon Redshift with periodic data loads from S3. Correct answer: A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams, AWS Lambda, and Amazon DynamoDB. Explanation: Kinesis data streams captures and processes real-time data. Lambda scales dynamically to process incoming events. DynamoDB provides fast, queryable storage for analytics dashboards. Why not other options? Option B, managing an EC2-based Kafka cluster requires operational overhead. Option C, S3 with Athena is optimized for batch, not real-time processing. Option D, Redshift is a data warehouse, not optimal for real-time analytics. Question 4. A large enterprise is running multiple AWS accounts for different business units. Data must be shared securely between accounts. Access should be controlled at a granular level. The solution must support auditing and monitoring of data access. Which solution meets these requirements? Options: A. Use AWS Resource Access Manager, RAM, with IAM permissions. B. Enable VPC peering between accounts and use private endpoints. C. Use AWS Direct Connect and cross-account IAM roles. D. Deploy an S3 bucket in each account and sync data manually. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Resource Access Manager, RAM, with IAM permissions. Explanation: AWS RAM allows sharing AWS resources securely across accounts. IAM permissions provide fine-grained access control. Work seamlessly with AWS organizations for multi-account setups. Why not other options? Option B, VPC peering is for networking, not secure resource sharing. Option C, Direct Connect is for private network connections, not resource access. Option D, manually syncing data increases operational overhead and is not scalable. Question 5. A banking application needs to store customer transaction records securely. Data must be encrypted at rest and in transit. Encryption keys must be centrally managed and rotated periodically. Minimal changes should be required in the application code. Which AWS service should be used? Options: A. Use Amazon S3 with server-side encryption, SSE/S3. B. Store data in Amazon RDS with transparent data encryption, TDE. C. Use AWS KMS to manage encryption keys and enable SSE KMS on Amazon S3. D. Encrypt data manually before storing in Amazon DynamoDB. Correct answer: C. Use AWS KMS to manage encryption keys and enable SSE KMS on Amazon S3. Explanation: AWS KMS, Key Management Service, provides centralized key management. SSE KMS allows automatic encryption at rest using KMS-managed keys. Minimal application changes are required since AWS services handle encryption. Why not other options? Option A, SSE/S3 does not allow key rotation and granular access control like SSE KMS. Option B, TDE is specific to RDS, but the scenario requires a broader storage solution. Option D, manually encrypting data increases complexity and operational overhead. Question 6. A global e-commerce company wants to implement disaster recovery, DR, with the lowest cost possible while ensuring business continuity. The application should be quickly recoverable in case of a disaster. Compute resources should be minimal during normal operations. Failover should be automated and require minimal manual intervention. Which DR strategy should be used? Options: A. Pilot Light, B. Warm Standby, C. Multi-region Active-Active, D. Backup and Restore. Correct answer: A. Pilot Light. Explanation: Pilot Light keeps core infrastructure, database and minimal compute running, reducing costs. In a disaster, additional compute instances can be quickly launched from preconfigured AMIs. Automated failover with Route 53 and auto-scaling enables fast recovery. Why not other options? Option B, warm standby requires more active resources, increasing costs. Option C, multi-region active-active ensures the fastest recovery, but is expensive. Option D, backup and restore is the cheapest, but has the slowest recovery time. Question 7. A flash sale website experiences sudden traffic spikes during promotions. Traffic is unpredictable, but must be handled without downtime. A load-balanced architecture is required. Cost should be optimized when traffic is low. Which solution best meets these requirements? Options: A. Deploy an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer, ALB. B. Use Amazon API Gateway with AWS Lambda. C. Run a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances with fixed capacity. D. Use Amazon RDS Multi-AZ for high availability. Correct answer: A. Deploy an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer, ALB. Explanation: auto-scaling automatically scales instances based on demand, reducing costs. ALB distributes traffic efficiently, ensuring high availability. This setup ensures high performance during flash sales. Why not other options? Option B, API Gateway plus Lambda is ideal for serverless apps, but the scenario requires handling web traffic. Option C, fixed EC2 instances lead to underutilization and cannot handle traffic spikes dynamically. Option D, RDS Multi-AZ ensures database availability but does not handle sudden traffic surges. Question 8. A smart home company is collecting real-time sensor data from millions of devices. Data needs to be ingested and queried efficiently. Low latency reads and writes are required. The solution should be highly scalable. Which database is the best choice? Options: A. Amazon Aurora, B. Amazon DynamoDB, C. Amazon RDS MySQL, D. Amazon Neptune. Correct answer: B. Amazon DynamoDB. Explanation: DynamoDB provides millisecond response times for real-time sensor data. Highly scalable with on-demand capacity mode. Supports global tables for multi-region deployment. Why not other options? Option A, Aurora is great for relational databases, but has higher latency for real-time ingestion. Option C, RDS MySQL does not scale as efficiently as DynamoDB for IoT workloads. Option D, Neptune is a graph database, not optimized for key-value sensor data. Question 9. A manufacturing company is migrating its on-premises ERP system to AWS. Minimal downtime is required during migration. Data consistency must be maintained. The application is running on a Windows server with a SQL Server database. Which migration strategy is best? Options: A. Use AWS Application Migration Service, MGN, for a lift and shift migration. B. Manually set up EC2 instances and migrate data using AWS Data Sync. C. Rebuild the application using AWS Lambda and DynamoDB. D. Use AWS Database Migration Service, DMS, and rehost the application manually. Correct answer: A. Use AWS Application Migration Service, MGN, for a lift and shift migration. Explanation: AWS MGN allows replication of on-prem servers to AWS with minimal downtime. Supports automated cutover with rollback options. Maintains data consistency and requires minimal changes. Why not other options? Option B, manual setup increases migration complexity and downtime. Option C, rebuilding the application is time-consuming and not a quick migration option. Option D, DMS helps with database migration but does not cover application migration. Question 10. A SaaS company is hosting multiple enterprise customers on AWS. Each customer's data should be isolated for security. The solution must be cost-effective and scalable. Minimal operational overhead is preferred. Which approach is the best? Options: A. Deploy separate Amazon RDS instances for each customer. B. Use a single Amazon DynamoDB table with partition keys for tenant separation. C. Deploy multiple AWS accounts under AWS organizations. D. Use Amazon S3 with IAM policies for data isolation. Correct answer: B. Use a single Amazon DynamoDB table with partition keys for tenant separation. Explanation: DynamoDB scales automatically and allows tenant isolation using partition keys. Reduces costs by avoiding separate databases per customer. IAM policies can restrict access to specific tenant partitions. Why not other options? Option A, maintaining multiple RDS instances increases costs and complexity. Option C, managing separate AWS accounts adds unnecessary operational overhead. Option D, S3 is great for file storage but not for structured multi-tenant data.